Follow me, I'm standing on the border of everything. Listen close, can you hear the spirits sing lost messages of long ago? Come with me, we'll travel through the trials and tragedy, rest and play. Can you hear the spirits shout the secrets in their melodies? Dream, explore the mysteries. Breathe, a new life is revealed to me. Once again, we'll start our story anew. Don't be afraid, I will be with you. I'm here, reaching far across these new frontiers. With my life, fight this fear. In my hands, I hold the ones I love. Walk forward through the cold tide. Always a new horizon. Standing here, the way ahead's becoming clear. All across these new frontiers. In my hands, I hold the ones I love. Walk forward through the cold tide. Always a new horizons.
Hey, how you all doing? It's stream time! Whoa. I'm so excited! No, hi, how you all doing? Don't like him. Can we get a new guy? Good question. Actually, we should ask Sega. Who should we replace him with? That's the question I have. Video game. That's true. Yeah, so your friend and you watched The Amazing Bulk last night. Oh, I've heard of that one. That movie is apparently freaking terrible. It's like one of those bootlegs. That sounds incredible. I should watch it with Neil sometime. We enjoy watching horrible bootleg movies. Rystar? Oh yeah, you know what? Alright, that's fair enough. But yeah, I guess we're just gonna jump right into this. Frick, you think I know how to do good intros? You're sorely mistaken. Alright, Amazing Bulk stream win tomorrow. Actually, yesterday. Amazing Bulk video game? There's no way that's a thing. As hilarious as this world is, there's no way. I don't believe it for a second. I'll never get tired of that intro. It actually looks really nice. Amazing Bulk fan game win? Maybe we should make one. Fan game. Yeah, no, what do you mean? We're the biggest fans. Hey, Bluecore, how you doing? Of course, everyone. What's up, Seals, Autumn? And Bob and Tez, if you're still here. How y'all doing? Greatest Sonic game of the decade. True! Not too many options, but that is very true. So, I think we're just gonna try to, finish this tonight. We'll see what happens. If I remember correctly, we've got Chaos Island, and then we have Arenos. And that's it. Now, both of those have quite a lot of things in them. So, honestly, we'll probably need another part for Arenos, but we'll see what happens. Maybe if I'm exceptionally good. Hilarious joke. And, we'll just see. But this is gonna be kind of chill, I guess, actually, because all I gotta do is fricking run around here and just do all the things. And actually, it looks like I got most of the, memory tokens in this area, almost all of them. So there's actually not too many on Chaos Island. There's a lot around here, but that's about it. Arenos has, I think, more actually. So I think let's just go for the puzzles first. Oh wait, there's an area I haven't unlocked yet though. So that's gonna be interesting. Alrighty. Yeah, man, how's everything been going for everyone? It's been a fun couple of days. Here in the States, we celebrated Thanksgiving. That was fun. There's certainly something I want to say about that, but I just can't think right now. Ooh. Oh, we saw the Macy's Thanksgiving parade. It was fun. And then afterwards, the TV was just still on most of the day. It was on NBC, right? And they had those talk shows they always have. We just had it on, and I saw oh no, I'm forgetting what it's called now. It's the one after Jimmy Fallon. And I was like, I don't really watch this guy. Well, I don't really watch any talk show, but I was like, I wonder if this is any good. And I had low standards, all right. Holy crap. I'm sorry, that was freaking terrible. I watched 5 minutes of that, and the entire time I was staring blank-faced like, comedy is dead. I couldn't believe how unfunny it was. Jimmy Fallon was actually hilarious in comparison. I'm not even joking. They had Jerry Seinfeld on there, you know? Oh, also, this is just funny, but I told my parents I was going to stream tonight, and my dad said, "Oh, tell him I said hi." So My dad says hi. Just thought you should know that. Let me check the chat. There's even that Hulk game that Sega made that has a billboard with some Sonic PGs. Oh, I've never seen that. I should check that out. Hey Luca, how you doing? Truly the greatest Sonic game since Sonic Colors Ultimate. Oh, best Sonic game that released in the last 3 weeks. Easily. That's true. Whoa, sorry. Chat caught up there. Trevor Trouble 16-bit and Fallen Star came out this decade. Oh, true. Yeah, I guess I've heard those are incredible. I haven't played either, but I've seen a good amount of footage of them. Any new mods floating around that are interesting? Probably. I haven't actually been looking at Game Banana much. Doesn't I watched Freebird. It was the best movie ever made. That's awesome. I watched Bad Guys with Mule. I liked it. I'm not a furry, but hope you had a good Thanksgiving, ate lots of yummy food. Thanks, you too. It was good, actually. Yeah, we actually managed to get, like, a turkey, which we were happy about, but also I feel kind of bad, right? Because, like, some people can't. It was like, dude, I don't know. It's good to give to those, like, food drives and stuff, you know, if you can. I'm waiting for Geedra to say it's Geedring time, so I haven't worked on any mods. Dang. Yeah, Geedra takes forever to decompile. You were sick on Thanksgiving? Oh, no, I'm so sorry to hear that. But luckily all we do is eat food in our room, so, like... I mean, yeah, fair enough. Also, yeah, we watched Freebird. That's actually awesome. Peak Fiction. I don't remember if I watched Freebird or not. What's the, like... Which movie is that again? I watched the spy one with Will Smith. I don't remember what that one was called. Was that Freebird? Or, I'm just literally gonna Google Will Smith Bird movie. Spies in Disguise. No. I'm thinking of a totally different movie. Okay. My bad. I knew when I said that it wasn't Freebird and people were going to be like, Rad, you idiot. But I was like, yeah, I got to take a chance. Haven't seen Freebird since you were 6, so it's probably peak. Oh, so it's definitely an older movie then. I'm doing okay, just existing, having to deal with termites. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hope your Thanksgiving has been good. Thanks. Dang, I hope you got... I hope you can take care of that termite problem soon. That sounds like a nightmare. Was it Elon Musk as Wario levels of hilarious? No, it was even funnier. It was peak comedy. Hi, Rad's dad. There you go. What a legend. I agree. He's a great guy. Tell him that a blob said hi back. I think I actually will, and he'll have no idea what that means, but... He'll appreciate it, actually. That's kind of him. Please say that I said hi and give him a hug. Gladly. Rad, no. I don't know what that's a response to. I made a Squid hard mode mod for fun to contribute to the meme. That's awesome. Squid jump scare mod. It was the one where they go back in time to take turkeys off the menu. Oh, dang. I should check it out. Sounds fun. 2013? Oh, okay. Going back in time to the first Thanksgiving. Dang. Historical accuracy. I already went up here. So, what are we doing? Oh, actually, it's not that big of an area that we unveiled. Okay, so I think we definitely want to go for these first before we do anything else. Because, you know. Alright, where's that one at, though? Oh. There's a ramp here, right? So, probably do that. I hope. I mean, it's hard to tell sometimes, right? Because there's a lot of things that you can, like, reveal that look like it's taking you one direction. Not the band. And then, you know, it actually takes you a totally different way. Yeah, like, okay, we're over here now. Where's this on the map? Oh, okay. Yeah, alright, I mean, we're not, like, far from where we want to be. What the... Where did that spring take you? Just probably up and back down again? Alright, yeah, how do you get over there? There's all these grind rails that goes all the way over there. Okay, so I think we need to just follow those. At least the grind rails have a good, oops. It goes the opposite direction of where I wanted, okay. At least the grind rails have a good, you know, range so I can actually see them. I lost it completely. It's over there, right? Yeah. My gosh, that's such a far distance. Okay, right, here's a grind rail. I think we'll do that. Right, okay. Because if we got a grind rail taking us where we need to go, we can get there in no time, right? But without that, it's a little... Alright, hold up. Eh! Okay. I don't know how you're supposed... Oh yeah, over here. Okay, that'll work. Is that what you're supposed to do? Okay, well... Need to pay attention for a second here. I think. Wait, what the... This is 2D? Oh no. I hope I'm going the right direction still. I think so. It looks like that's the right way. I can't even see my marker because, you know, can't rotate the camera. Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. All right, so maybe we should get all the keys on here while we're over here, because you know, a little nuts. Wait, that was probably a bad idea. Oh no. Okay, well. Oh jeez. Hang on a moment. What's in that box? Well. Oh, neat. Okay. And then over here. Yeah. So this is one of those Tetris ones. What I guess like. Do we do blue first? Maybe. Well, let's see. Blue has. Yeah, that'll work. I think. Another movie to put on the watch with Radfordhound list. Yeah, it's a pretty long list, isn't it? I mean, I'd like to actually watch them sometime. Oops. Thanks, Red. It's definitely a nightmare, but oh well. Only thing I can do is spray vinegar and electrocute them to see if they don't make nests here. Oh gosh, when you're saying that, it reminded me. So on Thanksgiving, alright? So I don't know why, but apparently, so my dad's like a musician, right? He used to play in like bands, and for whatever reason, during one of them, he had some use for one of those cursed plugs that are really dangerous. Okay, it's like a male-to-male plug, so it's like, you know, the part that goes into the wall, right? It's like that, but on both sides. And those are dangerous. Those are not, they actually banned them from Amazon because people were burning down their walls in their houses. Well, he has one of those apparently for some reason. I didn't know that. And the other day he was like trying to set up some Christmas lights or something, and he saw that and in like a bag, and he was like, "Oh, it's a normal cable," and he didn't like pay attention to it, and he just plugged it in without realizing it was one of those. I don't know exactly how much he got zapped with, but it's looking like it was about 300 volts. I'm not joking. Because the cable says it can handle up to 300, and he plugged it right into the freaking wall directly. I'm very happy that he's okay. I don't know. That was terrifying. He's fine. He's like, yeah, it just hurt a little. He didn't like fall over or anything. He's totally... But it's like, oh, my gosh. So that happened the other day. He just went outside. He came back in. He was like, I think I just zapped myself. And we're like, what? And we looked at it, we figured it out. It was like, oh. So, yeah, that's... I don't know why I brought that up, sorry. When you said electricity, it reminded me of that. Oh, seems like a death trap. It's nice to hear that he's okay, but I hope he got rid of that thing. Yeah, he's putting it in like a bag that's like, do not use. I don't know what he's gonna do with it. I want him to get rid of it, but... I don't know, like, what the use case was for it. Because I can't think of any use case for it. Like, that's the thing. Those are really just, not good. This is a cool area. I don't know where this is. I set the visibility monitor right before, so he's fine. Yeah, thankfully, I mean, my gosh. He's been through a lot. What? Are we doing a cutscene? Oh, it's one of those. Yeah, it's one of these again. Every time I'm like, takes me by surprise. It's like and I can't see when they do these. No. Jump, Sonic. Now! Once more. Yeah! It's probably like around here, isn't it? Am I in 2D? No, it just seemed like I couldn't move for a moment. Oh boy. Okay, go up here. And that's probably like over here somewhere. Or not? I mean, is it just at the end of this rainbow ring, maybe? Oh yeah, that's all it was. I don't know why I'm still going for skill points. Like, they don't have any use anymore. There's no way there's genuine use for those. I know, right? Like, I don't know what it was. I don't know why he has that. I'm not going to spoil the ending of The Amazing Bulk, but I have never laughed harder at the way a movie ends. Oh, I'm so excited. I still have to watch Freebird. I just watched the start, but after seeing a review for it, genuinely got me intrigued. Yeah, I'd like to check it out, too. Chaos Island with Physics Mod is probably my favorite or second favorite island. I should try that as well, because this island is my least favorite as is. What part of Chaos is not 2D? Yeah. Good point. Why would you need to use those instead? I don't know, right? Like, I don't understand the use case. I don't know what he used it for. I don't think he remembers. It was a while ago. He remembers he used it for something years ago, but he doesn't know what. Something with his guitar, I think. The way I'm dealing with the termite problem is with an electric racket. It's a little bit safe as long as you don't touch the metal part. Yeah, be careful. I mean, it sounds like it would work. I honestly don't know anything about, like, what you do with termites. It's like a worry of mine, you know? Any, like, bug infestation stuff is terrible. Apparently 80 to 100 volts is about as much as the human body can take. So I read that when I was looking it up, which got me very concerned, but then I also read somewhere that that wasn't the case, and it was like a lot higher than that. I think I read somewhere it's as much as like 2,000 volts or something. So I don't know. I don't know what's true. I just know that it seems like the consensus is that if you're like knocked out or something, then it's a problem, obviously. But if you're not, then you're fine. And it's been a few days, and he's been fine, so... Like, literally, like, nothing's... It's exactly the same. It's like, oh my gosh, Dad... I'm glad he's okay. I was very worried when that happened. And then he went vacuuming, and I was like, don't plug in more things, please. I want to know what strategy he did to hit those iframes. Real life invincibility glitch. Yeah, for real. It's definitely a swarm of them flying into my room, but well, it's that or waiting for them to drop their wings and squish one by one. Yeah, that's terrible. I mean, I guess that's the quickest way to deal with it. What? Oh, the dash. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh, I guess you're supposed to do it like that. That's kind of fun. Okay. Hey, Eminem, how you doing? Corona drip? Oh yeah, was I supposed to use... I think I said I was going to do something this stream too, and I completely forgot what that something was. Oh, I think I was going to use the Monster Hunter DLC, actually. Also, maybe I can still do that later. And I'd like to see the Corona DLC, but... I don't know exactly what's happening tonight. I'm gonna find out. I think for now I'm just going for this, and then... I don't know, should I like put on a mod while I'm doing 100% part here? Or should I like wait till like the end of the stream and then just give it a few minutes? The frick is that? Okay, I don't know what that was. It was like a wind sound, but I don't think it was wind. It was like... Anyway. Don't be plugging anything else in, okay? He's okay. I'd be worried too. My dad tried to plug an extension here and mess up the entire electricity out. Dang. Yeah, my dad's actually pretty smart with that stuff. Like, I don't think he would do that normally. But yeah, it was... it was worrying. It was just completely by accident. It was just the wrong cable. Hey, how you doing? I'm in one part of Knucklesandopolis where you have to hit the time switch and do something, and I always get stuck here. Oof. I'm almost done with this part of the island, I guess. Oh. Okay. You get Infinity Boost by drawing the Infinity symbol? So I found out about that, like, in a review I watched, the other day. That's so cool. I didn't freaking know that. Like, the entire game. I don't know. That's actually a really cool, like, little Easter egg. I had no idea. I think that's why I had Infinite Boost sometimes. Because I must have accidentally done a side loop in a pattern that happened to... Like, that the game thought was close enough to an infinity symbol. Because I remember being like, wait, why do I have infinite boost? Because there were times where I had it without having 400 rings. Thanks for telling me that. Yeah, you could draw a lot of things in this game. Is that Among Us? It sure is. 3, 2, 1. Wait, no. I think it's because I'm too high up. Sus. It's saved for some reason after that. Is there a spring down here? No, there has to be. Well, wait, or I guess it comes from that side. Oops. Yeah, this does make you actually kind of wonder why they don't make all the walls climbable. Well, I guess because it would just be extremely buggy, right? Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't want all the walls to be climbable. I just want more to be climbable. Like some of the mountains and stuff in Chronos. It'd be really cool if you could just actually climb them, you know? Let's grab these. Okay, any of these? Yeah, any of those are fine. Where's that bird thing? Can you put on the Luigi mod? So, should I do that now, or I think people were saying maybe to do like a modded playthrough at some point? You're winning a Hello Kitty DLC? Yeah, honestly, probably a good idea. It's happened about the same time, the time of the last stream, but Warner Bros. Twitter accidentally used Fur Affinity art. Oh no. That sounds like a normal day on Twitter.com. I can't believe how many times I've seen companies do stuff like that, just completely by accident. Why is the camera so shaky? Ah. Okay, what I wanted was just to go in this direction, right? No. It's like to the right. This direction? Yeah, but like a little... Okay, yeah, so like over here. No, I don't want to be in 2D. Please get me out. I swear they always put it in like the most annoying places. Eh? Okay. So... I take the Grand Route back, I think? Oh wait, hang on. Gotta free some Amongs. Say my name. It's one of those names where I feel like I'm getting played into saying something offensive. Is that a yeah, it's I already said that, sorry. Sometimes you're just doing circles and the game reads it as it's an infinity symbol. Yeah, I figured it probably did that. I mean, it's a neat thing though. Of all things you could do, referencing forces, the infinite loop is kind of nice. Yeah, like, that's actually a really fun idea. Or maybe have momentum-based wall running. Yeah, that would be, that'd be nice too. Because I'm over here. Okay, so I can go down, like... I guess I'll grab some on the way. So, does this one, like... Doesn't say what that does. This opens up that area. So there's probably, like, a puzzle around here, too, right? Or something. Oh, there's a boss. Did I not fight this? Maybe I should. Spider. You can climb this hexagon structure. Yeah, I noticed. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I fought this one. Yeah, this is the one that reminded me of Pikmin. There's that one boss, I don't know how to explain the one that reminds me of. But it's pretty cool. Oh. Oh yeah, right, it throws you like a million miles into the sky. Does it make you go faster, or... Ah! I don't remember what the blue ring does. Okay. Does it just shoot the boss? Yeah, okay. That doesn't look like it's necessary. So I'm pretty sure this... Oh wait, I guess it is. Okay, I need to get those. It breaks the shield, I see. Ow. Do I need to get every one of them? No, I guess not, because there's some that are different routes. I know I fought this one before, I just don't actually remember. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, hit that. Sonic. Yeah, that works. Okay, that should be enough. Okay. Plus this banger music though? Yeah, it does. That's really cool how they timed it as well. Isn't it the dreaded pinball minigame? I hope not. Probably. You mean the question mark that was over there? Yeah, it probably is. I know it's a different color, but I didn't remember what that meant. I don't have to do that ever again, right? There's not like any other additional challenge with the pinball or anything. I hope. So I just put a marker over here because I thought there might be something like in this area. I'm not really seeing anything. It could be like way up there. Yeah, let's check it out. Oh, there's something up here too. Okay, well. See anything that looks like a puzzle? Oh, they got him there, apparently. Is this just a dash panel? Or... No, it's a treasure. It says the treasure box, right? It's a ramp. Yeah, it could be like over. It's probably like on this island or something, right? I think this is where I want to go. Let's find out. Could be a massive waste of time. But that's just how this island is, so... Alright. Wait, that just shot me back? No, we're good. Okay, there's also one here, so let's grab that. memory token. It's Memory Token Monday. See, the funniest part is that it's not even Monday yet in my time zone. It wouldn't just be on the ground, it's like up there. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this 2D section 3D maybe? Oh, there's a squid. Back in my day, 2D and 3D used to be a glitch. Am I right? Oh jeez. Okay. I mean, this is cool. I hope it takes me where I think it will. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Welcome to Squid Realm. You can't do pinball afterwards? Okay, cool. This boss look good in the CG, but fighting me in game is such a trap, it takes too long. Yeah, it honestly is a pretty long fight. It's not bad though. Actually, most of the fights in this game I think are good. There's only a few that are not the best. This is probably a dash pad. Yeah. Okay, but where are you taking me though? Over here? And then up here, which is where I put the marker. Oh, there's this. Yeah, there is in fact a puzzle, but it looks like it's already been completed? Yet, I can't see it on the map. I guess it must be another puzzle somewhere? That's freaking weird. Okay, well let's go to wherever that is. And then, figure this out. Okay, unless that's related. I guess not. It's just like a... Maybe fighting squid will allow us to get off the island in a more timely manner. Let's try that maybe. No. No! Yeah, that's right. You would like Pinball Hard Mode for getting all the memory tokens? Please. Don't toy with my heart like that. I'm going to have a heart attack. Alright, I guess, I mean... Okay, that's a lot higher than I was expecting. Ah! Did the game just... Was that a bug? I remember being here. I don't want to be here right now, though. There's not really any way out. Okay. I'm still in fight mode, so I can't check the map. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I'm back here. So I wanted to leave. I want to go there. Oh. That's freaking... This island is terrible. Like, really, it's... Alright, wait, let's jump on squid again. Except this time, actually... No! Come on, dude, I definitely landed on that. Alright, whatever. Get off of this again? So there's a big Death Egg robot over there. How do you get off of this? There's a grind rail there. I guess we'll go for that. Yeah, like up here. Are we all in agreement that the best island is either Chronos or Ares? Like, actual question. So now I'm over here. Let's jump off. Alright, fine. Where's that way. I prefer Chaos over Ares, to be honest. Dang. there any like reason? How do you get a... like, what are these platforms? There's gotta be something to bring them down or something, right? These are just floating. There's a spring here, so I'm just gonna hit that. Okay. Or not. You could definitely just like boost up that. I want to do it this way. Yes, no. I guess I can't homing attack. Alright, let's do it the way you're supposed to. Cringe. Cool. Alright. Everything looks and feels the same in Ares. That's true. While Chaos is very platforming heavy, whilst having cool puzzles where you have to use your moveset to get somewhere. Yeah, I guess Chaos does have some visual variety actually going for it. That's definitely true. It does look quite nice. Especially like the little area with like the oasis and everything. It's just like its design, right? That gets me. It's like I wish I could have an island that looked like this, but like played more like the others. No, what? I guess up here. Probably. Yeah. Alright. Am I going? No, I'm going the wrong way now. So, this way. Yeah. I'll make sure every time. No, that one's just another dash pad, right? Yeah. Like, why? What's the point of that? Okay. I always like when I get a random, like when I get thrown into the air, actually. No, wait a second. What? What's that? I got stopped by, like, an invisible wall or something. Oh, no. Okay, so... just, yeah. There we go. Are these stompless boxes, maybe? Oh, no. Oh. Oh. And then there's another one over here, maybe. Or not. What the frick? Okay. Let's go. So this is where that... so there's a thing in the lava? Did I already do that? I don't remember what that was. That was probably... was that the pinball? Was it there? I guess maybe it was there. Alright, so we're done with that then, I guess. Why doesn't it go away, though? That doesn't seem right. Was the pinball? Huh. Okay, that's bizarre. So I guess I'm gonna go down to this one first. This is, yeah, this one's honestly pretty inconvenient to get. I'll come back for that. Let's just go straight to this. There we go. Oh, alright. These are always fun. No. I don't think that's the button I hit, Sonic, but, you know, you... whatever you want to do. Jeez. Sure. Those always seem a little too easy. I mean, obviously now I'm, like, leveled up, but... even before... Okay, there's a lot more, Ember tokens around here. There's like one up there I saw. So yeah, again, it's really like this area of the island. Like, oh, there's this one up here. But most of them I actually got. So there's a pinball. Oh, we got one of those again. They're back! Finally! I forgot this game's getting an update. Yeah, I heard something about Frontiers getting an update. I didn't hear the details of it, though. I just saw all those clickbait, like, Sonic Tuber titles that are like, you know, Sonic Frontiers is getting an update? And I don't know what they're actually doing to it. Right, it's Sunday. It's been 15 years. Wake up, wake up! Back in my day, 10 years ago, exactly. I feel old knowing that Jen's already an 11-year-old game. Yeah, it's really hard to wrap my head around that. Dutch Bell takes you to the pillar? Okay. When there's some kind of program to control when you can open the map and if you're close to enemies. I think there was in, like, the Lewis scripts, actually. Squid doesn't let you ride until he notices you? Yeah. Oh, really? What? That's so weird. Ares is the highlight for me. Chronos would be amazing if it weren't cut in 3 parts to make it the last 2 islands. I agree, yeah. I don't know what the highlight was for me. It was either Chronos or Ares. Everything looks and feels the same in Ares. Okay, oh yeah, I read that part. Chronos is probably my favorite because it only lasts around an hour on replays without any glitches or anything, which in my opinion is way more fun than a large island that takes several hours. Yeah, Chronos is, I think, the most like painless one to go back to for sure. Chaos is the island at the moment I've tried to explore it. I wanted it to already be over. I felt the same way. It looks nice, but the collision and the amount of 2D makes an island I don't want to visit again soon. Yeah, it's a real pain to move around in this one. Which is the part I like about the game, is moving around, you know? Well, I mean, I like a lot, but that's the main thing. Ironic because I never minded long levels of previous games. Eggman Land is quite literally my favorite level in any Sonic game. Yeah, Eggman Land's great. I saw some people saying that the lava pools were hard to get over, and I just like jumped onto the platforms floating above them from a higher point and went over that way. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of ways you can do it. According to the patch notes, it's a glitch. Wait, actually? You can do some fun stuff if you have a physics mod and Chaos just doing slope jumps to get between different islands. Oh, that's really fun. Yeah, I always get spam bots. It's terrible. Oh, you were just joking about Squid? Oh, I thought you might have been serious because they have like that Squid encounter image. Well, you know what I mean? It like says the name. I just logged on Twitter again. Worst mistake. And someone said something about a hidden reply, and I thought it was a really bad take, but it wasn't, and I'm dying. Was it like a cursed image or something? Yeah, if you ever see hidden replies, you probably shouldn't click on them. There's usually some terrible stuff in there. Like, actually. So what makes more sense? Oh, there's also one down here. I think I'm gonna go for that first. I'm going up the mountain. I don't care what Sonic Team says. I don't care what Mario Kishimoto wants me to do. I'm going up the island. My way! You know, it's like an anime character moment. I don't want to fight that again. Okay, what's this? Bruh. No, just... Does that count? Yes. Cool. I don't know why I'm getting those, it doesn't even matter. Did I run past something shiny just then? I could have sworn I just saw something yellow. Like, cover the camera. Okay, so, I guess on the screen row, yeah. Oh, that's fun. Wait. Wait, hang on. No! I want to go back over there, though. Oh no. There's another one. Oh. Jeez. I did click in the left stick, but okay. Oh, they respawn. Like with the animation and everything. Was that in Forces? I don't think it was. Well, I should have just done that on the way back, I guess. Alright. Oh no. Okay. Maybe there's a trigger where some camera cuts to the boss, but I'm not sure. I was just making a joke based on the Squid Live reaction meme. That's a fantastic meme. Gotcha, that makes sense. I'm going back to the island. Alright, best of luck. So that actually just takes you the wrong way. Okay, because it's for when you come back. So, I like the, you know, Unleashed-esque, dash shoot model. You know, a lot. I think it looks very nice aesthetically. However, in this open world game, like in this format, I think it actually makes more sense to go for something actually more similar to the, like, Adventure 1, dash ring design, because with the Adventure 1, it actually, like, you can differentiate which side is the front and which side is the back, right? Whereas with the newer design, it's just a hoop, so you can't actually tell.
Yo, Tails.
And like a boost level, that's not a problem, but in this game it is.
With this symbol?
I can't be sure without a proper analysis, but it doesn't seem remarkable. What
Dang.
is remarkable is the data retention after all these years. The corruption is negligible, and the maps are so accurate. Not to mention,
It's not
the way
forced,
they can
it's not
insert the
planned
map
obsolescence
data
like what Apple
directly
does.
into the user's mind. It's hard enough explaining yourself to your peers, let alone some long-distance civilizations.
Yeah, too bad they can't give us all the answers to the island's mysteries. You're right, though. It's pretty amazing to have a civilization based on brain power.
Imagine that. Usually it's based on stupidity. Sonic's foot is just doing, he's tap dancing, dude. He's really pretty excited about that. He's having a grand old time. I mean, I'm happy for him, but, you know, this isn't really tap dancing music that's playing. I don't know, there must be a rock that I can't see that it's, like, trying to attach to. Something. He got the stinky foot? No. Not like this. The tweet was exclusively about that Miyamoto rushed game quote, and I thought it would be a bad take, but someone decided to be a troll and caused several people to douse their eyes with bleach. Dang. Yeah, Twitter is like that. I don't think they respawn in forces unless you die? Yeah, I think that's correct. So they brought that back, that's nice. Nice to Sonic had an art style again? Yeah, I agree. This new design doesn't have a clear indication as to where it will dash you. I think the Generations Dash one kinda did, with the animated textures. Oh, that's true, yeah. Yeah, but again, it's like it's not really a problem in those games because the levels are linear. And so you're pretty much always moving in one direction, right? So it's not really hard to tell which way the dash loops will take you, right? Nor do you really even need to know that. You kind of just know, jump in there and it'll send you the right way, you know? But in this game, you know, there's areas where it goes both directions. So you need to know, like, where the dash loop's going to take you. And the only really way to tell is to kind of look at the rings and everything and kind of be like, well, I guess it's probably sending me over there. I know what they want you to do, but I wonder if you... Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll just do it the way they want me to. You could probably just side loop that one without having to have all four there. It's kind of a fun puzzle, though. Like, actually. IK really struggles in this game? Yeah, it does. I mean, at least this game has it. Dude, Fair Adventure had no lighting, so it could get hard to tell which way it was facing at certain points. True. So I guess that's why they needed it there. It did Unleash 2, but yeah. Think about Broken Knees Sonic and Dragon Road Act 1. Painful. Red said linear. I can't believe he called the games bad. No. It's funny how Twitter seems to think that linear equals bad. I don't understand why. Like, what's bad isn't that it's linear, what's bad is, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess, like, when it's automated, but not even fully that, it's like, when the game plays itself. I already went here, right? Oh my goodness, 999. Should I do this, or should I just do it in the 4th island again when well, 5th when I get there? Like, legit question, what do you think? Because I know it's worth more in the 5th island, right? So I should probably save my coins for that. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt either way, but I think that probably makes more sense. Unless someone tells me otherwise. Wait for the fishing stream. Yeah, do like a 32-hour fishing stream. Make Big proud. Let's see if the spline works. Oh, it does, okay. Thank you, Sonic Team. Okay, there's 2 right by the fishing thing somehow. It's Twitter. A lot of times people say stuff they don't even understand. Twitter's unbearable, yeah. I did see, man, I don't want to keep talking about Twitter, you know, but I did see that, well, I mean, you know, the whole Musk takeover thing has been insane. But I have been seeing that he said something about. Sorry, is there another way to go higher on this? It looks like it, doesn't it? Let me get it there. He was saying he was planning on like doing. He wants to use the Signal messaging protocol for Twitter DMs, which I'm mixed on, because on one hand, Signal is really cool actually, and it's actually like genuinely really well made and a great thing that like we have that, because unlike most messaging apps, it's like actually private. And you can actually verify that yourself. You don't just have to take their word for it, because it's open source, so you can just look at the code, right? You can build your own version if you want to, and it's like actually like legitimate. Even like WhatsApp, right? Like says that it's like end-to-end encrypted, but it's owned by freaking Facebook. Well, Meta now, right? But you know, and so yeah, the messages might be encrypted end-to-end, but that doesn't mean they can't read it anyway, right? Because all they have to do is just, you know, read your freaking message and then encrypt it and send it off, right? Like, there's nothing stopping them from doing that, and they can still claim it's end-to-end encrypted, and that's not a lie, right? It's just very misleading. So, I'm positive that WhatsApp like actually collects your data and like scans your text. Like, of course it does. If anyone thinks it doesn't, I don't know what to tell you. It's owned by Meta. That's all you need to know. But Signal, for all intents and purposes, seems not to. Which is really nice. It's like one of the only apps I know of that actually doesn't. And I think that really just should be the standard, because, you know, privacy is a fundamental human right. But anyway, so like, Musk is talking about putting that on Twitter, right? And it's like, wow, that sounds great until you think about it for a few seconds. Because the thing that makes Signal so neat isn't just the fact that it's end-to-end encrypted and it has that protocol that they came up with. It's the fact that it's open source, right? Because you can verify that it actually does what it says, and nothing else, right? So if Twitter tries to implement that, you just have to take their word for it, right? Like, you're just gonna have to believe them when they say, yeah, it's definitely end-to-end encrypted, we are definitely not spying on you, trust us, right? And so you already have to do that, kind of, right? Anyway, so I don't really see how using the signal protocol changes anything. But then the other massive issue with it that is kind of hilarious is, I don't know, he's talking about end-to-end encryption, and it's like, what end, like, I don't know how to explain this. I think he said he used the term peer-to-peer, and Twitter is not a peer-to-peer service, you know, it's a cloud service. So I don't understand how he plans for that to work. Be very interesting indeed. Oh, I'm being an idiot. I thought there was a thing here. Sorry, I put the marker here so that right. Oh, please. That's really cool looking, I say as I'm about to fall to my doom. Oh, hey, how you doing? Hey, Poppy. Those cursed red footballs are in desperate need of a supersonic punt. Can do that. They kind of jump when you do that. Wait for the fishing strip. Yeah. I'm gonna bet 69 cents that Red will finish the game tonight. Nice. You don't actually have to. Better wait for Arenos, that way you get more tickets. Yeah, I agree. I should have a face cam on, and we'll be in a Big the Cat costume. Let's go. Speaking of face, well, I got a haircut. Finally. My hair's been crazy long, and it's been, you know, bugging me, but... yeah. I actually have so much hair, well, had, that I felt like it would be really wasteful to just throw it away. So I'm actually, like, donating it. I'm donating, like, 12 inches of my hair. And that sounds weird, but there's, like, people who need hair, like, actually, right? Because there's, like, I don't know, like, kids and cancer patients and such who, like, go through, they have, like, medical conditions sometimes where they need hair, right? And sometimes it can be hard to find enough of it in, like, a certain color or whatever. And so there's, like, groups you can actually give it to. And it's weird, but it's like, all right, I feel like that's better than just throwing it away, right? So I'm actually doing that. It's just a weird feeling, though. It's like I'm just gonna freaking send my hair to some random group. Yeah, that's... sure. Why not? Don't have a Twitter account, is it worth getting one? Well, if I'm being honest, I would say, well, I have kind of a strong opinion on social media, right? As someone who's been on it for a while. I just basically think that most social media is actually, like, genuinely bad for, like, society, like, actually. I didn't used to think that, but over the years of using it, I've, like, actually seen how it's made me, like, depressed and stuff throughout various points in my life. So I would honestly say probably don't go for Twitter. It's probably better to just avoid it. There are some cool things on there, but it's buried in so much garbage, right? And the other problem with it is that some of the good things are not actually good, because they have this algorithm that's, like, designed to try to show you as many, like, awesome posts as possible, which sounds great, but the reason they're doing that is because they want you to stay on the site for as long as possible, because they make more money that way. And it's actually genuinely hard. You kind of get addicted to Twitter. Like, actually, and it's kind of hard to stop using it. I actually know multiple people who are trying to stop using Twitter, but are failing. So, yeah, I would say probably don't... If you haven't already started using it, it's probably a good idea to just stay away. Because it's kind of on fire right now anyway, now that Musk owns it. And I don't think it's going to, like, die as quickly as people think it is. I think he's got some tricks up his sleeve, maybe. I don't think he's a genius by any means, but I just don't think he's that stupid, you know, to just let all that money completely go away for no reason at all. I mean, if nothing else, some other company will probably swoop in and buy it, right? So I don't think Twitter's shutting down anytime soon, but it's in a bizarre state right now. So anyway, yet another reason I would say probably not. Although Wilson made a good point. Yeah, if you want to promote a product or something, or harass someone, Well, if you want to promote something, it is good for that. It's very good for like getting your name out there in certain cases, but you have to be careful about how you use it. Because just being like, "Hey guys, here's my thing," you'll probably get 1 like on that post, right? There's like ways you have to kind of do it to like get something to trend or whatever, and it's like hard, right? But you can get tweets to blow up, and it is cool for that purpose. So I use it for that. I use it for like announcing my streams and just general updates on just like where, you know, whatever's going, like not super personal, but like just if I'm gonna be unable to stream for a month or 2 or something, I'll tell people about that, you know. So they're not just like, where did he go? And then the other thing is like if I'm making like a mod announcement or something, then I'll usually post it there. So I use it for that, but that's basically it. I'm trying to get away from it too. I would advise not following any attempts at Twitter clones either. Yeah, I would say the same, because honestly I think a lot of them have the same problems as Twitter. Well, maybe not the same problems, but very similar problems, and not much benefit, right? Especially like, what's the one? I forget what it's called. There's some new one that I see all these people are talking about now. Well, so I heard about Mastodon. And Mastodon actually seems kind of interesting. I think out of all the attempts I've seen it being like a Twitter replacement, it's probably one of the better looking ones. Because the big thing that's cool about it is that it's not just one site, it's like there's kind of like 1,000 sites that are all taped up into one app, and anyone can make their own, right? So that's cool because a lot of the problems with Twitter go away because of that. Since you can, like, you know, if you're like getting censored on one Mastodon instance or whatever it's called, you can just go to another one, right? So that's cool. It helps with the free speech thing a little bit. But the other problem, well, there's a lot of problems with it, right? A lot of the algorithm stuff is still kind of there, and I don't know. And then the other big thing is that, if I'm just being honest, there's just not many people there. At least not that I've seen. The groups are like really small. At least certainly compared to Twitter is. Twitter's pretty huge. So, you know, the one of the worst things about like competing with social media is that, right? It's the fact that like you can't just make your own Twitter competitor because no one's using it. And the only thing that's like the fun thing about social media is the fact that people are using it, right? So Mastodon doesn't have the users yet. Oh. Okay, well. I had no idea, actually. Thanks for the advice. Sure. I mean, it's up to you, of course. I'm just saying. I honestly have not had... Like, it's one of those things where I think, like, when you first use it, it seems like it's really good. Like, it's actually like, oh, this is great, what's he talking about? But then the more you use it, the more it's like, this is terrible. I wish I could get away. Like, it's genuinely, I don't know. I feel like way about most social media, though. I certainly felt that way about Facebook. Although Facebook wasn't actually addictive to me. Because I never much cared for it. Twitter is. Twitter's actually, like, fun to use. But it's not really good for you, like, long term. I don't know. I'll stop talking about it, but it's one more thing, like, the main thing that, like, makes you really, like, upset after a while is that, I don't know, it just starts to, like, you start seeing some of the worst, like, takes humanity has to offer. Like, it'll just shove so much of those down your throat constantly. And, you know, it's like, you have to remind yourself that it's not reflective of, like, what most people actually think. Right? Because it really is like a bubble. But it feels like it's the whole world, and it's just kind of like, so many people think this thing that's insane, you know. Like, I don't just mean, like, different opinion than me, I mean, like, what the frick? Like, I remember there's a lot of people who genuinely believe, like, I don't know, it's horrible things. That, like, no men deserve to live or whatever because they're men. And, like, just freaking stupid garbage. If you have anything that isn't a completely left-wing ideal, then you're basically the devil. You know. Lots of opinions like that. If you like anime characters, then you're probably freaking. I don't think I could say that on YouTube without getting like shadow banned or whatever. But for some reason, Twitter seems to think that any anime character is like a child, regardless of their appearance, how they act, or if they're even a child. Like, I remember there was this one guy I saw on there the other day who literally was arguing that this one character was a child and it was problematic to like this character. And this character was 21. And she introduced herself with, "Hello, my name is this, I'm 21. It was like, what do you mean? And then they tried to defend themselves and they were like, well, but she's anxious. And that's like a childlike action, and so therefore it's problematic. It's like, so if you like somebody in real life who's an adult but they're anxious, you must be a creep, I guess. Sorry, that's Twitter's rules. It's really freaking terrible. Like, I don't know, there's some really stupid arguments that go on there. I think what happened was there used to be a lot of people who like thought that way on Tumblr, and then Tumblr banned not safe for work art, and when they did that, a lot of the Tumblr users who wanted that content left Tumblr and went to Twitter in droves, and now Twitter is terrible. I remember a time where it used to be good, actually, though. Like in 2015, I would say it was actually pretty alright. Like, none of these problems were really there then. At least not anywhere near as bad as they are today. Sorry, I didn't mean to blab about Twitter for like 30 minutes. I'll shut up. The only reason you have an account is to see and support some artists. Yeah, that's actually a good reason. Because where else do they go, right? Like, where are the artists going to go? There's not many art sites. And it's certainly not ones that are, like, big like Twitter is. Oh, that's the other thing, too, right? Because even if you go to an art site, there's kind of a problem with that. Because, like, there's a lot of people who like art, of course, right? But don't necessarily think to go to an art website and search for the art, right? And so Twitter is neat in that way because it has that, like, that algorithm, right? So you can just have some random user just scrolling on their homepage who's not intending to look up art, and then art shows up, and they're like, oh, this is actually really cool. I wasn't looking for this, but I actually really like this. And then now you've got a new follower, right? And so it's great for, like, self-promotion like that. But it's kind of terrible for everything else. Also for news, like, it's good to know what's going on because you'll hear about it on Twitter. But sometimes it's terrible at news, too, because a lot of reasons. One of them is that you're going to see a lot of people arguing about it and making really stupid takes. And you're going to see a lot of back and forth, and it's really hard to tell what's actually true and what's just something that some random guy made up and then 5,000 people tweeted about as though it was a fact. I've seen so many tweets where everyone's like, it's true, that happened! And it's like, what's your source? And you find out that the source is a screenshot of a Discord message from some random guy on Discord. And it's like just made up, you know, and it's like, that happens so often, so it's, you know, there's that. But there's also a lot of times where it's actually useful for finding out, like, legit, like, what's going on. And so it's good for that. But then the downside of that is that it's so good at telling you what's going on that you're going to find out about all the terrible things that are going on in the world right now. And it's things that are happening in countries that are halfway across the planet that you can't do anything about, right? And I'm just going to be real here, right? I don't think us humans were designed to be able to carry the burden of knowing all of that stuff. Like, I think we're designed to, like, be able to handle situations that are going on in our local areas, right? And not much else. Because, like, think about it. Like, if every person on the world, like, in the world, right, just did something about problems in their local area, there wouldn't be any freaking problems. Right? Because everybody would be doing something about the problems near them. And that applies to the whole world, right? So, yeah, but, anyway, but Twitter will tell you that if you don't care about what's going on in some country that's completely across the world that you cannot do anything about, that you're a bad person for that. And, you know, I shouldn't have said care because it's not the issue. The issue is that I think everyone does care, but you can't do anything about it, so it's just freaking depressing, right? You're just reading about people dying and things, and you're like, oh, well, now I gotta go to work. Right? And it's like, it just puts you in a bad mood. It's like, I don't know. It's not real. I wouldn't argue that it's something that's useful. Right? Because it feels like it is. It's like, oh, I didn't know that was happening. But it's like, did you need to know? I don't think it's the same thing as being ignorant. Or maybe I should rephrase that. I don't know. People will say that you're ignorant if you don't know what's going on. But I would argue that it's not possible to know everything that's going on. Nor should you try. Right? You should know the things that are going on that you can do something about. And then you should do something about it. Right? And that's, I think, the extent of what people need to do. Anyway, that was a hot take. Best thing to come from Twitter is the Ben Shapiro sister tweet. Now, what's the best tweet, actually? I can tell you the worst tweets, but I don't know what the best one is. There are some funny ones that people have made. Absolutely. The only reason I have a Twitter account is... Oh, yeah, I read that. Sorry. The billionaire wants to help me. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. I talked about Twitter a long time, and now I'm really far behind. A lot of media-centric Twitter users seem to have a underrated and a hot take complex. Yeah, that's true. The most social media I have is basically Discord. Honestly, that's all you need. Unless you're trying to promote something, I guess. So it could be bad, yeah. Sonic fans complain too much about positive... Oh yeah, even Sonic stuff is nonsense. Like, I talked about Colors Ultimate and how it had seizure bugs, and I had people in my replies who were being all like, go outside, touch grass, you are the worst person, you don't do anything, and it's like, because I complained about a video game? What? Like, because people have really strong emotions about video games, and for some reason, if you, like, criticize a Sonic game, they will, like, tear you to shreds. And it's really upsetting because it's like, you know, I'm a Sonic fan, right? Like, I actually really like this character in these games. I'm not criticizing this because I'm trying to bring it down. It's the opposite, right? It's like how if, you know, I don't know, if you've got a child and you know, and they, like, are doing something that's hurting themselves, you know, you tell them, don't do that. Right? I don't know. It's not because you hate them, it's because you care for them. That's why you tell them. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but... I mostly use Telegram to chat with some of my friends. Besides that, I use once in a while Twitter and Facebook. Yeah, Telegram's good. I haven't used it myself, but I've seen a lot of it, and I've heard good things about it. I think Telegram is basically Discord, but like actually private, which is nice. I've thought about trying to get some of my Discord friends to switch over to something like that, but honestly, I get it, right? It's like the Discord app is really nice, and I don't think Telegram has all of those features and everything. Though I don't really know. I haven't used it myself yet. Maybe I should try it. But I don't feel like a lot of my friends would be willing to switch, is the thing. Thank you. It helps any mental to see the red Sosos Among Us appear. Yeah, it's true. It does. It like instantly gets rid of any stress you're feeling. I know you could donate a hair. Super nice. Thanks. I'm sorry. I'm really far behind in the chat. Let me, Yo, bro, did you get the hair I sent? Yeah, I know, right? So I don't know, like, who it's going to specifically. I mean, I know the group, obviously. But, like, I don't think they tell you, like, which person is going to get it. But it's usually, like, you know, it's like people who need it, right? So I feel good about it. I don't know. That's a nice thing to do. It's a really good action. If you can, congrats, you got my respect. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I just was like, because I had so much hair, and I'm like, if I just cut it, it's just gonna be thrown away, and it's like there's so much that's just gonna be. I don't know. Like, why do that? I gotta go for now. Good luck with the stream. Oh, thanks. Yeah, sure thing. Twitter probably won't die so soon, but I'm honestly scared for the future of social media, considering that Musk fired a lot of people already. Yes, I want to talk about that, but a lot of people in my country are trying to move over to an Indian social media called Koo. Is that how you pronounce it? Sorry. I wanted to try the first time, but after some time I just gave up, and I just wasn't having any reach, and there wasn't the content that interested me. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? If there's like, you could have the best social media platform in the world, but if there's only 2 users, right? Then what are you doing? Like, that's kind of the problem. I just remember Colors Ultimate showed which direction the dash rings go. Oh yeah, that's right. They actually did that, and I didn't like how it looked in that game, but I think in this game it would be necessary. Can we have a mod that changes the balloons with an annoying orange? Please. Actually, can we get a mod that just changes the objects to look like the Unleashed ones or the Generations ones or something? I would actually appreciate that. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the stylization of this game's objects. You see people being harassed for making perfectly good points by their followers of Cough Sheeple. Yeah, right. I know. It's like actually a thing. Twitter's just become something super sinister, and people are getting really defensive about it as a platform because Musk bought it, but before he did, everyone was saying they genuinely hate it. Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm being honest, Twitter is like a terrible thing too because it just gets worse. Because I think the most normal people, you know what I mean, who are using it, I think have been over the years waking up to the fact that it's like not very good, right? And so they've been trying to kind of push away from it. Like, they're still using it, but not like as much, right? And so, you know, that's great for them, right? Great for your mental health and everything to do that. But the downside of it is that means that the people who are still actually making tweets, like frequently, are the crazy people, right? Because the less normal people using the site, the more, more of the crazies are left. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think as time goes on and more like sane people leave, the site devolves and gets even worse than it was, right? Because it leaves only nonsense. And so I think that's what you're seeing happening now. Is just the insane amount of bad takes and things. It's like just because of that. So you have to remember that when you're using the site. You have to remember, right, all of these people who seem to think this thing, those are what's left of Twitter, right? That doesn't represent humanity as a whole. One positive thing I can say for Twitter is that you can get some genuine gems and great memes by the response of some people to other people's tweets. That's true. And that's actually that's one of the only things about Twitter that I think is still like hard to replace. Because most of the other functions of Twitter I think are better suited by some other platform. But memes is one of those things where it's like, where do you find memes? Right? iFunny? No, please no. Right? It's like, where else would you go? I don't know. People sometimes post them on YouTube community post, I guess. And Reddit, I guess you can go to Reddit. I guess that's true. I guess you could go there. And, I mean, but that's one thing about social media. Wasn't that bait? I think that was bait, but I have no idea for sure. Are you talking about the one with the character who was anxious and the guy was saying it's a kid? It might have been, because I don't know, because I saw like some people talk about it, and I looked for the source tweet, but the guy deleted it. So I don't know. A lot of times Twitter users will fall for bait, and then it becomes like a thing. And so I saw a lot of people who were like treating it seriously, but I don't know if it was serious. So that's a good point. It may have been a joke. She's child coded. Isn't it the stupidest thing ever? Like, like I just have to say that. Like, that's freaking insane. I don't know. Because that means no one is okay, right? Wait a minute, hang on a second. Are you saying that she's 35 and you're 36? But she sometimes plays Animal Crossing? Animal Crossing is a game for kids. That means that she's a kid. It's like, what are you talking about? have you ever met another human being? Like, I'm sorry, but like, actually, my God, it's really insane. And it really bothers me a lot, because it's one of those things where, like, you can't really talk about it because Twitter spins it and makes it sound like you're the problem. But it's like, what these people are doing when they're saying this stuff is not only are they attacking innocent people for no reason, and sometimes actually attacking children, right? Because I remember years ago there was this guy who was 16, I believe, so he's a minor, right? And he was talking about how he liked this character from My Hero Academia who was also 16. And everyone was freaking out and calling him a creep, right? And they were harassing him, and I think someone went as far as to dox him. And then they found out he was 16, and they were like, oh, my bad. It's like, so you're hurting actual children in the name of protecting children? Like, what are you doing, right? Something has gone wrong here. I think some people's intent is good, but I honestly think most people who are doing that are just trying to get, like, attention. They're just trying to get a big like count. And it's just really irritating to watch, because they're not doing anything about actual problems in the world. They're not doing anything to protect actual kids. They're just going after people who have nothing to do with the problem. And it's like, it drives me insane every time I see it, because it's like, my gosh, stop pretending that you're a hero when you're the villain. Like, my gosh. It really did start being very awful during the Tumblr exodus. Yeah, I think that's when I noticed the change. I remember, because I've been on Twitter since 2013, I think. I've been on this hell site for far too long. And it actually wasn't, I don't remember it being like it is today at all, up until about 2015 or 16. It was around then. There were two things that made Twitter fall. It was the Tumblr exodus, and it was Donald Trump being elected as president. Because so many people joined Twitter when that happened in order to argue about politics, and man, it became insufferable. Someone trying to migrate to Itaku? I've never actually heard of that one. But I don't know if everyone will go to sites like that. Yeah, I honestly doubt it, right? There's that one time where that lady had the whole internet praying for her life to be ruined over a bad tweet in 2013. Twitter was founded on being horrible. It's been bad for a while, for sure, but I feel like the amount of times I saw bad stuff happening on Twitter was, like, lower. It's great for promoting an artist and seeing news about other stuff, man. I really don't want to interact with someone coming, trying to have an argument. I don't have time for it. No, I never post, like, I almost never post opinions on Twitter, because it's just, I've learned from the past trying to do that is just like shooting yourself in the face. You're not going to accomplish anything, because people who are, like, sane and will actually hear a different argument than their own, or maybe the same argument as their own, you know, just people who are going to hear someone out, are also oftentimes the people who are not actually going to say anything. They're just going to, like, read your post and go, okay, and they're just going to scroll by, right? It's only the people who are nuts who are going to care enough to actually reply, and what they're going to reply is all these terrible things about you. They're going to try to spin it. People seem to think that people don't change and you have to apologize for every misstep you did in the past or you're canceled. Yeah, I don't like that either. You can't even apologize. No, you can't, because even if you do, because then you're admitting it, right? So I should play the freaking game. Because then you're admitting that you did the thing. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I guess I did that, but I'm trying to be a better person. People are like, aha! So you did it! Get him! Like, I've actually seen that happen to some, like, YouTubers. It's just like, my gosh. And the worst part about it is that a lot of these people who are going to go after you like that, you know, have done the same thing or much worse themselves. Right? So it's like hypocritical too. Hey, what's up, guys? Hypocritical here. Sorry, bad joke. Today I got cancelled for some post I made in 2007. This is like the time that... No, I can't think of a critical analogy. Like, we're people, we grow up and evolve, and we may say dumb stuff in the past that doesn't represent what we think today. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. Digging up people's past just is uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, I can see why maybe sometimes that's a thing that makes sense to do, but it really depends on the thing. Like, if somebody did something that's, like, unspeakable, you know, that says something that says a lot about their character, and is something that people don't normally change from, then I think that that's one thing, right? Like, if like, some actor, like, assaulted someone or something, right? It doesn't really matter that that was 10 years ago. Like, they still did that, and to bring yourself to do something like that, I think says something about your personality that you're probably not going to ever change it back, right? Like, I don't want to say never, but I think in many cases that's kind of like, that's who that person is, right? And so I don't feel like it's necessarily even bad to, like, quote-unquote cancel people who have done something like that, because I get that. What bothers me a lot more is when it's like someone said a edgy joke, because it's like, were you alive, like, a few years ago? Because, okay, like, let me just say, right? You know, I'm not saying it was right, because I don't think it was, but the internet really was a Wild West in the past, right? And, I mean, I even remember seeing it on, like, the tail end of that era of the internet. It really did used to be a place where you could just freaking say anything. And if people had a problem with it, then they were the weirdos, right? And that's kind of how it was. It was actually a place where people would go out of their way to purposely say the most edgy crap you can imagine. Because it was considered cool to people that you could do that. Because in real life you couldn't say these things or do these things and get away with a lot of it. But on the internet you can do anything, right? It's a new era where we're free. You know, like, that's kind of how people thought. And so some people said some really terrible crap. And of course they still do. But I mean, like, people would, like, throw around, like, offensive words and, like, all this horrible stuff. And they would, you know, face no repercussions for that. Oh, I got a super chat. But now, obviously, that is considered not a good thing to do. And so there's a lot of YouTubers and content creators and whatnot who said really horrible things in the past that they would not say now, right? And then they get canceled for it. And it's like, I'm not saying that that's okay that they said that. What I'm saying is it was a different time, and I think they have already realized that and grown as a person, right? So what good does it do to bring it up and try to ruin them when they're not doing that anymore, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, have you never said anything bad in your past? You probably have. Super Mario 64 DS. Thank you so much, Autumn. I really appreciate it. And for the record, I've never purposely said anything offensive like that. I would never think of purposely doing something like that. But I'm just saying, it's like, it was a different time. It really was encouraged on the internet for a long time, especially on, like, Newgrounds and sites like that, to just say the most vile thing you could come up with. And now it isn't. And so it must be rough to grow up in an era where everyone around you is saying, come on, do the thing, come on. And then when you do, everyone goes, yeah. And then 5 years later, people go, oh my gosh, you said that thing? What is wrong with you? And it's like, I did it because everyone else said. You know? Like, I feel like that's the case for a lot of these content creators who were on there early. Let's see, Telegram is kind of like WhatsApp but way better. But yeah, you got your groups and also channels, but you don't have a separate multiple channel sections like on Discord. Yeah, they should probably add that. My hot take is that government officials should be banned from Twitter and social media as a whole. I don't know, right? Social media is just an impossible problem to solve. Like, because freedom of speech is a real thing that I think needs to be talked about. Because, like, a lot of times when people say freedom of speech, people will, like, make fun of them, right? For saying that. Because it's become somewhat of a talking point that doesn't actually mean that. But I don't think that, like, I think that it is actually a problem, though, right? It's just that a lot of the people who are saying that don't actually mean that. It's kind of, it's weird. But, like, I'm going to agree with you and say this. I don't want to get, like, political, but I do genuinely think that Twitter does have, like, a left-wing bias, right? I think it very obviously does. And I don't even think there's necessarily anything inherently wrong with having a bias. But with Twitter, it's an interesting problem because if it was like the old days, of the internet, where it was a million tiny sites that each had like a few hundred users and that was it, then like if you're on a forum that has a left-wing bias, it's like, who cares, right? Either use it and know that, or don't use it. It's your choice, right? And if you don't like it, then just don't use it or make your own forum, right? Like that was all viable. That was all like a good response to that problem. But with Twitter, it's not really like that because it's like, this is such a huge platform that so many people are using, and it's like, where else are you gonna frickin' go, right? There's like not really many alternatives. So it is kind of a problem actually that certain things can't be said. Well, I guess I should clarify too. They can be said. It's just that the way that the Twitter algorithm is designed is that it's going to purposely demote posts that have content in them that it doesn't want you to see, right? And what it's basically going to prioritize is like what advertisers want, which is a squeaky clean image. You know, they don't want anything that could possibly be like inappropriate or controversial, you know, visible. And so it tends to promote things that are like more like safe, but it's really weird because then it also will just show you outright not safe for work art and images and everything, and it just will gladly show you that. And it will also just gladly show you some of the worst takes you've ever seen, except I guess they're more left-wing. I guess. I mean, I don't think they're any side. They're just horrible takes. And somehow advertisers don't have an issue with that? I don't really get it. It's kind of weird because if you look at like Tumblr, like the new CEO of Tumblr, I think actually seems to be a pretty good person from what I can tell. I mean, maybe that'll age horribly and I'll heavily regret saying that. But it honestly seems like he's like a guy who's trying to make that platform something competent again, right? Because it really was horrible when like Verizon owned it. But now it's in the hands of a new owner that actually seems to kind of care, which is good. But he made a blog post explaining why he can't. He actually says he wants to bring back the inappropriate artwork. But he doesn't feel like he can, and he explained why, and it's actually a good
So
read.
no ancient cannonballs then, huh?
If you have the time.
Wait, are you saying this is a beam weapon?
It's a cutscene, so let's
like
watch
on the
this.
egg carrier?
Exactly. From what I can tell, it has its own battery, independent of an outside power source. Moreover, its capacity is ludicrous. It could level a
It's
mountain.
ludicrous.
It's almost up there with
Jeez.
the Eclipse cannon. But that
Shot at the
was plugged into
headshot.
the Ark's reactor.
Sonic Adventure
This is
2.
freestanding. The Ancients' designs are amazing.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but I mean, they built these things to shoot at something. Wow, what kind of enemy takes that much firepower to stop?
Among Us. That's the only thing that requires a weapon of this size. Anyway, the freedom of speech thing is a problem, right? Because it's like, where else do you go? And you are legitimately discouraged from saying opinions that go against the norm. And I don't think that should be a thing, right? Like, it's one... But it's complicated. Because it goes both ways. Because it's your freedom of speech to say whatever you want, but it's also someone else's freedom of speech to call you an idiot, right? And even to call for your cancellation or whatever, right? And so to say you can't do that is also banning someone's freedom of speech or limiting it, right? So what's the solution? It's like, I don't freaking know. I genuinely don't know. It's just a really complicated problem. And that's why I feel like social media is kind of doomed, right? Like, it's just one of the many problems. It's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about that? Good luck, you know? Stuff that came from WhatsApp, Telegram already had it sooner and much better, like stickers, animated stickers, sending huge files and saving on the cloud. That's really cool. I don't actually know how long Telegram's been around. I only heard about it a few years ago. Twitter could be a great social media, but there's so much toxic behavior and stuff that makes wanting to interact with it like touching a mind bomb. Yeah, it's true. Remembering the time a Sonic fan related to a positive Frontiers take someone had to all eyes on, oh my gosh. But the person they were replying to was gatekeeping, but only person 1 got called out. That sounds exactly like the kind of nonsense that happens on a daily basis. They related a take on a video game to a political thing? That is so insane. Radfordhound is 10 years old coded. Yeah, because I play Sonic the Hedgehog, and I talk about anime. Wait a minute. Does it cancel itself out though? Legit question. What does Twitter think about that? Like, somebody who believes that an adult who happens to enjoy something that is typically considered a child's thing. So like, they like Animal Crossing, for example, right? Like an adult who likes Animal Crossing. Okay, so this person believes that an adult who likes Animal Crossing is a child because they like a thing that's meant for kids. Okay, but what then if you had 2 adults who were in a relationship who both like Animal Crossing? Now what? Like, actually, I wonder what they would say about that. Is it fine now, or is it suddenly a problem in some other way? If someone with like 4 followers talks about how a 16-year-old in a TV show is hot, maybe you need to go outside. Well, in general, just go outside. Like, I don't get it. Like, you see someone talk about something like that, and you think, ew. So here's what you do. You scroll away. And then you go outside. That's what you freaking do. Like, unless you genuinely think that this person is, like, actually potentially harmful to real human beings, right? Like an actual threat to society. In which case, first of all, you better not be freaking basing that opinion off of one tweet, because it's a pretty bold claim. You should probably be looking into this person's profile more, right? And do so cautiously, because who knows what they posted. But you should probably be, like, investigating them more, right? Trying to see if this person genuinely seems to be that way or not. And only if you've gathered a good amount of evidence that they do seem to be an actual threat, then you should do something about it. And that something should not be posting a tweet saying, "Go, get him! Attack him! All of my followers! Attack this man!" What it should be doing is, you should, like, get in contact with authorities. Like, actually, right? If you genuinely think that this person is threatening to society, right? But what you'll find is that that doesn't really happen the vast majority of the time. Because most people who actually, well, for one thing, the vast majority of people are obviously not like that. But the minority of people who are like that are probably not stupid enough to just talk about it on Twitter. At least you would hope not, but I guess some of them are. So, like, that's the thing. I don't know. It's just frustrating to watch this stuff happen all the time. Because you watch these horrible people get away with horrible things, and then you watch innocent people get attacked, and you're just like, world's crazy. You can't be you can't play a family-friendly game. You can't be short. Yeah, that's the other thing that bothers me. You can't be shy or anxious, or else Twitter thinks you're a kid and no one can interact with you, apparently. Yeah, the short thing is a real problem, right? Because there's a lot of people who are adults who happen to be a little shorter than the average. And I'm going to make an argument that is a huge hot take, but I've genuinely thought about this, right? Because Twitter... Like, here's the funny part, right? I don't just sit around and just, like, think about this for no reason. I never would have thought about any of this nonsense, except for the fact that Twitter, like, forces you to think about it. Right? Because Twitter constantly is, like, bringing up some issue that wasn't really an issue, right? And so now you have to consider, like, huh, do they have a point? I don't know. And, anyway, what I've seen happen a lot is, that people will, Twitter will say that something's problematic because this person is like a kid or something, right? And they're not a kid, nor do they look like one. But Twitter will assume that. And what I've noticed is this, right? It tends to happen, obviously with like anime, right? But it also happens with people, images of people in real life who are Asian. I've seen that a lot. Because people will see an image of someone and they'll assume this person is like a high schooler or something. And they're an adult, right? Like, they're clearly a freaking adult. But they'll assume that. And the reason they assume that, from what I've gathered, is because this is just like a thing, right? Like, you know, obviously different, like, how do I say this? Different, I don't know, like, people have different genes and stuff, right? And a lot of times, like, people who are Asian actually tend to be, like, a little shorter, right? And that's completely fine. But Twitter will see someone being shorter and assume that they must be a child. And so, I would argue that they're actually inadvertently even being racist. Because without even realizing it, they're also accidentally saying that you are a creep if you happen to like somebody who is Asian. Which is like yet another wonderful side effect of this stupid argument that people make. I don't know, it just keeps getting worse. It seems like the way that people tell if a drawing is like supposed to be a kid or not is like, I don't even know, right? I think they judge based on the size of the eyes. Because I've noticed that in, like, Western culture, like, in our, like, cartoons, and especially in, like, our CG movies, when we want to make something obviously like a kid or a baby, we give it giant eyes, right? So, like, you'll notice there's, like, all these freaking horrible animated films that have, like, some cat in it or something, and the cat's supposed to be, like, a little kitten, right? And so to indicate that to the audience, they'll give the kitten massive sparkly eyes. And everyone goes like, oh, that's so cute, look at the little kitten, right? And so, like, that's how you tell. And that tends to be what we do in animation in the West. We tend to just give everything large eyes. But only if it's supposed to be a kid, right? Well, then anime just gives everyone large eyes. It doesn't matter their age, everyone has large eyes, that's just the art style. Right? And so, I think that's where it actually comes from. Like, a lot of why Twitter thinks that is because they'll see this cartoon character, right? It's an anime character, but you know what I mean. They'll see this drawing, and the drawing has large eyes, and so they go, oh, my brain has been taught that that means child. So, therefore, right? But it's like, the adults have large eyes. That's just the art style. And it really is weird to me because there are characters in anime that are clearly kids, right? But for some reason, a lot of times, that's not who Twitter goes after. A character who acts like Rad probably would be seen as child-coded, yeah. I'll be first to admit it, I'm into video games, I'm into Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm into anime, I'm into things that I think are cool, like programming. And honestly, they're all kind of, I guess, childish interest, right? Because like, what would be like an adulting thing? Like, I am so interested in property. I am very fascinated by real estate. You know. I mean, I'm actually interested in like the stock market, like unironically. But I forgot Trump's account is back. Yeah, it's back, but he doesn't want to use it. Did you see the post Trump made? I saw Twitter talking about this. I thought it was so funny. So Trump has his own social media platform now called I actually feel kind of like, will YouTube like hate me if I start talking about this? Like, actually, I think it's probably okay, right? He has his own platform now called Truth Social, and I've never used it. I think it's actually based on Mastodon, like, I think what happened was that whoever he paid to, like, make this site just outright just, like, took the Mastodon code, because it's open source, and just forked it and made a closed source version of that. So, it's Mastodon, but worse! And highly political. Yay! That sounds great! But he made his own social media platform. And, you know, I've seen screenshots from it, and I don't know how many of them are true, because I'm not going to actually... I don't care enough to check it out for myself. And if I'm being real here, I feel like making an account for that site, well, like, I wouldn't want to go on that site anyway, but I feel like even just making an account just so that you could check if a post is real or not, and that's it, I feel like you're almost going to be on, like, some list, you know what I mean? Like, oh, here's all the Truth Social users. I see, they're probably hardcore Republicans, right? And it's like, I don't want to be on that list. I don't know. But anyway, I sometimes see screenshots from there, and I don't know if they're true or not. But I saw this one that's... apparently he was, like, saying, like, he didn't want to, like, Elon was like, you can come back to Twitter, and Trump was like, I don't freaking want to. Why would I want to? Which honestly makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're gonna start your own platform after getting banned from a previous one, you're probably not gonna want to come back to the previous one. I don't know. I don't really know why. I don't really know what Musk was going for with that. I don't really understand half of what he's doing. This is so jittery for some reason. Yep. Okay, I think we're going the right way now. Yes. Okay, cool. Quote treats Ruben Twitter as a website, I swear. It did, yeah, it is like a feature that seems to just prompt arguments. I try not to engage with political Twitter unless I see someone I follow say, please spread awareness of how this minority is being oppressed, but it's so insufferable sometimes. So, I mean, even with that, right, you have to be kind of careful because there are people who kind of try to pull at your heartstrings, and what they're really trying to do is just, like, getting something promoted that they benefit from. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I've seen people post, like, we're raising money to help this group or something, and it sounds so great, and then you find out that they're pocketing all the money. And it's such a horrible thing that anyone would even joke about something like that, let alone do it. But yeah, so I mean, even when you're just spreading news, like, you got to be careful to make sure it's like legit information. But yeah, it is good to, like, raise awareness about things that are actually going on, because there's a lot of horrible stuff going on in this world that people don't know about. And if you can do something about it, it's good to know. Have you seen that Critical is in the new Pokemon game? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I haven't. There's no way he's actually in it. Is it like a character that looks like him? I'm also in the new Pokemon game. Oh, okay. We've got a tweet here that maybe you should... How about a little context? Hello? Maybe we'll get that here. Hey, I'm Taz. I'm not so Taz. And we're the Taz Grumps. What? Hang on, let me read this. The one, the only, Taz. Let's go. Oh, is that a character that's named that? That's funny. So I'm just now to the super chat, so I'm pretty far behind. Oh, jeez. How do I keep doing this? Okay, let's speedrun this. I agree if they don't change, they need to take action and see that what you're doing is not right, but there's some cases that people try to cancel others for making dark and edgy humor. Yeah, that's the thing. Jokes in the early days. When normally that's something that wouldn't represent those people right now, I just find sometimes it's like making fire over droplet. Yeah, I agree. Why does Twitter keep thinking I want ship art on my timeline? Stop. It does that. I hardly agree with you, Rad. Thank you. I couldn't put in better words myself. Thanks, I appreciate it. Historical perspective, you know? Yeah. The world never has to know about Team 11. I know, right? Like, actually. My gosh, I forgot about that until now. So much of growing up is realizing you messed up or having things weigh on you in such a personal way that nobody else will or should know about. Yeah, that's like what it is, right? Like, I feel like what it is actually making mistakes and then learning from those mistakes and getting better, right? And the difference is that you're not proud of your past anymore, and you actually maybe hate it even, right? And you're trying to move away from that, right? Like, that's the thing. There are people who continue to act the same way, and that's something that I think is, like, not indicative of a person who is who's maturing or changing, right? But I think most people do try to get better. And so you shouldn't shame them for something that they already know was wrong and have already moved away from, I don't think. Well, like, something like that. Just like words, you know? I think it's different sometimes with actions, right? Like, if somebody killed somebody, it's like, that's... they should probably be canceled for that. Or, you know, they should be in jail for that, right? And that's different. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, an edgy joke, right? That's different. I feel like being conservative kind of promotes touching grass more than using Twitter. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, actually. That's another thing you'll notice. I think part of the reason it has that bias in the first place is because a lot of the people who are, like, right-wing are not really using Twitter, right? They're on Facebook and probably Truth Social now, right? And whatever the frick else. Or just not using social media at all. And probably living much happier lives as a direct result of that. But, you know... So that probably is part of why it has that bias. I agree, growing up as a person is something that you need to do for yourself. I feel like attacking people will force them to stay there. Sorry, but it doesn't mean they actually learned. Yeah, because, like, you can attack, like, Jake Paul all you want to, but he's still Jake Paul. He's not changing as a person. You know what I mean? He might apologize for it, but it's to save face. I don't know. They did that because they're forced to do that by those people. Yeah. Fidel's the only person on planet Earth I'm okay with being overbearingly positive because it's pretty much his thing. Yeah, I mean, if that's your like shtick or whatever, then I think it's different. Attacking people just impedes or totally reverses the process. Yeah, I agree with that too. The worst part is that I feel like Twitter has a lot of weight right now. Like, if you're someone famous and you get canceled on there, it can mean the end of your career. Yeah, I know, and it's ridiculous because it's a site where people just post things. It's a place where I can just post, you know, some stupid garbage that I thought of in 3 seconds while barely awake, and get 100,000 likes on that. You know what I mean? And then for some reason we're giving that site the power to ruin people's careers permanently. Sonic, are you sure that Twitter is the worst social media platform? I don't know, Tails. So much of Twitter focuses on attacking people, whether they say something uninformed or not. This is like a Sonic says. Return back to the era of blogs. Yeah, actually, though. Personally, I use Twitter to talk about Twilight Sparkle for My Little Pony. See, and be careful, right? Because if you're like, man, I really like this character from My Little Pony, someone can take that and say, you into bestiality of a character from a children's cartoon? Right? Like, it's so easy to take something that really is not problematic and make it sound horrible, right? And it's really hard to defend yourself. And, like, that's part of the problem with Twitter. It's just, I don't know. Was that one of the questions of the last on the QA? Yeah, Twitter's microblogging. Sorry for... I'm trying to read the chat fast and then go back to the game. Someone with a lot of followers does something like make not so great art of minor characters, it becomes a problem. But a 4-follower count is quite literally harmless. Well, see, that's kind of... I'm not sure if I agree with that or not, because, man, so the art debate is something that's actually really complicated. Because there is a genuine argument about artist freedom of speech, right? But then there's also the issue that there's genuinely a lot of people who are like creeps. And it's really a difficult thing because there's so many perspectives you can look at it from. But I don't think that someone's popularity really makes the difference as to whether it should be, like, whether it's okay or not. Because just because only 4 people saw something that was, like, terrible, I don't think makes it not terrible, right? It does mean it has a lower reach, so maybe it did less damage or something. But, you know, I think we should be judging things based on what they are, not based on, like, who posted them or how many people saw it, right? So I'll say that. The rest of it's a complicated issue, but because the big thing, okay, well, man, I don't know. I guess maybe I should play the game while I talk about this, because this is something that is like a long topic. So here's the thing, right? So I hear a lot of people make a lot of different arguments on a lot of different sides, and it's like, I actually see this from different perspectives at the same time, and I'm not really sure what I think about it. And it's quite a controversial topic, so it's kind of one that's honestly kind of freaky to even talk about, because it's easy for people to, like, jump to conclusions based on, like, if you didn't say things exactly with the right wording as what someone wants. But I think of it like this, right? So on one hand, there is actually a freedom of speech thing, because here's the thing. Like, how do I explain this? Sometimes art is actually genuinely supposed to make you feel uncomfortable or disgusting, right? Like, there are images that are, like, really gory, like, horrible things, that are, like, statements, like, it's trying to say, like, I don't know, like, there's images that are, like, trying to tell you how war is, really horrible, right? Because I don't know, like, everyone knows war is bad, but, like, I don't know, like, you may not realize how horrific it actually is, because you may don't think about it. It's like, oh, you know it's a thing, but, yeah, you kind of hear about it on the news and, like, whatever. But if you see, like, an image that's, like, showing you, like, the effects of war, it's like, oh my gosh, this is horrible, right? And so you can make really powerful statements that can actually be important, right? With art that is not pleasant to see. And sometimes the fact that it is disgusting or terrible is actually the freaking point. So you've got that problem where if you just try to... Well, there's that one perspective where there's the argument of whether or not you should even attempt to ban art that is, like, disgusting. Because I think most anyone would agree they don't want to see disgusting artwork. But maybe it's proving a point, right? So there's, like, a weird issue with that. The other thing, specifically with what you're talking about, is that it's art, right? And so it's very open to interpretation. So, like, I've heard people say this, but I think it's actually an issue that's worth bringing up. So, like, if I draw a stick figure, right? And then I draw a number next to that stick figure, right? If I'm like, oh, this stick figure is whatever, freaking 2, don't you feel like a creep now, right? Like, I can write any number next to that stick figure that I want to. And so, like, if you're just going based off of, like, that's the thing, right? What I'm trying to say is not what's morally correct, it's more so what should be legally correct, right? And it's just really a terrible issue because it's gross to even think about. Like, I don't even like talking about it. Because it's one of those things where it's like, on one hand you have that. On the other hand, there are so many people who are actually, like, there's actually people who are horrible in this world, right? And want to do things that are horrific. And are the rest of society. And there's the argument that giving these people fuel is not something we really should be doing, right? It's something that's really a horrible thing to do. On the other hand, see, and this is I really feel gross even talking about this issue because it's just such a horrible thing to think about even. But I do genuinely wonder, because I don't think a lot of this has actually been studied, because no one wants to study it, right? But I actually wonder if it's worse for these people or better. Because maybe it keeps them away from people that they would be hurting, right? Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it encourages it. And so you've got that huge problem of, like, I don't think anyone really knows, because what studies have been done on this? Like, even if there have been studies on it, who wants to look it up? Right now, right? Who wants to go look up the data on this? I certainly don't, because even just freaking typing, like, what would you type in the search bar to find creep study? Like, what are you gonna type? Right? It's like... So, it's really one of those things. It's kind of like, I think the real issue, obviously, what it comes down to is that there are people who are hurting people, and it's terrible. And we need to stop that by any means necessary. But how do we actually stop it? Like, that's the question. And so I think the first thing that probably should be done is actually that these people need to be studied. Right? Because we need to, like, actually understand what makes someone become that corrupt and horrible, so that we can prevent it from happening, right? And then once we understand what the cause of it is, we can, I think, make the rest of the decisions from there, right? Because we can say, okay, this thing is or is not related to the cause, and then we can go from there. But I think, like, that's kind of the thing with society. But no one wants to do any of that. So instead, we're in this awkward boat right now where there's all these horrible people doing horrible things, and no one's really doing anything about it. And it's just really... it's really sick. Like, I'm sorry to even bring it up in a freaking Sonic the Hedgehog stream. I don't know why my streams are like this. But yeah, it's something, and it's certainly not a topic that you can discuss on Twitter because, well, for a lot of reasons. I mean, you've got a 280 character limit on your tweets, so good luck even getting a lot of like your point across in a tweet. But then, like, if you say anything that can be misinterpreted in any way, Twitter will misinterpret it. And so that's the other thing that makes discussing this so hard, which is a huge problem because we need to discuss it. Like, we can't just freaking... I don't think we should just not do anything about it. It's a really serious problem. So, I don't know. That's kind of... I guess that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't know. I don't know if that was controversial or not. You're 23, but only 5.18 feet, and you're genuinely scared of people saying your height on Twitter and people tagging you because saying you're lying just because you're short. Yeah, that really stinks that that's a thing that people do. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That really is a problem. Well, if it helps, I think it mostly goes the other way. Like, I think if people see like a taller woman with like a shorter man, I think they're less likely to freak out about that than if it was the other way around, right? Because, I don't know, society just assumes things, and it kind of seems to go in that direction. I don't know if that helps, I'm just saying. Comini doesn't even have big eyes, and that didn't stop anyone. Oh, so that's when I talked about big eyes. Okay, so I'm pretty far behind still. How invested into crypto are you? Like, not at all. I was curious about it, and actually I could have made a lot of money with it. I mean, we all could have, right? Because I saw, it was like 2020, I saw like Bitcoin, I saw what was going on with it, and I actually remember sitting there and one night looking at this and thinking, I could put money into this right now, and by the end of this week, literally, anything I put into this will double. Like, literally, like if I put $10 into this, it'll be worth 20, right? And anything, any number I put into here will be twice as big. I knew that was going to happen because I looked at the price of it over time and I saw where it was going and I'm like, I know that's going to happen, but I was scared. I was like, but what if I lose money, right? What if I'm wrong? And so I said, I don't think I'm going to try it. And sure enough, it freaking doubled and then it crashed. And I was like, I could have freaking made money, but I chickened out. Yeah, but right now cryptocurrency is a nightmare, and I don't know. It's probably gonna go like back up again, but I don't know if it'll ever reach the heights that it did, because one of the biggest problems with it right now is like like governments are like regulating it, and a lot of crypto people were like turned off by that, because you know some people were kind of using it as a free money glitch. So it's I think because governments are like not a fan of cryptocurrency, they kind of want you to just not do that at all, and so I think they're going to continue to like discourage it more and more. And so honestly, I don't know. I don't feel confident in saying that crypto is like a good has a good future, right? I think it'll get better than the crash that it's in right now, but I don't think it's gonna be like super glorious again. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in a few years it'll go up again. I don't know. Why am I talking about crypto? Sorry. I would say don't. I don't know. I feel like don't invest into it. If I'm being honest, I think there's much safer things you could do instead with your money, but what do I know? But yeah, there was absolutely an opportunity for a while to make a lot of money with that, and some people did. Some people became freaking millionaires or billionaires even. Kind of wish I would have wouldn't have chickened out, but anyway. But no, but to answer your question, no, I didn't. I know you were joking, but I'm not. I'm not into crypto. I don't have I don't think I have any right now. I forgot Trump had made his own social media. Yeah, we all did. Okay, I'm really far behind. Once again. Okay, so hang on. Twitter's an echo chamber, so I'm joining True Social. Yeah, exactly. That's so stupid, isn't it? They both honestly are an echo chamber, but one of them is obviously much worse in that way than the other, and that's truth, right? Because Twitter has a left-wing bias, but it does allow... For the most part, you can kind of say whatever. It's just that you might not be seen, and you might be attacked by people, and whatever, but you can kind of say things. Whereas truth is like, it's very much for Republicans who are fans of Trump, and that's it. Right? So, you know, I wouldn't even bother with it. I'm not from the US, so I guess that would be expected. Oh, yeah, right. Fair point. It's going to be way smaller because it's only there. Really. I think Trump has a monetary deal with the platform or something. Yeah, you're probably right. Twitter's a straight up a reflection chamber. Hey. Wait, what do you mean by that? Like, people will, like... That's an interesting quote. I wonder exactly what it means. Thinking about how a lot of the same people who say that billionaires shouldn't be treated like objective truths also try to encourage pushing out other opinions. That is an interesting hypocrisy there. Hello, I love Sonic Frontiers. Hey, how you doing? Sonic Sessions? Was I talking about that horrible, uncomfortable conversation while Sonic Sessions was here? My apologies. My god. Twitter makes me hate the people I follow, and I only follow them because I like them in some way. Right, you're not far off from what actually happened. So what was I talking about when you... Oh, yeah, when I said how people will spin things that are not problematic into something that's problematic. Yeah, exactly. People call Lisa's... yeah, from Sonic 06. Yeah, they sure do. But Sonic's not an actual hedgehog. I think Sonic's a cartoon character. He's not... He's not freaking real. Okay, wait, but that's the other part of the argument. Okay, so I'm sorry to talk about this, but I gotta say this one more time, because that's another thing that really bugs me. So what I see a lot of times is that people kind of determine whether art is problematic or not based on, well, a lot of things, kind of just whatever they want, like feelings. But it usually comes down to, if they have like a logical reason for it, there's usually two logical reasons that I've seen. So the first thing they'll judge it based off of is the age of the fictional character. And the other thing they'll judge it based off of is the appearance and or actions of the fictional character. And I think it's interesting because both of those have kind of make sense in their own way, but also don't. So the common example that I see brought up a lot of times with this sort of discussion, how do I get up there? Sorry. Is there like a spring maybe? Or do I just, maybe it's like up here. No, that just heads, I don't know. Oh, I think that's the end of something. Yeah. Got it. Okay. So there's this okay, I'm sorry, this is really cringe to bring it up, but I gotta say this because if I'm gonna talk about this at all, because a lot of people use this character to argue about this topic. So there's this anime called what is it, like Dragon Maid or something like that. I don't think I actually watched it. I think maybe I saw 1 or 2 episodes of Neo a long time ago. I don't remember. Like, I actually don't even remember. I was never into that show. but there's a lot of people who are. It's like a wildly popular show. And anyway, there's this character from it who is this like who gets brought up a lot because this character is like a dragon, right? You know what I'm talking about. But she looks and acts like a child, like a young child, like I don't know, like 6 or something. But she's like canonically, what is it, like 9,000 years old or something ridiculous like that? Because Japan likes doing that. They like playing with the ages of their characters a lot and just kind of drawing a thing and then giving it a number that's not at all related. And so anyway, so people bring this up in an argument a lot. They're like, isn't this character technically an adult? And the way I feel about it is no. Right? It's not. Because I don't care what number you wrote next to the drawing. It's a drawing that resembles a child, right? So it's a child. Like, that's what it is. I don't care what the rules are in the universe. Your brain interprets it one way. Like, if I draw an image of an apple and I say, this is an orange, that doesn't actually make it an orange. Maybe it does in the fictional world that I've created, because it's a fictional world, so I can do anything I want in that world, right? Okay, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't look like an apple anymore, right? It still is. So I don't think you can... So I think the way that makes sense, to me at least, to judge that by is the opposite approach. So instead of going based off of the number that you wrote next to the character, you need to go off of the appearance of the character, right? And so if the character looks like a child, then it's a child. And if it looks like an adult, it's an adult, right? But then the problem with that is that people will take it the other way, and then they'll say, oh, okay, and then they'll draw some character that looks like an adult, and then they'll say, well, this is a young kid. And so it gets weird, right? I guess what I would say to that is, don't freaking do that, but...
Do you think I can...
Like, I don't understand why Japan does that, and it actually weirds me out.
Tornado's engine oil?
So, I think a good example... Well, let me shut up till this cutscene's done.
When I was lost in cyberspace, I was confronted by another version of myself. He said I was just a follower, that I couldn't think or act on my own.
He said I was just a
Wanted to
follower,
argue,
but he was
I
my
couldn't bring
mutual.
myself to say anything back. I worry he's right and that I haven't changed at all.
Don't worry, Tails. You deleted that edgy joke you made 7 years ago. You've changed a lot.
Bobby hasn't seen you in action. I've seen it firsthand. You've definitely grown, and I know you'll keep on working hard.
I like their characterization in this game. That's really cool. Okay, sorry. So okay, so an example of it being the other way that I find really fascinating is this. So there are actually 2 things that I have noticed that Twitter makes a bizarre exception for. Alright? So hear me out. So if somebody is like, I don't know, like, draws an image of like a character from like My Hero Academia, right? Then people will freak out because this character is a teenager, they'll say, right? Even though the character will look and act like an adult. It doesn't matter, right? That's how Twitter will think about it. But for some reason, those rules don't apply to 2 things that I have noticed. Or at least not usually. I think sometimes Twitter will still attack people for this, but a lot of times they don't. Those 2 things are Pokemon and Sailor Moon. I have no idea why. But I've noticed that people will draw like a character from Pokemon who is not 18, and people will go, wow. And a lot of times people don't freak out. And it's very weird. It really weirds me out, because it's like, what are your morals here? Like, right? Like, if you're gonna say something, you should be consistent with it, I think. Right? And then the other one, Sailor Moon, for some reason people don't apply it to that either. I don't know why. It really doesn't make much sense to me. What I think it must be, the only thing I've thought of that makes sense, is that people watched those like animes, like Pokemon and Sailor Moon, when they were kids, right? So like they watched like Pokemon when they were a kid, and maybe when they were a kid, they had a crush on Misty, right? Or whatever. And so now they're an adult, but they still remember when they were a kid, right? And so that's the whole thing. So like Twitter's like made an exception for that, because they're like, well, it's just weird to see, right? It's like so bizarre to me. The rules are just really based on whatever people's emotions are. But I think it's simpler to just say this. Like, if we're gonna have a problem with anything, we should have a problem with two things here. First of all, the people who, like draw images and stuff of, like, characters that actually look like kids, right? So I don't care if it's supposed to be 9,000 years old, it looks like a kid, that's creepy, right? I don't do that. The second thing I think, if we're taking issue with anything, these are the two things, is take issue with Japan, for instance, deciding, not the whole country obviously, but like a lot of people in that culture, right? Deciding to go out of their way to, okay, so let me explain this. Have you heard this before? This actually kind of grosses me out. But apparently I forget who it was, but one of the artists behind like a lot of the like Pokemon like female trainers apparently has said in interviews, and it's translated, but what they said translates basically to, they were saying that when they designed these characters, they purposely designed them to be, and I kid you not, the word they used was eye candy. And honestly, that's gross. That makes me feel really gross, because it's just gross to say that about anyone. But it's especially gross when you say that, and then the character that you've designed to be that, you then say is like a kid. Like, you give them an age that's like lower than 18, right? It's like, what the... Why would you do that, right? Like, it's just a difference in culture there. But, that's a thing. And so what I'm trying to say is, if we're gonna take issue with anything, I think we should take issue not so much with the people who take the quote-unquote eye candy character and draw art of it, and instead we should be taking issue with the people who designed that character in the first place, and decided to say, yup, that's a kid, even though it's not. Like, why do that? That's creepy. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, because all they had to do to make it completely fine, literally, was instead of writing whatever number they actually wrote, write 18. Because you've designed a character that looks and acts 18. So with the... just write 18. Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you not do that? I think the reason they don't is not always creepy. I think it's because anime is primarily going for a very specific market, at least in Japan. The market that it's going for is, like, high school boys, right? Like, usually, well, for a lot of it anyway, like, there's like, for shonen, at least, right? That's like, what they're going for. And so it just so happens to appeal to pretty much everyone in some way. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot of people who freaking hate anime. But, I mean, there's a lot, like Pokemon is something that I think most people can at least find something in that they're like, that's cool, I like this. Right? It's kind of like one of the biggest franchises in the freaking world. So, you know, it doesn't just appeal to that audience, it appeals to everyone. But it's like, I don't know, freaking catching these mythical creatures and training them and everything is cool, right? Of course. But what I'm trying to say is, but that is, like, the demographic that they're going for. And so I think that's why they do that. I think it's because they're thinking in terms of, we're trying to create a character that we literally want to be attractive to a 15-year-old boy. Right? Like, that's what they're going for. But it just so happens that what brings in someone of that age, right, is someone that looks and acts like an adult. Right? And so that's where it becomes complicated. And it's really just a mess. But I think that's why that's done. I don't think it's because every artist is just a creep, because that doesn't make sense to me. That many would be. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just naive in my way of thinking, but I think that's what it is. It's just a huge problem, right? Because I think the thing is, if I'm being real with you, if you like just say character's 18, it's the same design, I genuinely think that not only would you absolutely not lose the audience that they're going for, right? But it would just get rid of all the problems. Like, you know? So I really think that's probably the best solution. I don't freaking know. But it's just one of those things, it's such an uncomfortable topic. So I'm sorry for bringing it up. I don't know if people agree with me or not. But that's kind of how I feel about it. Alright, I think I'm going to catch up with the chat here. Hello, Smashy, how you doing? You've probably been here for a while. What do you think of Sonic Frontiers? I think it's great. I'm so sorry I've been talking about this horrible stuff. Yeah, I think it's great too, actually. I think it's very buggy and, like, unfinished, you know? And there's some parts that I'm not a huge fan of. But on the whole, the game is really fun, and it's one of the better Sonic games I've played, right? The open world, like, formula is something really good, in my opinion. They've really nailed something here. It's just fun. It's just hard to put it down. And I think the plot I'm not too much of a fan of, actually, but the writing, like, the dialogue is really good, and I hope Ian Flynn comes back, because it's really great to see the characters actually acting like themselves again. I'm excited about that still. The combat's fun to me. I really enjoy a lot of the fights, and especially the Titans, right? That is the coolest thing I've seen from Sonic in ages. It gets me so excited to, like, fight these giant bosses, you know? It's so cool. And that music keeps growing on me the more I listen to it. I'm like, this is so good. So yeah. Okay, oh boy, so I got into a big can of worms here. So so now I should alright, I'm just gonna kind of scroll and just kind of see what people are saying. It definitely depends on a case-to-case basis. Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot of problems that people have with art is not the art itself, but how an individual sees this type of art and what it is. Right. Because that's what it is, right? Like, the problem isn't the pixels on your screen. The problem is what they represent, right? And how you interpret that. And so that's where it becomes weird. Because there's also that argument that I find, I hate to even bring this up, but there's the video game causes violence argument. And it's a very tricky situation because, okay, so here's the thing. So what I'm trying to say is, so video games don't cause violence, right? Like, I think that's actually just kind of known these days. There's actually been multiple, well, the reason we know is because there's been multiple studies done where they actually tested that. They were like, okay, does it cause violence? Let's find out. Whoops. Well, Sonic's being violent. Jeez. And what they found in every study done was actually the opposite. Not only does it not cause violence, it actually makes people more chill, right? Which I think is actually true. There's certainly been games I've played that have, like, ticked me off or whatever, but I've never felt violent. I mean, in general, I've never felt violent. I can never imagine actually wanting to hurt somebody. I find that insane. But certainly not after playing a video game, right? And I mean, I've played games that are like shooters, you know, and I've played quote-unquote violent games, and it doesn't make me think anything like that. What they found was that it actually does the opposite for most people because it's like an outlet, right? Because you play the game, and then you don't feel like if someone has like a violent tendencies or whatever, then they play the game, and that actually like relieves the tendency, right? And then they're actually less likely to like attack someone in real life than the already low chance that they had. So that's like interesting, right? But some people will still say that. They'll still say that video games cause violence. And so it's kind of one of those things. But so, you know I'm bringing it up, and this is where it becomes really uncomfortable. I hate even thinking about this, but it's genuinely like, I think it's a thing that needs to be brought up, right? Because this is a real problem. And, like, we should treat it seriously and not just keep dancing around and going, well, that makes me uncomfortable to talk about, you know, so I'm not going to talk about it. It's like, no, we should talk about that at some point as a society, right? So, here's the question then. So if video games don't cause violence, then that means that just because a fictional thing is depicted doesn't mean that it leads to that behavior in real life. And so now you have the horrible question of, so what about this creepy artwork, right? And you have so many people who have so many different opinions, and honestly, I don't know what I think about it. I'll say up front, the idea of that being allowed is something that completely disgusts me, right? And that's why I don't even like talking about it, because it's just such a like, I genuinely feel kind of sick. Oh, a super chat. Here we go. Thank you so much, Kaz. I appreciate it. Video games don't cause violence? Then explain why colors makes me want to wreak havoc. Yeah, honestly, I still like colors, but I get that. As more time goes on, I realize more and more the problems of that game. Anyway, yeah, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Also, nice havoc pun. That's pretty funny. Yeah, but it's an uncomfortable thing, but it's like a real issue, right? Because the problem is that there is an argument to be made that maybe it works that way too. Maybe it actually does serve as an outlet for these people. Maybe not. Maybe it encourages it. Who knows? That's the thing. Because we don't study this. Because no one wants to fund the study. Who wants to be like, oh yeah, I'm the one who funded the creep study? Yeah, dude. It's like, no one wants to do that, right? And so nobody does. But I think it is something that should be studied, right? But I don't know how you study it without... That's the other problem. How do you study it without doing something that's horrible? Like, even if what you're testing is just, like, an image, then, like, you have to show someone an image. That's horrible. So, it's just really gross. It's, like, a terrible topic. I mean, it's easy to say, like, what I think everyone wants to say is, just don't. But the unfortunate reality is that it's not that simple, because there are people who will. So, that's the thing, right? So I think as uncomfortable and terrible as it is, I think it actually needs to be studied, because I think we need to know, right, the answer to that question, and then act based on that. I think even if the answer is that it actually does make it better, like less likely that they're going to hurt somebody, I still think I'm really creeped out and grossed out by it and don't really want that to be a thing. But I can see the argument for that, so it's one of those things that's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I think in general, right? I don't know, what's good general advice for life? Just don't? How about that? Just don't. But it's something that I think is an interesting topic. That no one wants to talk about. To me, it's all about drawing your own line. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, right? I would say I agree, but the issue is that there seem to be people who can't control themselves, right? And so that's the issue. It's like, if you give everyone freedom to do anything and draw their own line, then, like, you're gonna... You know, so that's the problem. But I understand what you're saying. It's hard to do when you're wanting to figure out where society draws the line. Yeah, where do they draw the line? I think it depends on who you ask. Like, for example, a lot of people could see art of a fictional character like not safe for work and react a certain way, but it doesn't mean that everyone will act that way in real life with a real person. Okay, yeah, so that's... man, this is such a horrible topic. Why the frick am I talking about this on the live stream? About Sonic the Hedgehog, especially. Okay, sorry. Okay, but that's true. That's an interesting point that needs to be brought up. So people have different... So there are people who would draw artwork of things that's inappropriate, okay? And it's things that in real life would be terrible, but in the artwork is not considered terrible. So there's a lot of examples of that. I don't know how to even talk about it in a way that's more PG. I guess there isn't a way. One example of that is like, I don't really understand why, but like incest is like a tag that is really popular on a lot of like sites that have that type of content on there. And from what I've gathered, it seems like a lot of the people who say that they look at that or whatever don't want that in real life. At least they claim that. I don't know if it's true. But the drawing is different to them. Another example, I guess it would be better, is a lot of people have... You remember that... What was that called? Resident Evil. There was a new Resident Evil game a few years ago, and it had that character in it. I think Lady Dimitri... What's her name? I don't... You know what I'm talking about, right? I just don't remember her name. She's tall, right? She's really tall, and she's like older, like a more like mature adult, right? And people really liked her. People really liked that character a lot. And the reason I bring her up is because that's another thing. People have it's called mom, right? People will like, they're interested in the idea of a person who is like older than them, right? And so just because someone's interested in that doesn't mean that they want to be with their actual freaking mom, obviously, right? That's a completely different thing. So there's another one of those things that's kind of an example of that. I don't know, there's the whole furry thing. That's a great example. I think there's a lot of people who are furries. It's actually a very, very common thing. You know, just because someone is a furry doesn't mean that they want to be with an actual freaking animal, right? It's very different. Although there are people who do seem to also identify as furry who are farther in that direction than others. Like there's some people who seem to be more like anthropomorphic and human-like, and there's people who seem to be more like the other way. And so there's actually like a furry scale, right, that people have made up where it's like, how much of a furry is this person? It's like a whole thing. But, you know, all of these topics, it's like, these are all things where it's like, in real life, this thing would be terrible. But in this fictional context, it's not, right? And these people are more than capable of differentiating between fiction and real life. And so then the horrible, uncomfortable, disgusting question comes up of, is it the same for this? And if I'm being honest with you, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because again, there aren't any studies of this. There probably should be. But it's just one of those things, right? Because you have to be very careful with how you word like laws and whatnot. Because if you start banning anything that would be considered bad in real life with the intent of doing this good thing, you're also going to be banning things that nobody ever had a problem with that are completely innocent. Right? And so it's just like such a horrible thing. So yeah, so I do think you're right in saying that like there's differences between things, and it's like such a nuanced it's like such a fine line. It's hard to like, I genuinely don't know, right? Because I don't understand if the people who are like, I don't understand if they make that difference in their head or not. I think some people maybe do, and then there's also people who don't. And so how do you tell the difference? And it's just like, it's just such a horrible thing. Again, I'm sorry to talk about it. It's really not a fun topic. There's lies, a bunch of discussion and war about art and its content. Yeah, absolutely, because it's a difficult topic. There's an even bigger can of worms if you're looking at it from that perspective. I don't know which that was in response to, sorry. Being victimized should never be the ideal scenario, yeah. The bad part is that I know I'm just short, but oh well, it is what it is. I don't know how culture is like in different countries, but I feel like at least here, like, it actually is better in that scenario than the other way around. Because if you're a short guy, then people assume like, oh, it's just a relationship where like, I don't know why, but okay, this is weird, but I feel like people assume that like the taller person is the one who like calls the shots, even though that is totally not like how it works. Like, it may or may not be that way, you know. It depends on the people, but people kind of assume that. And so if you're like a shorter guy with like a taller girl, right, then I think most people, at least here, would consider that to be fine. Like, I don't think anyone would think anything weird about that. But if it was the other way around, I think some people would. Because they would think of it like, oh, the taller guy is with the shorter girl. That means he's the one calling the shots, and he's probably abusive, and he's all these things. And it's like, she's my age. We both treat each other as equals. You know, like, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, I think people read too far into things, but if anyone's going to think anything, I think it would be problematic in that direction, not in yours. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. You had an experience like that in real life in school with some people trying to protect you, and it just made half the class get mad at you. I don't know what exactly you're talking about there, but it's funny because certain countries that aren't doing particularly well financially during certain conflicts totally didn't just ban crypto so they could get a grip of the economy. I see. To be honest with you, I don't know enough about that stuff to really comment on that. I mean, I know that there's some extremely political stuff going on with crypto. I just don't really, if I'm honest, I just don't really care too much about crypto. I thought it was interesting when it first was coming about. I was like, okay. But after seeing what people are doing with it, I'm kind of like, I don't want to get into that can of worms, you know? I don't know. I don't see any real benefit for me. Like, I don't know. I think you can make a lot of money without doing that. Thinking about me being called racist in 3rd grade because we were reading a book, oh boy, in class about black history, and I said she was being oppressed for the color of her skin, and that's Twitter for you. Wait, you got called racist for saying that someone else was being oppressed? What? How is that even okay? Dragon Maid. Honestly, Dragon Maid really popularized this. Yeah, it did. I never watched Dragon Maid, I just know because of a YouTuber that I follow that made videos about the anime, but yes, I know what character you're referring to. Yeah, a lot of people have talked about that show. Indeed, it doesn't help when they say the character is 1,000 years old, but they not only look like a kid, but act like a kid. Yeah, that's really an issue, right? Because how do you tell the difference? Because in real life, age is something that's based on a real construct, right? It's not something that we just made up out of thin air. It's like, it's how many years you have been around, which is like, I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say, but you know what I mean, right? It's like, it's literally based on how much time you have had as a person on this earth, right? It's a real thing. But in fiction, it's not real, right? In real life, it is not a number. But in fiction, it is. That's how I feel about it. And so what matters, I think, more in fiction is the appearance of the character and the way they act. Right? But in real life, it's actually the opposite of that. In a weird way. Although I think people would still be very creeped out by someone who is acting purposely like a kid as an adult. Though people do that. There are some people who do that. And for whatever reason, the internet doesn't seem to really have a problem with that. But they do have a problem with the fictional characters. And so it's just like a weird thing. But I don't know. Why do they make some of the conversation optional? I have no idea. I mean, it's kind of interesting getting more of the plot after the game's done, but people obviously say that in Pokemon all the time. Alright, well, maybe I'm wrong. I guess I'm not involved in the Pokemon community like as much, obviously, but I don't see that brought up with Pokemon a lot. Like I've seen, well, I actually have seen it a few times, but usually what I see happen is someone will say something like that, and actually there'll be people in the replies who are like, nah, Pokemon's an exception. I actually saw several people say that exactly, and it really took me by surprise because I was like, why? I'm not even arguing, I'm just confused. I'm like, why is that an exception? Probably because of the trophies achievements and not feeling like you had to see every scene and make the pace slower. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good that they're optional. It's just kind of weird. Twitter's been Pokemon artists recently. That's not the case anymore. Okay, so it probably was the case a few years ago when I saw people saying that, and it just isn't anymore. So that's probably what happened. And then, hey, Smashy, how you doing? Twitter has some goofy aha rules. Yeah, for sure. It's been a really long time since I've been into Sonic. Has this game been as bad as it looked? Surprisingly, I don't think so. In some ways, we were totally right about how bad it looked. Like a lot of the issues that we saw in the first trailers and everything are absolutely still here, right? like the pop in and the like kind of stiff animations and the jankiness and the bugs. It's all there, right? None of that's like fixed or anything really. It's all there. But at the same time, right? It's one of those things. The game feels extremely janky and buggy, but it feels like it in the adventure way, right? Where it's like the game is janky, but it's fun, and so you're willing to kind of like excuse it for that. Well, that's how I feel about it, at least. But it's actually a really weird one to review because I cannot, in good faith, say that this is a quality product. But it is a really fun product. And so what do you play video games for, right? Do you play them to have fun? Or do you play them to, I don't know, like get a good story experience or something? Because I mean, I think there's like a lot of different like genuine reasons why you might, you know, why you would be into video games. I don't know if it's just for fun for everybody. Like you're seeing this on the screen, you know, it's actually more janky than it looks. if you can even believe that. I'm in battle mode apparently? Okay. So I want to go over the opposite direction, so like here maybe? Yeah. Alright, as a veteran anime fan, I always dealt with this, but Dragon Maid reached the normal viewer base. The community was never the same again. That happened, a lot of sites have actually had that happen to it too, where like, once a lot of people started using it or getting into it, it like, changed in a way that was for the worse. So I mean, I understand that. I don't know. Yeah, so I mentioned, I answered that one. Yeah, Luca's saying basically the same thing. There's a lot of jank and some odd game design decisions, but for you, it's one of the most enjoyable games in years. Yeah, I feel like that's a great way to put it. If you like the adventure, you like Frontiers. I agree. It's really fun. Yeah, I agree with it too. I like, it's kind of like a diamond in the rough. There's some genuinely good stuff out there, but it needs more polishing and time so this format can reach greatness. Yep. Okay, you say that right. I don't know what this was in response to. But funny enough, they say they make the male trainers look intentionally like losers. Oh, so it's only one way. That's hilarious. I believe the quote you're thinking of is why Ash was always getting a new female companion, but Brock pretty much stayed aside from temporarily being written out. Yeah, I don't remember the exact quote I'm referring to. I just remember that they used the specific word eye candy, which rubbed me the wrong way. I'm sure it was somewhat of a mistranslation or something. Probably. I mean, actually, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. But whatever the case may be, it's like that's just not a thing you should probably be saying about anybody. Like, it's not even... Like, even if the characters are all, like, 21 or something, right? It's just the fact that you're calling something that is supposed to be, like, a human being, you know, eye candy. It's like, dude, that's just kind of gross. But, you know, that's how they see it, so... I'm just gonna do this, sure. Nope, I'm wrong about that. Where does that go? Oh, okay. Sure. Why not? It looks a little interesting when it comes to control, but I'll take you guys' words for it when I inevitably upgrade my PC. I don't think it's as bad as it looks. It looks like it controls just like forces, right? But, it actually doesn't feel like that at all when you play it. It does feel weird, though. Like, the jump is terrible. But you get used to it really fast. A pro tip that you'll learn really quickly is that when you boost in the air, Sonic goes, like, up. Like, he gains, like, vertical height every time you air boost. And use that, right? Because you can make some... It makes the movement feel a lot better when you take advantage of that. It's fun because Red is so... bad. Anyway, yeah, he, that's funny that they said they were trying to make them look like losers, and then they did that. This game is demanding as forces? You mean in terms of, like, specs? I think it's actually a little more demanding. My PC can barely run this. Pro tip with that, too? Absolutely turn down the shadows, to low. Like my PC is a potato. I'm playing at 720p, and I have shadows on low, but everything else is high, and it runs fine, right? If I set everything else to low, it doesn't make a difference, really. But shadows made a huge performance difference, and it doesn't even look bad visually when you set them to low. Like, it looks almost the same. So it really does go from, like, you know, like 40 FPS to, like, 60, and you're like, whoa. At least it did for me. Yeah, you meant for the target audience. Right, yeah, I'm sure that's what they meant, but still, it was a creepy comment. It's more demanding for... Yeah, I basically said this. Demographics sounds about it. People have their circles and preferences. Yeah, that's what they were going for. I know I'm really far behind, sorry. Some lots of artists that maybe are not interested or whatever, but they're trying to change... If they try to change, they'll lose their audience, which has taken ages. I mean, that's a good point, too. Yeah, sometimes it really does come down to just, like, what does the audience want? As terrible as that can be. It's a bit of a wish fulfillment thing. You, the 10-year-old you're trying to market to, get to be Ash Ketchum. You get to go on epic adventures with your best friend and a girl you really like. Exactly. Yeah, that's what they're going for. I get that. It's just that it has the unfortunate, like, side effect of... like, of this. But it also irritates me that the games like Generations and Unleashed still look significantly better and more alive than Sonic in this game. I would agree with that, yeah. Like, it feels weird to me when people are saying this is, like, the best Sonic game ever, because it's like, well, I don't know about that, right? But it is a really fun game. It's a creative game. It's a game that I feel is, like, a step in the right direction. As many times as we've heard that. I'm running this on a freaking GTX 760, you know, which is ancient. I'm gonna upgrade my PC at some point, but that's what I have right now. So, you can run this on almost anything if you try, but you'll get, you know, you're gonna get, your mileage may vary, is what I'm trying to say. I can run Forces at a better frame rate than this game, so... Well, with, like, higher graphics settings, too. This is not actually the direction I wanted to go in. Why do you go for that other one? Also, there's Sage.
Hey again. Since we've grown so close, how about helping me out?
I have run the simulations. Sharing data
Water
will not
time.
change the outcome.
You're always talking about odds and simulations, but we living beings don't live by calculations. The will to live, the drive to achieve, the desire to protect the ones you love, that kind of thing can grant a power you can't imagine.
That's...
Love can be converted into power. Do you
have any
data
data?
to
Yeah.
back this proposed conversion?
Nope. That's what makes it miraculous. But if you really need proof, I'll whip you up a miracle by the end of all this. You'll see.
Here you go, it's pie! What? It has Miracle Whip on it! Get it? Because I said I'd whip you up a miracle? Eh. Oh. He has an eye animation again suddenly. I didn't notice that before. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with this. There's the super chat. Thank you again for that. I appreciate it. It's a bit weird to think of it like that, but going back to the comment about people who watch Pokemon, maybe you're still thinking back to those adventures you never got to go on. No, I know it is weird, but I understand. Like, I actually get why people think like that, because I think it's actually fairly normal to look back at your, like, high school years and be like, man, that was great. That was a great time of my life, right? And so I get that mental association. It's just one of those things that happens to be problematic, right? And so that's one of the things. I love colors. I actually like colors too, yeah, even though it has a lot of issues. DS version is really good too, yeah. Maybe because violence argument is something that I'm so tired of. Not because I agree, but because it's like every time you try to prove the contrary, people ignore you. Yeah, because the people who are still arguing that just don't. They just won't listen to you, no matter what you say. Sonic Sessions, you haven't made a Spark 3 release video. Dang. It's hard to write adventure stories, it's hard to make friends, but it's way more accessible to imagine or depict being with that girl you really liked and have those adventures with. So you're talking about, like, Pokemon and its appeal? Or what are you saying? In general, don't actually hurt people. Well, yes. I mean, that really should go without saying. But yeah, absolutely. Don't hurt people. My gosh. Like, I lost counts as to how much time the TV put the blame about some crime or person to action behind a video game. Yeah, I know, right? I've seen that a lot. Like, they'll be like, this person just did this violent thing. Also, they played Tetris one time. It's like, oh no! It's like, dude, I know they're not talking about Tetris, but like, come on, it's so... I don't know, I've played shooters, right? And it's just like, I don't feel anything even remotely close to that when I play it. You know? I don't understand how anyone could even think that that's... What I feel is like, fun. I'm like happy, you know? Because I'm like, I'm having a fun time playing a goofy game with my friends. Okay, here's an argument that I think... I don't know if people have actually said this before or not. Actually, it sounds kind of vaguely familiar. Maybe someone else has said this before. But, you know, laser tag and paintball? Those are real life sports where you run around in something that looks like a gun, right? And you shoot like laser beams or paintballs at people, right? I guess you could also say Nerf guns. That's another example, right? And no one actually gets hurt. It's just paint or a laser. It's a light. You don't even feel it. It's just a little light, right? And it's just a game. Tons of people play this, right? I've played laser tag a lot. I've never played paintball. Actually, I am a little afraid to play paintball because I hear that the paintball actually does hurt a little bit. Because the paintball gets... Because it's just a ball of paint, but it gets shot at you kind of fast. Not, like, fast enough to do damage, but apparently it does hurt a little bit sometimes. So they tell you to wear, like, protective clothing if you're going to play paintball. And I don't know, so I'm not really into that because of that so much. But laser tag is completely, like, the only way you're going to get hurt playing laser tag is if you run and then you slip and fall on your face, right? And no one has a problem with any of those games. Because why would they? It's just games. What I'm trying to say is if the argument is that violent video games, like shooters, right, encourage people to actually do that in real life, then why is laser tag and paintball fine? And why are Nerf guns fine? Is that not more realistic than the game anyway? Because, like... with the game, you're sitting at a computer probably, or a console, I guess, and you're using either a controller or a keyboard and mouse, right, to move around in this clearly 3D virtual world that's on a flat screen in front of you, and that's what you're doing. Whereas in paintball and laser tag, you're actually literally running around in real life, and you're pulling a trigger, right? Like, so if anything, that's more realistic, because you're actually experiencing what it's like to actually, like... It's not far off from how it would feel to actually shoot something, I imagine, right? But no one has a problem with that. I assume it's because in the game, you have the, like, gory graphics sometimes, right? Where, like, you'll shoot this character in the game and then they'll have, like blood or something will show up for a second, right? But it doesn't look real anyway. And I'm just saying, like, I feel like having real-life experience holding something that actually feels like a gun is more realistic than clicking a mouse button, right? If that's what you're going for. But if all you care about is the appearance of it, then wouldn't that mean that if you've seen a video where someone shoots someone, then that's the same thing as having done it in real life? Because I would say that that's absolutely not true, right? It might give you the same trauma, because it is a horrific thing, but it's not the same thing as having done it, right? Especially if you know that it's fictional and it's not real. So that's kind of... So that argument is so silly to me. I don't get it. I mean, I will say that I'm not a fan of, like, gore in video games. I don't like that. I don't know. I just think it's gross. I mean, I know it's the point. It's designed to be... Like, it's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable, right? That's the freaking point. But yeah, it does that. I do feel kind of uncomfortable in games when they do that. And so, you know, I'm not like a fan of it. I'm just saying. That's the only thing that I can think of that actually makes it like different than like laser tag, which no one has a problem with. So I'm just trying to understand because it doesn't even make sense to me. Why can't I open the map up here? Oh, I guess I was still in battle mode for some reason. Yeah, I play a lot of racing games, but it never makes me think I want to go 100 miles an hour on the road because I'm not stupid and lead to an accident. Well, yeah, same. I would never think about that. I'm actually, like, terrified of the idea of even going that fast. I went in a go-kart with some friends at a well, it was a bachelor's party, actually. I went go-karting, and it was really fast, and it was really cool. I've never done anything like that before. But it's funny, right? Because I've played like racing games, but it absolutely did not prepare me for the real thing, right? Because it's not at all like, it's nothing like the real thing at all. Like, it's a stick on a controller and you're sitting down in front of a screen versus actually tilting this thing and driving it in real, you know, it's very different. And so I was actually terrified because this thing went really fast and you had to put on these helmets and everything and sign a waiver because the place didn't want to get sued if you got in a horrible accident. I was like, is this okay? Is this safe? But I will say, once I did it, I was really scared, but it was really awesome, and I'm so glad I got to do it because I started to get into it and I started to realize like how I had more control over it than I thought I did. And yeah, dude, that was freaking awesome. That was such a great experience, actually. But anyway, the point is, it's not at all the same. Like, it's nothing. I cannot say that any racing game I've played is anything close to that. It's completely different. So it's silly to me that people would argue that it's the same thing. It's not a rad story that an hour-long discussion on a topic like this. Yeah, the worst topics humanly fathomable. I thought you were going to talk about the Resident Evil show. I don't actually know anything about the Resident Evil show, sorry. Those people are someone I want to get distance, more specifically the person that would do that with real... Yeah. I agree. I mean, I agree. And for some reason, I don't know, there seems to be a growing number of people who are doing these things. And no one wants to talk about that. I get the problem that it's a very thin line because there's a difference from case to case, but that's something a lot of people don't know and consider, that everyone is like a certain group instead of a big group. Yeah, people don't want to think about it that way. They want to think about it as one or the other. Because most furries are chill people. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know a lot of people who are furries. They're in this very room right now. They're very chill. It's not the same thing in the slightest. How do you tell the difference between someone who acts nice and wants to hurt you and someone who is actually nice and wants the best for you? Well, that's just a problem with, I mean, in general, I don't know. I don't know how you tell the difference. Well, if I'm being honest, I think there are ways to tell. I feel like I could... I know, this maybe is a naive thing to say, but I feel like I feel confident in saying that I think I could actually tell in most cases. But not in all, right? Because there are actually subtle differences I've noticed between people who are out to do some damage and people who are not. But it's really freaking hard to explain. I don't really know how to put into words what the difference is. But I don't know. It seems like I don't know. You also have to define hurt too, because like, I mean, I know you mean like physical. There's also like emotional hurt, right, and like mental, and that's like a really real thing as well. Like, there's people who are going to like emotionally screw with you in some way, and that's also really bad, right? So, you know, I don't know. I don't know how to... I want to put it into one simple word to say, like, a way you can usually tell the difference, but it's hard to explain. I think it's kind of like... It kind of comes down to, like, what's their character like? You know what I mean? Like, do they seem like the type of person who cares about themselves a lot and not much else? Because a lot of times that actually does seem to be kind of a sign that they're maybe not a good person to hang around. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be violent or anything. There's a lot of people who just care about themselves and have a big ego, but they would never actually hurt anybody, right? But I will say there's... If you look at most people who are actually, like, psychopathic or whatever, and, like, study their behavior, I think what you'll find is that a lot of times they seem to really only care about themselves. Right? They have no empathy. And their opinions are what's most important, and everyone else's doesn't matter. And anytime anything goes wrong ever, it's because someone's out to get them, right? Oh, the universe just hates me. That's what it is. It couldn't have possibly been my fault, you know? Of course not. No. It's that there's some deity or something that's out to get me, and everyone's in on it. You know? Like, that tends to be the way of thinking that violent people I've seen tend to have. And I actually have known a few people, like, that kind of have that tendency. Well, not violent tendency, but, like, that do what I'm describing, where, like, they kind of cared about themselves like that, and not anyone else in real life. And I've actually kind of distanced myself from those people because I genuinely don't think it's a good idea to be hanging around people who do that a lot. And I have heard of a few of them have ended up in places that are not very good. So I don't think that I'm wrong about it. You have to be careful though, of course, because you know, you don't want to judge a book by its cover. You don't want to like judge people based on something that isn't necessarily true, right? So don't like take that like as a binary thing, like either they are this way or they are not, and here's how I tell, definitive answer. It's not like that, right? It's like you give someone a chance, and if it seems like they are acting a certain way that's like not good, try to figure out why, or like what the actual reason is, you know? Put aside just, you know, what your first conclusion is. And, you know, like, try to collect... Basically, you're trying to collect information, almost. You're trying to, like... How does this person act, like, in repeated cases? What's the norm of this person? Was this a one-time thing, or is, like, this, like, a common thing that they do? Right? You're trying to figure all that out. And, ooh. And yeah, if what you find is that repeatedly that they are kind of like a certain way that you think is like a bad influence, and that's usually when it's like, okay, I'm just gonna kind of distance myself. Doesn't mean you have to cut ties completely, but just like be careful. You're honestly afraid of interacting with new people? You already got a fair share of bad experiences of trying to be friends with people that were toxic and only got you hurt. I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, that's terrible. There's a lot of people in this world who do that kind of crap, and it's really upsetting, right? It's always some of the best people that get treated that way too, right? And it's really such a shame. My sister went through a lot of that, where she had a lot of people that she knew who she thought were really really good, and who treated her really badly. And it was really hard on her. And she she suffered from a lot of things that were going on in her life, and then also from all that, and she's really been through a lot. But when I finally like realized a lot of things that were going on, because there were also like creeps and stuff that were actually trying to like go after her, and it was horrible. I didn't know about it for a long time, and I feel like such a freaking idiot. I really do. I get really upset when I think about it, because it's just like there was so much time where I just had no idea, and I could have stopped it, and I just didn't know. I feel so bad about it. But as soon as I finally got a clue what was going on, I went, oh, what the frick? And I stepped in and I said, no, this is not okay, and I helped her get the heck out of there. And, you know, I've talked to her a lot, and I've really tried to, like, help her to, like, make better friends and, like, you know, see the positives in herself instead of all the negatives that she always points out, and I've tried my best, and she's been through a lot, but she's worked really hard, and she's doing better now, and it makes me really happy to see, because there was a long period of time where, I mean, I don't want to get like super personal on y'all, but I didn't know what was gonna happen. I mean,
Coming
she
up
was
on the
like,
last Titan. Care to bet who'll be the winner this time?
she developed an eating disorder and
Your odds
everything.
of
It was
victory have improved from impossible
really extreme.
to highly improbable.
Those are just the kind of odds I
And
like to beat.
she's
So
worked
these
really
were
hard,
built
and
by
she's
the
a lot better
ancients
now.
too, right? They're pretty powerful enemies.
She's got a job now, and
managed to
she's going to
defeat the
school, and
ancients'
like
enemies?
she has friends
I
who
can
actually,
only hope their
you know,
next victim is you.
who treat her well, and don't actually want to, like, people who are not creeps. My God. And it's really good to see. She's come a long way, and I'm just happy about it. I don't know. It's corny, but, well, I don't know if I don't know why I'm saying this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I want to say this. It's just kind of corny. I guess I might as well, because people are gonna wonder what the frick they're like, what was he gonna say? Okay, so, when you know, like, she's like younger, right? So I was like there when like my parents first brought her home, right? And I just remember I just like said like I think it was like, well, anyway, I don't want to like reveal age. Sorry, I was gonna say the year because it was somewhat relevant, but I'm actually gonna leave that out. The point is, I was a little kid, and I remember I saw her, and I was just like, you know what? No matter what happens, I'm gonna protect you, right? I don't want anything to happen to you, and I like promised myself that, and so I feel like such a horrible person for not knowing that some of that stuff was going on for so long. But as soon as I knew, I was like, no, heck no. And thankfully she got frick out of there before anything happened. But yeah, anyway, there's bad people in this world. You have to be careful, you really do. But it seems like one big sign of that I've seen from a lot of unfortunate encounters I've had with bad people is that it's that they only care about themselves. And they made me try to, it's confusing because they sometimes try to act like they don't. Like they try to act like they're such a compassionate and caring person, right? But there's a difference between acting like that and actually being like that, and it's a subtle difference. But once you see it, it's pretty easy to tell the difference. I'll say this: a lot of times, a true someone who's actually trying to do something good is usually not going to want to brag about it too much, right? Like they may mention it or something. You know, it's not a hard and fast rule. but it's not going to be like, hey guys, what's going on? Guess what I did today? I just helped the poor. Isn't that awesome? Did you do that? No, I bet you didn't. You were just sitting around doing nothing, right? Because I'm so much better than you. Yeah. It's like, that's not right, because if what you're actually about is helping this person, then you wouldn't need to compare yourself, like, right? Well, in that way. Like, that would be completely freaking unnecessary. So that's oftentimes a sign. If you see someone acting like that, it's probably a sign that they're not a very good person. What the frick? Is that a crazy ring trail that just spawned? That's a grind rail? I don't know what that switch did. NFT, Donald Trump, crypto, Elon Musk, Dogecoin, Kanye West. Are you just speaking Redditor terms? You were in third grade, to be fair. Yeah. It's, I guess what you're like other third graders probably just assume racism is just when you say the word skin color. I guess I don't know. I'm canceling you for calling Ye by his dead name. Is it Ye or Ye? I don't remember. Also, wait, is that considered a dead name? I guess it is. I'm really far behind. I'm sorry. Alright, speedrun, let's catch up. I think this conversation should have been part of how you access the level somehow, but that's kind of just turning into making up its own bigger adventure fields. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those game design problems I actually think is kind of weird, but I don't know what to do about it. So if I didn't reply to any response you did a little while, another swarm of flying termites infested my room, and I had to deal with it ASAP, or else you wouldn't have peace. Gosh, that's horrible. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. It's freaking insane. My ideal open zone experience kind of just ends up being Sonic 06, but the hover was even bigger. Yeah, I can see that. You didn't see the mistake you made? I didn't see what you, I didn't see the typo. I'm going to take a while, guys, and say this is, most people who say this is the best Sonic game ever don't know about, the main game design philosophy of Sonic games, which is fine. I mean, I feel the same way, yeah, but I feel like they're entitled to that opinion. Right. Unlike machines, I can grow. Yeah, it's unlike mechs, I can grow. I get more powerful every second. That's the line. I've played Forces more times than I really should have. You say that most people saying that didn't play most games, just a few ones. Yeah, I think that's true. Mostly the Mega Drive ones? Yeah, it's probably true, too. What is the thought process behind, I guess, they played the games to their mind magically converted the game imagery into real-life action? Yeah, right? I don't understand that. I've heard paintball does hurt, no thanks. Yeah, it does. I've heard that, too. So, I'm kind of scared to do that. It probably doesn't hurt as bad as I fear it would, right? Like, it's probably, like, just, like, you know, you do feel it, and it isn't pleasant, but it isn't, like, actually harmful? I don't know. I've never done it. Maybe it is. I think I have heard stories of people actually getting injured by playing paintball, like, because the paintball hurt them. So, I don't know. I think you're not supposed to shoot it in a close proximity to someone. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really... To me, it's like, just play laser tag. It's like the same thing. But without the risk of injury, so like, why the frick would you not? Again, unless you run in full flat on your face. Ban water guns. Children are learning how to go to war. See? Well, you can get real political with that. We don't want them to learn how to do that, unless, of course, we want to start a war. But anyway, it's weird how we're okay with sending people who are, like, barely adults to war, but we're not okay with people playing violent video games. I don't know. I guess I need to be fair, I'm saying we're, but that's like a very, very different group of people, so it's not really a fair comparison at all. The worst part is, well, actually, now that I say that, though, I don't know, because I think a lot of the people who say video games cause violence are also the same people who are, like, very pro-gun, which is fascinating to me. The worst part is that the argument about video games can be used to any type of media influencing violence, even movies, videos, etc. Yes, I agree. Yet they always say that video games are the problem. Right, yeah, like that. I've said that before. Like, what about movies? Right? Because, like, if your problem is, like, the gore or whatever, it's like, then movies have that. But so I don't think their problem is the gore. Their problem is the fact that you are you're doing it in real life. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. It's the fact that you are, like, quote-unquote doing it, right? Because, yeah, it's a virtual bullet, and it's a virtual trigger, but you are the one pulling the virtual trigger, right? Rather than in a movie where you're just watching someone else pull a trigger, it's like you are the one making the choice to shoot your friend in the game, right? And so people consider that to be, like, the thing that's like, see? That's what's different about it. But if that's the case, then what about laser tag? That's different. Why? Because it's just a game. Mm-hmm. Just like video games. It's the same thing. So I actually wonder, do you think there are people who say video games cause violence and are against video games for that reason, who are also against laser tag? Because if so, then, like, alright, I don't agree with that. But I think that, at least in that case, they're not being, like, hypocritical, right? But I wonder if that's a thing or not. I feel like most people would say that laser tag's fine. I think, if I'm being honest, what it is for a lot of people is just the fact that, they just see that the violence has gone up. And they can't figure out why. And so the only reason they can think of for why it must have gone up is that something must have changed, right? Which is a logical conclusion to make. And so they go, what changed in the world? You know, what happened that could contribute to this? And they say, oh, video games happened. That's a thing that changed, so that must be the problem. But it's like such a, you know, it's such a quick conclusion to make based on very little to no evidence. And then it's not helped by the fact that, like, the news media will, like, back it up because they'll say, like, look at this shooter. Fun fact, did you know that he played video games? Anyway, just throwing that out there. And it's like, why would you even... Look at this shooter. Did you know that he drew artwork? He was actually an artist. Just throwing that out there. I guess art causes violence. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think if you actually look at, like, the shooter's life, you'll find that they were an extremely disturbed person. And the video games really had nothing to do with it. Because they were already freaking at a point where they were, like, probably drawing and saying and doing horrible things. And there were plenty of red flags for a long time coming. And then, like, no one did anything about it. I guess because, to be fair, what do you do? I guess give them counseling or something? I don't know. Alright, I don't want to... I'm so sorry. But since we've already opened that can of worms, I do want to say something, though. In America, we have this huge problem with the school shootings, and it's a terrible thing. It's really just horrific. And to be honest with you, I don't really know what the solution is, because I know people are... Well, I don't want to get into all that right now, but... I will just say I don't think it's as simple as ban the guns, because, like, people think that, and I don't understand why. Because think about it for a few seconds, and it just doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, now that I've said that, I have to follow it up. Like, here's the thing, right? There are so many freaking guns in this country, right? They're everywhere. And so just because you've made it illegal for someone to own it doesn't mean that it goes away. It's not like, oh, the guns are gone, woohoo! You know, it's like, it doesn't work like that. You can't just get rid of them, right? So if you make them illegal, then all that you're doing is you're going to create a black market. Right? Because they're still here. They don't disappear into thin air. So, like... Okay, but hey, but at least that makes it harder for people to get them then, right? But that's the problem. That's the part that people aren't thinking about. If you actually research these cases, which I've done, a few of them, you'll notice a lot of times when like the media is scared to ask the question of... Well, I don't know if I should say scared, but for some reason we never ask the question of where did the shooter get the gun, right? And if you ask that question, a lot of times you'll get an answer, and what the answer is they got it from somebody else. So it's usually actually a kid who does this, like it's like a student, right? Where did they get it? Did they go into a store and buy it? No, you know where they got it? Most of the time, they actually got it from their parents. Or from their neighbor. They just stole it. Or they borrowed it. Literally. And so think about this for a second. So if the parent is legally allowed to have a gun, then the kid is not. But the kid is the shooter and they just steal the gun and use it. And that's already happening today? How is banning them gonna... You know what I mean? Like, it would only make a difference if you got rid of all of them, which is not what gun control actually is. It's just about limiting who is allowed to have it. So, like, I don't know, right? It's just one of those things where it's like... It's not even that I, like, want one of these things or whatever. It's not that I'm, like, super pro-gun. I'm really not. And there's some people who are, and they kind of freak me out a little, not gonna lie. So it's not even that. It's just that I'm like... I don't think that's the freaking problem. Like, I don't think that trying to get rid of them will, like, do anything. I don't know. It's probably... I guess it's a hot take. But I really don't think that would work. And then what people do is they point to data and they say, well, look, it worked in other countries. But I feel like it's different, right? Because in other countries, they didn't have, like America had guns for years. We already have them right now, right? A lot of these other countries that had, like, more strict gun control laws, they did it from the beginning, you know? And so it wasn't like they had 100,000 guns and then they said, no more. And everyone just said, oh, okay, and they got rid of them. It wasn't like that. It was like they had 10 guns or something, or even none. And they said, no more, and then they cleaned it up. You know what I mean? So it's like, it worked there because it was a different situation. I don't think it would work here. I don't know. But then at the same time, okay, so, alright, Rad. So what would you do then, right? Well, what's your solution to the problem? And that's the fun part. I don't freaking know. Like, I genuinely don't know. I don't think that's the solution, but I also don't know what the solution is. And I think we need to do something. But I don't know. So I don't know why I brought that up, but anyway. It's because they always it always brings up that topic again with, like, it's like related to video games causing violence, right? People, like, say, they group it up in the same category. Video games cause violence, and so if only this person didn't have a gun, and it's like, then they would have used a knife, or they would have used a shoe, and I understand that's not as effective. Okay, they would have borrowed one, or stolen it. Like, you know, because, like, making it illegal is like, it's already illegal to shoot somebody. Right? These people are doing that anyway. So it doesn't, just making it illegal doesn't do anything. You know, it's like you have to, oh. I'm getting jump scared by Fortress. Because I talked about too many politics, he's trying to shut me up. Fair, actually, but it's a good point. I never he's like, have you considered shutting up? I'm like, oh yeah. Actually, that's true. I really should do that before Twitter cancels me. Does it go from this, Nope. Misjudged that. Let's try that again. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about it. I think, I mean, so I do actually think it is, like, a mental health thing. But at the same time, I hate saying that, because a lot of the people who say that are people that I do not agree with in a lot of other ways. There's a lot of, like, right-wing people who say that, and then they'll say it's a mental health issue, and then they'll throw their hands in the air and do nothing about it. And then they're given a chance to, like, help improve mental health, and they do nothing. And it's like, no. I think it is that, actually. And also that we should do something about it, and not just throw our hands in the air and say, whatever, I guess it's impossible. Like, maybe we should study these people, once again, right? It comes back to that. Figure out what made them that way, and then take action to try to stop that from happening. I think that would actually help solve the problem. But we won't do that because we're too busy arguing with each other. Constantly. So anyway, those shooters with blood are M-rated anyway, so children shouldn't be playing. I mean, based. Yeah, but people don't listen to the rating, right? They probably should, but I don't know. It's like, Jimmy shuts up when he plays Call of Duty, so they just let him do that. Maybe should parents do their job or something? Yeah, I completely agree with that. Go-karts are fun. Yeah, that's a much better topic. We should talk about that. Yeah, they are really fun. They're much harder than Mario Kart. Yeah, for sure. Even if you're using tilt controls, you know, it's not... If you're using the Wii wheel, it's still not the same. Of course, I mean, I knew that, duh. But, like... There seem to be people who argue that it's the same thing, and I would say it's not. Cop on the whole issue about YouTube content, if they are proper for kids or not, wouldn't be an issue if parents would actually take care of their kids. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Completely, but that's, what are you gonna do, right? There's just a lot of parents who just don't want to parent. I'm kind of goated at go-karts, not gonna lie. That's freaking awesome. I wasn't good at it when I first started, but towards the end of it, I started getting better. And I think I actually did really well towards the end, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to catch up. I got second place. But I feel like if I did it again, I could get first. It was fun. It was really a great time. Instead of just giving them a phone or tablet and letting them run... Yeah, no, I mean, really. My parents didn't let me on the internet at all until I was, like 12, I think. And it was under heavy supervision. The rule was that I could Google anything, but I had to ask them for permission first, and I had to tell them what I was Googling. Which is an odd rule, right? But I think it actually made a lot of sense. For me, it worked really well for a while, right? Because it does a lot of things. For one thing, it establishes like trust, right? Because it's like a two-way relationship that you've got going there. Because the parent is in the position of allowing you to go on the internet and not really limiting you in terms of what, you know, the only rule is that you have to tell them what you're looking up. So because they're giving you that sort of freedom, right, you feel like, not like this is like a crazy limiting like figure who's out to get you and trying to ruin your fun. You feel like this is a person who cares about you and wants you to have a good time, but also wants you to be safe, which is exactly what it is. And so you feel more trusting, and you're like, okay, and so you're more likely to tell them the truth, right? And be like, yeah, this is actually what I'm looking for, you know? And you're not even thinking about looking for a bad thing. Well, I mean, I wasn't at 12. I certainly wasn't. In the first place. So it worked out for me for quite a while. And then the other thing that's neat about it is if you happen to be looking up something that is innocent, but unbeknownst to you as an innocent child, will bring up inappropriate results, then the fact that the parent can hear that first means they can intervene and be like, maybe type it like this instead, you know?
That's pretty accurate. I can think clearly, and I'm aware, but there's no physicality to it. Everything feels just out of reach.
Wait, I saw this one.
Ancients made the cocoa?
Didn't I see this
Something
cutscene?
real to put their spirits into?
It's one hypothesis. We certainly can't rule it
I am
out.
pretty sure I heard Tails say that. Maybe not, I don't know. Oh, I got an achievement just now, okay. Chaos Island Expert. Are there furries in the room with us right now? Oh no. Okay, I'm really far behind once again. They're among us. Okay, hi guys, I'm Bryce Taz. Hi Bryce Taz. Hello Taz Bryce. Also, if they seem very jealous or possessive about you doing other stuff with other people, even though you are only talking with other people and that person complaining is just a friend, stop talking with them immediately. Oh yeah, you're saying another thing about how to tell if someone is like problematic or whatever. Yeah, because if someone's trying to like control your life in a way that they absolutely do not have like precedence over, you know what I mean? Control over. That's kind of a bad sign too, because if someone's like a control freak, basically, right? That's a bad sign. Though, you know, to be clear, there's a difference between that and someone who genuinely cares about you, right? Because obviously, like if a parent is like telling you don't do this, that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, like they could be trying to help you. They could have your best interests at heart, right? But another thing is, like, sometimes, like, good friends will actually tell you, like, hey, you know, I don't think this thing you're doing is good, right? I think this is hurting you. And that doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It actually usually means the opposite, because they put themselves in this uncomfortable position of potentially, like, causing drama and whatever, just for the sake of trying to help you feel happier and healthier, right? And they're not forcing you to do anything. That's a big difference. If someone's forcing you to do something versus if someone is suggesting it, that's another big difference. If someone's like, I think this thing is hurting you, that's different than, you have to do this or else we're not friends anymore, or whatever. That's a very different thing. So said this game doesn't have the sweep cake. Maybe we should mod that in. I'm sorry for her. I know how awful that is. I hope she's not having people doing that to her anymore. From everything I can see and tell, she's not. She's gone a really long way, and it's really amazing to me. Like, actually. I don't know. I don't want to like. There's some like things I can bring up that like conversations we've had and stuff, but it's like personal, right? If I'm being honest. But yeah, I mean, I went through like a depressive time too, and I basically said, we're in this together, you know? Sorry. I just totally spaced out for a second. And that was when I feel like she really started to, like, she kind of said okay, and really started to try to, like, give it one more shot, you know? One more shot at this life thing. And she got a lot better. Yeah, she's been good for a few years now, but this year especially was another good year. Actually, for all of us, I think it was a good year for us, if I'm being honest. Because there were certainly bad things that happened in it, but there were also things that was like, you know, I don't know. Well, my other sister is actually getting married, so that's happening too. I don't know why I'm telling everyone this. It's really crazy to see. You know, because I don't know, she's gonna be like moving out or whatever, and it's just kind of like, dude, you know, it's like, you know, this is gonna happen, but it's kind of like, it still hits you by surprise when it does. But yeah, I mean, he's a really great guy, and I don't know, I'm really excited for them. And I've had a lot of health issues this year, my gosh, which has not been fun. I mean, I had COVID a second time, great stuff. And I had, I mean, I was convinced I had lymphoma earlier this year. Because I told you all this, but it was a while ago. I had this horrifying lump show up on my throat, right? That's like hard when you touch it, and it's like the size of like a, it's bigger than a pea. It's like the size of a bean or something. And it's like pretty hard. Like, it doesn't like move much when you like touch it. And it like freaked me the heck out, because I'm like, that doesn't sound good. But I was like, maybe it's okay. Maybe it'll go away on its own, I hope. And then I waited like several weeks, and it just didn't. And it got I think even slightly bigger at first, actually. And I really freaked out. Because when you look it up, the internet's, I mean, of course it's going to say this. It says this with everything. But it really is like, well, that's lymphoma, which is cancer. So, yeah, and I really did think that was what was going on. And it was really scary. But, So I just genuinely didn't know what was gonna happen. But I got it checked out, and honestly, the doctor kind of just was like, "Don't freaking worry about it," which was an answer that I did not like at all, because I was like, "Listen, right? I understand that I'm like in my 20s, right? And so, you know, usually people who have lymphoma are like older, and so of course for that reason, you probably think I'm a clown, right? Oh, look at this stupid kid thinking, or I guess young adult, whatever, thinking, you know, he thinks he's got this horrible thing, but he's just an idiot. He's just worrying too much, you know." I think that's probably what he thought. But like, listen, you can get it in your 20s too. It's not even that uncommon. And everything I was having seemed to line up with that, so it really freaked me out. And I kind of wish he would have looked at it more, but he kind of blew me off like that, and that was the whole thing. I was like, great. So, what I did that made me feel a lot better about myself was, I know that if it actually is lymphoma, it usually is supposed to show up in your, like, blood. Like, it's, like your blood is actually affected, because the amount of, like, I forget what it is, like red cells or white cells, one of them, right, is, like, actually affected in a way that's pretty severe. So I said, alright, let's get a freaking blood test, and I was terrified of all that, but I did. I got one, and the results looked good. It didn't look like anything was abnormal at all. It actually was all actually pretty healthy, which I was really happy about. And so I think it's okay. I still don't freaking know what that lump is, and by the way, it hasn't gone away. It's still there. Right now, you know, I can feel it. It's about the same size, too. Actually, it's a little smaller, I think. I think it actually is a little smaller. That's a good sign. But it's still there, right? And it doesn't feel like a, you know, like a skin, like a, I don't know, like a pimple or whatever. Like, I ruled that out early on, because I was like, maybe it's just one of those. And no, it's weird. It's like a lump. It really is. But here's, I think I talked about this before. I found out there's this study that I forget who's done it, but I found this. Apparently, there are some people who after COVID, like a few months after COVID, are getting these very lymphoma-esque lumps showing up in the same area as where my like bump is. And that's like a thing apparently, and nobody really knows why yet. But I saw there were studies being done on that, and there's that seems to be a thing that's happening to a good amount of people. And I saw an image of it even. I saw an image in this study of like what it looks like, and it looks exactly like mine. And all the symptoms and everything are the same, and mine showed up the same amount of time as what this person's did. After I had COVID the first time? Yeah. So I think that's what it is. Which is still scary because what the frick? You know, this is like some unknown thing, I guess, because we don't know why that's happening yet. That's a little scary. But that seems, I think that's what it is. I genuinely do. So anyways, it was a scarier for me too, but it got me to realize I need to freaking get up, and I need to move, and I need to, like, get healthier, right? Because a lot of my life I was kind of just sitting around, because I was, you know, I did a lot of, like, programming work. And I didn't move anywhere near as much as I should. Where's the next one? Oh. It's probably not all the way over here, so I'm just screwed now. Anyway, so in that way, it was actually kind of good, right? Because I've started like eating better and moving more and all these things, and I'm happy I started doing that because I've started feeling a lot better. Anyway, so it's the point, all that to say, it's been a rough year, but it's also been a good one. You both are very strong, thank you. Yeah, she's very strong. Like, to have been able to go through all that and come out the other... I mean, you know, the other thing obviously is like, you know, all the... I mean... You know, all of our grandparents who have passed away, and she, you know, she almost lost her dad, and I wasn't in the room when he first he had, like, you know, a stroke, and oh, I didn't do this one yet. I should do that. I wasn't actually in the room when that first happened. I was taking a shower. But she was there when it happened, and she saw him in that state, and he couldn't remember anyone's name, and he was very distressed, and it was probably very traumatic. So, yeah, she's very strong. She's been through a lot. Alright, Sky Sanctuary. Cool, let me check this out again. It would be pointless because of the combat, but also they disable the punches of 2d6 for some reason. Sorry, I don't know what that was. Oh, the sidekick. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm still so far behind. Alright, let's speed the frick up. You two are very strong. It's nice to hear that she is you supporting and helping her get over such a thing. And no, it's not corny, it's sweet and great deed. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Right, you kept your promise. Thanks. I've tried to. I feel like I haven't done enough sometimes. Like, actually, but, you know, all I want is her to be, like, genuinely, I just want her to be happy, and I'm really glad to see that she's doing that now, and she's doing it on her own now, too, right? You know, she doesn't need me anymore, which I'm really happy to see. It's really cool. Sorry, man. Don't people say that you caring and trying to help someone is corny. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And hey, Ian, how you doing? Sorry you joined during all these conversations I've been having that are freaking insane. Indeed, they do stuff like that, like making a good deed, but say that way is definitely an indication that they're not what they're trying to... Yeah, like someone who, like... Right, will be like, I helped the poor today, look at me! You know. Yeah, I know what you mean. I live in Indiana, so I see why people are oppressed takes all the time. I've just learned that I don't care about the opinion of 99% of people who live here, so I just quit trying to act cool. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think it's probably good advice to just do what you think is right, you know, and don't really worry too much about other people's opinions. And it's really hard to do that because, especially in today's society where people care so strongly about some of their opinions, and will attack you for it, right? But I really do think it comes down to that, you know? Anything that, like, helps people and doesn't hurt them is, like, what you want to be going for. By the way, D-pad up to activate the slot machine. Oh, thanks. I thought it was D-pad down. I was trying that the whole time. You also was an artist? You know, I don't know what you were referring to there. You said HIT and then got cut off. I actually don't know what that's a reference to. It's probably something very cursed. I probably would know the name, but video games were probably when they were at their most sane. What do you mean? Sorry. Oh, you mean the people who are who like were shooters? Yeah. Oh, one of the reasons I brought that up is I wanted to say something about that. So in America, it's become such a problem that there apparently a lot of public schools now actually have school shooter like drills, and where they will actually sit the class down and they'll say, "All right, class. So in the event that there were to be a school shooting," which is a horrible thing to put in a kid's head, by the way, here's what we will do. And I think what they say to do is like freaking hide under the desk or something and just wait for the authorities to show up. So that's what you're supposed to do. Okay, do you see a problem with that? Like any problems at all? I can name several problems with that. Beyond the mental health issues of telling a young kid that they might get killed in school. Beyond that, there's also the massive problem of the fact that these school shooters are usually students, right? And so you're sitting all the students down to tell them, oops, I meant to hit that pulley, to tell them about what to, you know, where you're all going to be hiding if there's a shooter. You're training the shooter. You're literally telling them, okay, so if you ever act up, we're all going to be hiding here under the desk. Like, oh my gosh, no. That is freaking insane to me that no one sees the problem with that. Like, I know that the reason they do that is just so that they can tell the parents that we're doing something about it, trust us, we got this all under control, you know. But like, oh my gosh, that's terrible. I don't know, I think that's a really horrible way to handle that problem. I'll say this, hopefully, you know, no one ever actually ends up in a situation that horrific. But if you were ever to end up in a situation like that, probably don't hide under the desk. I'm just saying. Probably freaking get out of there. Like, you know? I don't know, don't like... Gosh, I don't know, I've like had to think about this. Like, I've had to think, like, what if you were in a horrible situation, what would you do? It's not a pleasant thought at all. But I've thought what I would do, well, I don't know why I'm saying this, but is like, because you don't want to just run, because then you're an easy, like, target, right? This is a horrific topic, it really is. But I think what the best chance you have is to, like, discreetly get the frick out of there, right? Like, I think that's the thing. But, oh my gosh, it's so horrible to have to even think about that being a possibility, right? It really is. I never had to think about anything like that when I was a kid. Thankfully. Like, my gosh. I really hope that we can, like, do something about that. Like, you know? Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Here we go. Guns already exist, you're just preventing legitimate people by violence surrounding guns. I mean, see, that's how I kind of feel about it too. Yeah. Like, that's the whole thing. I mean, man, I really don't want to bring this up. This is a really sensitive topic. And it's really not fun to talk about, but I've already talked about so much at this point that, that it's almost like might as well, you know, but like, I don't know. You know, okay, I'll just say it. You know that freaking horrible, just horrible event that happened recently? It was a shooting where the police didn't show up because they were afraid that they would get injured, right? And it's like, it's your freaking job, right? Like, it was such a horrible thing. It was just terrible. The reason I bring it up is actually to say, yeah, as awful as it is, that's actually a good example of that, right? Because if the only people who are allowed to have the guns are the police officers, then that doesn't stop people who already are not following the law from illegally acquiring a gun. But that does stop people who are following the law from getting a gun, right? And so that leaves the shooter and the policeman. Those are the only people who have guns, right? And so, in a situation like that, where the police are too afraid to go in the building, you have no chance, right? There's no one there to save the day, and it ends up like that, and it's just horrible. But I feel like if you have good people who have them too, then at least you have a freaking chance. Someone will run in there and say, "No, screw you! I'm gonna stop this madman." It's all it takes is one brave person. Like, actually. I don't know. But of course, the real issue is that this happens at all. Right? I think we're all in agreement on that. It's not, you know... So... Ideally, you would stop that from happening at all. Okay. This game's physics are really broken sometimes. I'm gonna stop talking about that because I really hate talking about it. It makes me freaking kind of depressed, actually. We have so many that are, some are even homemade. Well, yeah. There's a lot that people just make. Like, actually. If we get rid of them, sure, but we literally can't. That's how I feel, too. I'd love if we could just get rid of it. But I just don't think that's possible. Around here, getting one is really hard. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if that's how your country was from the beginning, then it actually seems to work. But we're not like that. You know? And so now we have to, now we're in the situation where it's like, what do we do? Alright, funny internet man, what would you do? Oh gosh. Okay, there's an example of the Prime Minister, right, it was someone with a handmade one, yep. Yeah, it didn't, right, and it was a thing where he had people bringing that up, and, like, it was a legit argument, but also it was really a bad time to bring that up. You know, I think there are people who, like, obviously, like, just, I don't know. It's just a political thing, right? And so there are people on both sides of the coin who will take every opportunity to be like, aha, see? You know? And I honestly do think it's a disgusting thing to take a tragedy and try to use it as a freaking talking point. Like, right as it's happening, right? But at the same time, I mean, sometimes there are legitimate talking points that probably should be brought up. So, it's just, I don't know. But you'll notice what I generally do with these things is I just don't freaking... Like, I'm talking about a lot of stuff tonight, but usually I don't freaking say much. Because it's just kind of a lose-lose situation, and it's just a horrible thing. Oh, this looks awful right here. Oh my gosh, that lighting. Look at that. Oh. It was like the weird, like, PBR shading on, like, the floor that I was talking about. Okay, S-ring time is when... I missed it by 32 milliseconds. Great, let's do it again. And you have the shooting Japan. Yeah, you guys were talking about that. Yeah, it's true. It's a good point. America should make killing illegal. Exactly, right? It's like they already did. It didn't make a difference. They go to mental health thing, they continue trashing people for having mental health issues. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh my gosh. It's like, that's not gonna help, right? Like, we need to actually help people. Attacking the problem rather than its source. I'm actually glad to see that it seems like most people are kind of in agreement with what I was saying with that, because I understand it's a really controversial topic, and it's a really horrible thing to even talk about. And, you know... I don't know, I wouldn't be, like, on Twitter you can't talk about these things. So I'm kind of glad that, like, we can have, like, a sane discussion about it. Where, like, we're not, like, jumping down each other's throats. It's, like, refreshing to see. I generally don't know what happens when a 4-year-old plays Call of Duty. Like, I get that it's a development stage, but I mean, I played a COD game at 4 and I wasn't affected mentally in the slightest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? I think it's kind of a case-by-case basis, if I'm being honest with you. I don't think we have enough data to say one way or the other, like, definitively, like, what something does or doesn't do. But I do believe that it probably has a mental effect on most people, but it's not necessarily the effect of... Like, it's not necessarily that it makes you violent, right? I think it probably has some effect, but I don't know what the effect is. I don't know. if I'm being honest, I think the real thing that leads to people being crazy most of the time is like being like bad parenting, right? Because a lot of times, like, you'll notice that people who are like really depressed or anxious or anything like that, it's because they just have like a horrible relationship with their parents, you know? And that makes them feel this way. That's the worst part. People with mental health issues get the bad rap, while those guys use mental health as an excuse to justify their actions. Yeah, it's the worst of both worlds. You only use go-karts twice, but you've done quite well both times. It's awesome. If your child is kind of insane, maybe you should not let them access devices. But if they have clearly proven their ability to navigate different ideas and concepts on the internet, then they're fine. Well, yeah, I don't know, right? Like, I've often thought, like, about, like, if I were to, like, parent, right? Like, how would I handle the internet? And to be honest with you, that's, like, one of my biggest, like, what's the word? Like, that's one of the biggest, like, problems that I've not been able to really solve, right? I don't really fully know what I would do, because it's really a hard thing, right? Because on one hand, the internet's an amazing place and it's a terrible place at the same freaking time, right? There are so many things here that are incredible, and there are also so many things that are horrific and terrible. I mean, I have seen, like, you know, videos of like, dogs eating people alive. I saw that video of that man eating bees that I keep bringing up. I've seen horrible things on this place, you know, but I've also seen things that are hilarious, and I've seen things that are, like, really creative, and people who are so talented, and I've seen things that are, like, really cool, and seem to be, like, helpful to society, and I've learned a lot, you know, like, a lot of skills that are really useful to me. You know, I'm a self-taught programmer, right? And when I was younger, I used to go to the library, and I would get these big books, and I didn't freaking know what any of it was, you know, or what it meant or anything. I didn't know what JavaScript was or what Python was. I knew they were like, it was like code, right? And you could use it to make things, but I didn't really know what the differences was between all of them and all that. I didn't understand any of that stuff yet. But I just knew that I wanted to make video games, I wanted to make programs, and so I said, alright, let's just learn computer things and see what happens. And I would often ask my mom if I could go to the library, and she'd say, sure, like she wanted me to go, because, you know, it's educational, it's good. And she was actually thrilled about it, you know. And she'd take me there, and I'd get all these, I just go to the freaking, like, I was like, you know, like an 8-year-old or whatever, and I wouldn't go to, like, the kids section. I'd go to the, like, adults, like, section, and I'd go to the, computer science, and I'd just grab any book I could find there, and, just read it. And a lot of times I'd be like, well, I don't really know what that's for, but I guess I kind of get it now. And then I'd go read another book, and I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I remember my dad, when he was in college, he had a book on BASIC, the programming language called BASIC, right? And he is amazing at so many things, but he was never really technical, right? He was never really a technical person, even still, right? He's learned a lot of stuff, like he knows how to use a smartphone, you know, to get most things done, which is, you know, quite a lot that he learned. It's you know, pretty cool. And he uses it all the time now, you know. But there are still things that even on his phone he'll be like utterly, you know, he's like, what is this? And he doesn't know. So anyway, he's not like very technical, but in college he tried to at some point get into computer science, I think, and quickly decided it wasn't for him and like dropped out of it. So he had this basic book, right? And he saw that I was reading all this computer science stuff, and he was like, "Oh, would you be interested in this?" And I was like, "New book!" I was like, "Sure!" And he just was kind of joking because I was like 8 or something, and this was a college textbook. And so he was like, you know, he's not gonna freaking, you know, he's not gonna understand this, but sure, you can have it, you know? I actually read it, and I actually learned enough basic to write a program in it, and I remember he was like very impressed, which was fun. But why did I bring that up? There was a reason for it. Oh yeah, I was trying to say that so it wasn't all from the internet. I learned a lot of stuff from books too, but a lot of it was especially later when I got older and I was a lot more online. It was the internet, right? I'd go online and I'd search for some, you know, how to do something in some language or whatever. What are the languages people use? Blah blah. And that's how I learned most of what I know today. So anyway, the point of all that, I got sidetracked there completely. Sorry, but the reason I brought it up in the first place is I was trying to say, so the internet taught me a lot of those things, and that's wonderful. And it's very valuable information to me that, you know, and I met some amazing people online, you know, it changed my life in a lot of ways. So I certainly don't regret being online by any means. But yeah, there's some freaking horrible stuff on here too. And so, anyway, so, you know, so it's not like as simple as like it's good or bad. It's like, it's kind of like, it's a tool, right? And it's up to how you use it that determines whether it's good or bad. But then the problem with that, of course, is that, you know, a kid isn't necessarily going to know the difference at first. And so, like, what do you do, right? When in my, like, time, back in my day, right, I think it was a little simpler because, you know, like, smartphones were not really a thing until I was about, well, I think the first iPhone was released when I was 8. I think the first, like, smartphone was then. But they didn't really become popularized until I would say about 2012 or 2013. That's when I think my parents got theirs, and that's when most people I noticed got their first like smartphone. Because they became a little, you know, like cheaper by then, and they got more features and everything. And some of the kind of issues with the first models were kind of ironed out, and you know, people had time to like learn about it, and they knew what they were now. And yeah, you know. And also social media started to become more popular, and then that was like a good use case for the phones. And there were a lot of things that contributed to it. But anyway, the point is it like became more popular, right? Around that time. So, you know, by that point I was like 12, you know? And so I was still like a kid, but I was like getting close to like being a teen, right? I wasn't like a little kid. And, oh, I gotta catch this thing, I think. Oh, wait, hang on. What do I do with this again? X? Okay. Chaos Island Explorer. I guess I got all that. Cool. I think, does that mean I unlocked the whole island? Maybe? We'll find out, because it zooms out after this, right? Yes. Okay, cool. I got the whole island. Hey, sick. Actually, I got almost everything on here. I think we're almost done with Chaos. That took longer than it should have because I spent so much time talking about horrible political topics. Screw me. I'm probably gonna regret that later. Hey. I'll be trying to sleep and I'll be like, remember that time you talked about... Oh my gosh. But anyway, so like, what do you do, right? Because what I was trying to say is like, when I was, you know, when I was a kid, it was like, I think it was easier to just say don't go online. right? You could just be like, no internet for you until a certain age. Okay. And that was, like, fine. You know? But now it's kind of hard because the internet has become ubiquitous, right? Where it's like everything that we freaking do in our lives, you know, it's like involving the internet in some way. And so I don't know if I feel like it's even really an option anymore to fully say, no internet for you until this age. Right? I mean, I guess it's like, sure you can do it, but, you know, your kid's really going to be missing out on a lot of things that is kind of an issue, right? Because, like even, like, their schoolwork, especially during 2020, people who were having to, like, do school from home, right? It's like, you can't say no internet because then they can't do school, right? So you have to have at least an exception, right? Okay, no internet except for school, right? And then it's really just kind of a hard thing. It's like, and I feel like if the adult, like the parent, says no internet for you, but then they keep using the internet themselves, then that establishes like a trust issue, right? Because the kid feels like, oh, you're saying this thing is so bad and harmful, but then you're using it, and you seem to be having a grand old time. You just don't want me to have fun, right? You just don't trust me. And they feel like, not like you're their friend anymore as the parent, but like, you're like this big restrictive enemy force or something, right? I should go for like these first. You're like the enemy, right? Because you're the one stopping them from having fun. And especially when they go to school and all of their friends are on their phones and they're having a grand old time and all these things are happening and you're completely left out of all of it, right? Yeah, you're not gonna feel so good about that. You're not gonna be like, boy, I love my parents. You're gonna be like, eh, right? So I don't even feel like saying no internet is even an option, really. I mean, I guess it is up to a certain, maybe like, up to like 8 or something? I don't know, how far, could you say no internet up to like 10, maybe? Maybe. Maybe you could do that still. But once you're to like 11 or something, it's like pretty hard to say no internet these days, right? It's pretty, I think a lot of people would actually consider that unreasonable. At least the kid would certainly feel that way. So what do you do? I feel like, because if you use the parental controls and you're like, okay, I'm going to track all your internet usage, you can use the internet, but I'm just going to see everything you search for. I think that's bad too. Actually, I think it's really bad because, in some ways, because you're, once again, it's like the child trust issue, right? Like, they feel like you're always, you know, watching them, right? You're always looking over, and it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you looking for? What are you searching for? Oh, are you hiding something from me? And there's, like, no privacy, right? It's similar to when a parent is like, I don't want you to close the door in your room, like some parents do that. I find that to be extreme, right? And actually really damaging for, I think, pretty obvious. Oh, I haven't seen this cutscene, I don't think. That's the fast travel cutscene, I guess? That's awesome. Okay, I'll skip it next time. I just wanted to see it that one time. I think that's, like, actually not good, right? For obvious reasons. You should be able to trust your kid enough to let them freaking close their door, right? And not constantly be, you know, making sure they don't do anything bad. It's like, you know, like, so there's that. And so I feel like parental controls is the same thing there. Like, has the same problem. And then the other issue with it is that your kid's gonna find ways to be clever about it, right? They're probably just gonna find a way to get around the system. so it probably won't even stop them from doing things that you don't want them to do, right? Because a lot of times, especially like the parents are not very tech savvy, right? And so the kid will figure out like, oh, it turns out that they only check this thing at this time, and if I do this, then it doesn't get logged, right? Or whatever. And especially now, right? Because now we have private search engines, which is, I mean, I think actually a good thing, but it has this negative, I guess, consequence, because... So, like, I don't know, right? I feel like if you're using something like DuckDuckGo or whatever, actually I don't know about DuckDuckGo, but I know there's some private search engines like that, where any search query that you type into them is, like, encrypted both ways, and it doesn't actually show up in the URL, right? And so, to my knowledge, that wouldn't actually necessarily show up on a parental control software then, right? Like, they're not going to see anything. Because what they're going to see is just that you went to the search engine, okay, but they don't know what you searched for, right? So it's only if you click on something that's in the search results that it's then going to show up in the software, right? And so, you know, like, I don't think... I'm just going to be real with you. I think people have this stereotype that, like, kids are stupid, but it's not true, right? If they want to figure out how to get around some system that they think is dumb, they will. That's, like, a thing. So you haven't stopped them. All you've done is you've just made it so they don't trust you anymore. Which is a problem because now they're not going to tell you things that you need to know, right? So you can actually stop them from hurting themselves, right? And so what I think you really want to do is actually almost the opposite of that. You want to establish trust, right? You want it to be like, you can talk to me, and you know, and I can talk to you, and it's okay. Like that's the relationship that a kid needs to have with their parent, I think, right? It needs to be like such that they'll actually gladly tell you about whatever because they just enjoy talking to you, and you enjoy talking to them, and you're just like friends, you know? Like I think that needs to be like the relationship that you have, because if you have this relationship of like, I am the stern parent who tells you not to have fun, then they like won't tell you things. They don't trust you. And they'll actively go against your back and everything, right? And might hurt themselves. And so anyway, so you got that problem, but then also there is genuinely like the possibility of like finding something that is harmful, right? And so it's like, what do you do? I don't know. I know that most like websites say that you can't use them at all until you're 13, and I think that's very fair. I think that's a good place. I mean, honestly, if anything, I almost kind of feel like maybe that's maybe sometimes it needs to be higher than that. But okay, there's one more left, I think. Yeah, one more memory token. Okay. Oh no, do two more. One of them's on that freaking stupid island. Okay, is there a fast travel anywhere near there? Yeah. Okay. I'm real far behind with the chat. You played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas when you were 6 and honestly didn't affect you at all. You lost interest in the series and grew up. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. I mean, I don't know. I never played shooter games when I was a kid, so I don't know. I don't know if it has an effect or not, right? But honestly, I don't know if it does, right? It might have some effect, but if it does, I don't think it's anything like violent. I think maybe all that it does is it just makes it so that you're less squeamish to that kind of thing, right? Because I'm actually still kind of squeamish to some of that. Like if I'm watching a movie and they have a scene where it's like gory or something, I actually kind of like, I'm like, ugh, right? Like it kind of bugs me. But I've seen people who just watch those scenes and they just stare at it blank face and it doesn't faze them at all. So I do think that maybe it has that effect on you, but that doesn't mean you're going to go hurt somebody at all. It just means that you're not squeamish to that, right? I think what makes someone... Well, I don't know, right? But I feel like if anything, if something does... Like, what pushes someone in the direction of wanting to be violent, I think is, like, hating their life and hating everything in this world. You know what I mean? and deciding they want to just throw everything away. Like, I think that's kind of the mentality that some of these people have. And what leads you to that, right? Not video games. It's other things in your life. So I think that's what the issue of that is. I blocked all technology for a child. It's genuinely insane and probably would ruin their entire adult life because they would quite literally be living in a different world. Yeah, good point. Like, especially now, because when I was a kid, it was different. Because technology was just like a tool. It was like an added bonus. It was like a cherry on top, right? That's a weird analogy. I don't know why I said that. It was like a thing that, like, you know, was helpful, but it wasn't necessary, right? Now, I guess you could say that that's still true, but it really isn't quite the same. It's hard to explain, right? But it really is kind of freaking necessary now. Like, if you're signing up for a job somewhere and you're like, I don't have Facebook or Twitter or anything, they're going to kind of look at you weird. Like, really? And actually, I think they might even think you're, like, suspicious or something. Like, well, what's up with this guy? No, he probably has a Twitter and he's just lying. He just has something to hide. Right? Like, that's, like, how much things have shifted. You can't do, like, a lot of school or work at all unless you have, you know, a computer or a phone. And it's really necessary now, which is not at all how it used to be. And so, to block it all, I think, is not an option anymore. But it was when I was younger. It actually was an option. And it wasn't insane then. Now it is. And it changed within just, like, about 10 years of time. It really did. So yeah, but I don't know what you should do instead. Because, like, I had technology when I was a kid, but it wasn't, like, full-on internet access and stuff. Alright, I got all the memory tokens. Let's freaking go. So that's chaos, I guess. Alrighty, so I guess all that's left is Arenos. I need to actually hurry up here. It says 90% complete, but there's a lot of memory tokens in this one, so this is probably going to take a while. But I'm going to try to do it tonight. We'll see. Issue with COD, in your opinion, isn't the violence, it's the fact that the new ones are blatant propaganda. So I don't, like, really know anything about COD, but I can see that. That's the thing, was if no parent thinks their child is insane. That's true.
Created by Eggman, right?
Which is,
My base code was
actually an
compiled
issue,
by him.
right?
The
Because
scope of my capabilities was vastly modified once I integrated with cyberspace, but he is
I think
my
most parents
creator.
think, like, oh, my child is an innocent, perfect human being who has no idea about any of this stuff,
Forward this scenario with the
and they would
highest
never do anything
likelihood for
wrong.
survival. That is all.
And if they were to go on the internet, then they would be corrupted immediately, and they would become evil, and they might do bad things like put a red streak in their hair, or get a tattoo or something. Oh no, you can't have that, right? So there's this mentality of like that, but you know, it's like the truth is they probably have seen things. Because especially today, it's almost impossible freaking not to. You don't have to look up something to find it, right? The content comes to you. Oh wait, I forgot how to fight this. Whoops. Guess that works. This is really cool looking. Oh, hey, okay. Sure, just parry that, I guess. I think there should be some supervision. The internet's not a safe place. Sometimes ads or conditions can lead one thing to another. Yeah, well, I think you're right. That's the hard part. It's like, where do you draw the line, right? Because you don't want to be tracking their every move, I don't think. Because that, again, that's like a trust issue, right? that just promotes, I believe, like, that just promotes a sneaky child, right? That just makes someone want to go like, okay, well, I'm just going to find a way to get around your little tracking, right? So I don't think that's the answer, but at the same time, you don't want to just say, alright, well, you just do whatever with no tracking and I'll have no way of knowing. That's fine. Because your child could actually be exposed to something that's, like, really harmful and not think it's harmful and not tell you about it. And that could be really bad. Probably cheese that somehow by using that thing to get height. Sometimes it lets you say cutscene twice. Oh, that's... What the frick? That's bizarre. Sure could end up looking at something you wouldn't be supposed to see. Right. That's the issue. Persona games linear, stop talking to it immediately. Like, I'll be honest, once for the internet, I wouldn't, like, have respect for human rights in the same way I do in this timeline. Everyone goes through depressive states, you just need to have a reason to keep going. Also, I accidentally wrote Sonic instead of States the first time, going and saying, oh, you're fine. Congratulations, Finko. Yeah, happy for, yeah, me too. I'm really excited for, wow, I'm so far behind. Okay, I think I should just probably skip to the end, right? Wait, I did see this, though. I always used to wonder why when you look up anything medical online, it says you will die in the next 30 seconds, but to be fair, better safe than sorry. I have a bit of... Okay, I'm not much of a tinfoil hat guy. I really am not. I think most of these conspiracy theories people have are, like, insane. But I actually do have a conspiracy theory with that. I genuinely think the medical, like, industry in the US is freaking extremely corrupt. Because I've seen it multiple times. I think, well, one example that everyone knows about is, like, the cost of insulin, right? It's, like, insane. And there's no reason it has to be that expensive. They just make it expensive because greed. And because you're forced to pay for it because if you don't, you'll die. If you have this condition, right? So there's that. But another example of that is, like, okay, there's a company called Johnson & Johnson, right? And I'm not talking about a vaccine, don't worry, okay? They have a long freaking history of making horrible products that they know cause horrible issues in people and selling them anyway because they also happen to have a solution to it a lot of times that they can sell that too. And they're like actually like treat people like human beings as though they're like products. You know what I mean? Like, oh, if we give them this disease, then we can cure it with this product. And, woo! And they do all this freaking... It's horrible. They got in so much legal trouble a few years back. Was it like 2016 or something? I don't remember when it was. It was nuts. It seemed like there was no way they would be able to financially recover because they knowingly sold products that were giving women like breast cancer, like actually, like they had insane amounts of data that proved that this was a thing, and they just did it anyway because it made money and it was too expensive to change it. And they just all this, so you can read it yourself if you want to. Just look up like Johnson & Johnson scandal and you'll get so many results. But they're really like a corrupt freaking company, and so anyway, that's just another example of what I'm talking about. There's so many like situations like that where it's like the medical industry is just so freaking corrupt, and I really do believe that. So, you know, of course I believe in like actual science, right? I believe that, like, you know, scientists are not out to hurt people, they're out to do the opposite, right? But I also believe that big companies are totally out to hurt people. They're out to try to take the truth and to twist it, to try to find a way to make money doing something that they know is harmful, right? And it's really messed up, but it's a thing that happens, right? Oops. Anyway, so the reason I bring that up is, so I have a bit of a conspiracy theory. So when you look up stuff on the internet, about like medical stuff, and you get extremely unhelpful results that basically say, yeah, you probably have cancer and are dying. Anyway, go visit a doctor right now. When what you actually have is a cold, or you stubbed your toe, right? And it's literally not an issue. I think the reason that happens is because there's some corruption going on. I don't know. I don't know who's responsible for it, right? I'm not going to point fingers because I don't freaking know. But I think that Google is actually paid to promote certain results and demote other results, right? So they're paid to like encourage results that basically tell you you're dying, because the people who are paying them to do that are part of the pharmaceutical industry. And so they get paid every time that you get prescribed a drug, and so they want you to go to the doctor so that you can get prescribed a drug and they can get paid, right? So it's like a money-making thing. But it comes at the cost of valuable information and possibly human health.
Dr. Eggman in cyberspace to protect him from the impending destruction. I had hoped to keep out external variables as well. You were not meant to come here.
Yeah, I figured that out. I understand now why you locked my friends in the cyber cages and fought me. I wasn't exactly going to leave the Titans alone either.
Titan moment.
It's too late for an I'm sorry from either of us.
But what about I'm
Focus
here?
on making
Can you say
things
that?
right.
I became political rad today. I don't know why. I still have a bump on my shoulder from when I got first COVID shot back in March 2021. I wonder when that'll go away. Dang. Hopefully soon. I'm really still far behind. Anyway, I think I'm going to skip ahead because I'm really far behind. I think I should probably catch up. You can't take the internet off your children, but you just need to check up on them, but not overdo it. Try to track every single action they make. Right. It's like such a hard balance. I don't know what the solution is. I really don't. I don't know how you're supposed to parent a kid in the modern age. If I'm being honest, I think the most important thing probably, and I don't know, I don't have any experience with this, I'm just guessing based off of what I've seen and what I think makes sense. I think the most important thing by far is just that you have to parent, right? You have to actually try. You can't just say, all right, here's an iPad, go on YouTube, I guess, and just leave them. You have to be there all the time, right? And you need to be talking to them, and you need to be listening to what they're saying to you, all right? And you need to be caring and trying your best all the time. And what you're trying to do in the long run is you're trying to establish trust, right? You're trying to say, I'm here to help you. I want to make sure that you grow up to be an awesome person who's on the right track, right? I don't want you to end up hurting yourself in some way, right? That's what you're trying to do with every step that you make. And so I think if you do that, then you actually don't have to be too strict or worry too much about about internet access, right? Because if your kid really trusts you, like actually, and they see something that's bad, and they feel like this is a bad thing that I saw, they'll probably just tell you. Like they'll actually probably just come up and be like, I saw this thing today by accident and I felt really bad about it. I feel like this is wrong. And you can talk about it, right? And it's okay. But if they feel like you're going to yell at them or whatever, they're not going to tell you, right? And so I think that's the most important thing. But then even with that, of course, you have to be careful because there are situations where they'll maybe find something that they don't think is bad, right? Maybe they think it's great. But it's bad, right? And so maybe they trust you even, and that's not the issue, but they're not going to tell you about it because they don't think there's anything wrong with it. Why would I bring that up, right? And so even then you kind of have to be watching, but not to the point of staring down their shoulders. So it's just kind of, I don't know, right? Just never stop caring, never stop trying to talk, never stop You know, never just leave your kid alone for a long period of time. You know what I mean? Completely. At least certainly not for a while, right? I think that's the most important thing. But I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong about that. But I've noticed that people who I think are like good people have like their parents were like that a lot of the time, right? So I think like no social media till like 13. Yeah, absolutely. But like general internet usage is fine, would be reasonable, I guess. That'd probably be what I would do. Yeah, but I mean that's hard too, right? Because how do you define the difference, right? Between social media and regular usage? Because like, is YouTube social media? Right? And like, are they allowed to go on Twitter, just not to have an account? Or post anything? Right? Because I feel like that's harmful too, actually. Like, just being on there is harmful because of the things you see. Right? And of course you're going to be very tempted to make an account and say things. Right? Because it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that. And so it might feel like, my parents are being unreasonable, I'm just going to make an account and not tell them. Right? So yeah, so that's another one of those things. Hang on, I'll read the chat again soon. I'm just trying to actually, oh no. There we go. Ah. Duck on it. I hit the wrong button. What is this? This game is as hard as Cuphead. Wasn't that a thing? Didn't the internet say, like, go after this reviewer because they were like, Cuphead is so... Like, the reviewer, like, was having a huge, like, a lot of trouble with it, and everyone was like, this game's easy! And then it actually came out and people were like, oh, it's hard. But I think he was still bad because the tutorial that he was playing was, like, easy. I don't know. I don't know why I brought that up. I waited longer than their team, but the game would find that unreasonable at that point. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think a lot of people would find it unreasonable by, like, 11. Well, let me rephrase. I think a lot of kids would think it's unreasonable by then. You know what else doesn't freaking help at all? I don't want to be like come off as like a Puritan who's like super like, media has to be a certain way. We can't show anything. I actually am quite the opposite. I think censorship is usually bad. And we still have a lot of silly rules and things. But there are some things that we do in media that we don't think about at all, and I think is like not good. So one of the many examples of that is okay, this is really minor, and it's not even... It sounds like something that's even, like, why are you even freaking bringing this up? But hear me out, right? Neil likes to sometimes put on, like some kids shows or something because she finds them relaxing. And so sometimes she'll put on, like, Disney Junior, right? And so I've seen a lot of the new, like, Disney Junior shows because she has it on. And what I've noticed a lot of times in, like, a lot of modern kids shows is that, you know, they're trying to be like cool, right? And what's the coolest thing in the world to a kid, right? Smartphones. It's the coolest thing in the world because you can do anything with it. You can go anywhere. It's complete freedom, right? And so it's seen as like the pinnacle of, like, you know, cool people are people who have smartphones, right? So what these kid shows do now is they all have freaking smartphones in them, right? Like every kid show has like a phone in it, and a lot of times the phone's even like a character or something. It's like, hello, I'm Tommy the smartphone, you know, and it's like, what the frick? That's like a thing, right? And so even from literally like a toddler, like, you've seen smartphones, right? Because obviously, I mean, your parents would have them and everything. But they're in shows, right? And in the shows, they're portrayed as, like, the coolest thing ever, and oftentimes the solution to the problem. Like, there'll be, like, a villain or something, and it's like, how do we stop him? And then they use an app on their phone. You know what I mean? And so what I'm trying to say is, like, from a really young age, people are actually taught, like, smartphones are the best. And so, even by 11, if you're like, you can't go on social media, they're gonna be like, well, well, why can't you go on social media? Why can all of my classmates go on social media? Why can that kid in that show I watched when I was 3 use her phone without any restrictions? But I can't, right? They're gonna already think it's unreasonable. You can't really blame them. So I think that's kind of a problem. I don't know. But it's also funny because I certainly don't think there's anything freaking wrong with showing a smartphone to a kid. You know, it's like, it's nothing morally wrong with that, I don't think. If you're just showing them the phone itself, you know. So, you know, it's like, do I think that should be banned? No, of course not. I just... I just also think, you know, it's kind of a problem, isn't it? How we push it that often, that soon. It's like, dude, I don't know, it's freaking hard. I don't know what you do. We can all agree your kids should have as much internet access as they want if they have a driver's license. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think at that point that's totally fair. Because if you can trust somebody with the ability to freaking drive a massive vehicle that's capable of death and destruction, right, to the driver and to everyone around them, you can absolutely, well, maybe I shouldn't say absolutely. You would hopefully be able to also trust that they're not going to do something stupid online. Right? And so if they are looking up something that you don't like, at that point, it's not because they're some innocent being that's been corrupted and, you know, led astray. It's because they chose to. More or less. Right? I don't know, like when I was like, I don't know, like 16, I knew like a lot of things. You know, obviously. That, I don't know. Probably more than I actually wanted to know, because I even knew like horrible things that were happening in other countries and everything, you know. And I was, whenever I would look something up, it was like intentional, you know. I mean, of course it was, but you know what I mean. It was like I knew what I was getting into. It wasn't like I was like, what does this mean? And I wasn't gonna give my address to a random stranger. Or anything like that. So, yeah, I mean, so I think that's fair. Where the frig is this one? Like... Oh, wait. That's not it, but that's another one. Yeah, so I think that's fair at that point. I don't want to pull the my parents don't let me do this card, but I'll be able to get my driver's license in a little over a year, and I still don't have time limits on a computer. Yeah, you have to take breaks at specific points. There's a certain point where limits are fine, but then some parents are like, I don't want my child to see affection between two people of the same gender, woe is me. Right, I mean, you have that problem too, right? Where like... Because this entire time I've been talking about it from the lens of, like, that it's from the perspective of that the parent is not in the wrong, right? But there's also the issue of that sometimes the parent is in the wrong, right? Yeah, and discrimination is actually, and like hatred is like a big issue, isn't it? I mean, obviously, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's specifically in terms of this topic, that's a big issue, because yeah, if your parent is like, I don't want to see any gay people kissing, you know, then like, if they have internet like monitoring software or whatever, they can more or less ensure that you don't do that, right? And that might not be right. It depends on who you ask. And so that's a huge issue. I don't know what you do about that, because if you can't make the decision as to what is and isn't okay to see be something that's that the kid makes for themselves, right? Because the kid can't, like, that, obviously not, right? Because they don't know what's actually like good and bad for them yet, right? Like, that's like genuinely true for like people who are young usually. But you also shouldn't make it up to the parent entirely because of situations like that, right? Because what if the parent is hateful in some way, right? So yeah, what do you do? Let's make it up to the government now. That's even worse. So yeah, I don't know. It's a hard problem. I don't know. I guess I honestly feel like maybe it should be that the parent decides, and if the kid decides when they're older that thing is not right,
And this is the
then
last one, right? I don't want any more
that's their decision to make now.
I can confirm
Right.
only 4 were constructed.
Well, then let's do it to it.
4
We're out
Titans.
of
Let's
time.
do it to it.
We've got to save everyone, everywhere.
But then there's the issue of, like, if they're raised with that bias, maybe they will always have that bias. I don't know. You think that's how it works? I actually don't know. I'm, like, actually asking. Because it seems like sometimes people are, like, raised with a certain way, and then they, like, have that belief forever. Did I get the thing? What was that? There's like one at the very top of this, I guess, but I don't know how I'm meant to get that one. Maybe I silent this? That'd be hilarious. Ah! Oh no. I don't want to fall off of this. There seem to be people who never like grow out of a bias, but there also seem to be people who actually do. So I don't know. I don't know if it's actually related or not. I don't know. I don't think I can side loop up here. This is really nuts. It seems like there's definitely like, well, maybe the memory token is actually under this. Oh no. And maybe it's like in here. Okay, but where's the other one I was gonna get? Here. Maybe I can't do this one yet. You guys are probably saying that in the chat, aren't you? Hang on. I don't get the point of okay, wait, I think that at that age your child can use the internet without having to be so strict, like sure, there's self-people online, but at this age they can get driver's license, why not? They're not a kid anymore, so you can be a little more loose. Yeah, I feel kind of the same way. I generally don't get the point of making sure your kid above the age of like 8 or 9 shouldn't have swears, because they absolutely have before. I actually didn't before, but I was really sheltered. There was one time that a friend of mine in real life said, this sucks, right? And I didn't know that was considered a bad word. And so I said that in front of my parents, and they were like, whew. and they like told me like, that's not a good word, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, and I felt really bad. And I like apologized like a million times, I think, and they were like, it's okay, we don't really care. We just wanted to tell you that so that you knew. So I don't know. I should put a red streak in my hair. I'd be like Shadow the Hedgehog except transgender. Thank you for the idea, Internet Man. Sure. Shadow is pretty based. If my parents knew the things I've already seen on the internet, they'd be shocked. Oh, yeah. 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 The internet can be a terrible place. There's really a lot of things that, yeah. I think, if I'm being honest, I think almost everyone has seen things online that they will not tell anyone about. Right? I don't know. A parent might make a change to prove their child will act or do better, but the child will quite literally go out of their way to not do that just to spite them. Yes. Treat your child like a person, not a pet. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually. You mean Rad believes the Earth is round? What? I don't know what I was talking about that made you say that. Oh, because I mentioned conspiracy theories. Autumn says, Radfordhound conspiracy theory! Radfordhound conspiracy theory! Yeah, see, here we go. So I'm pretty far behind still. I wasn't worried about that. That's awful. The only thing I know they sell around here is some baby care products like bath oil, but man, this is disgusting. Yeah, they do that. That's the thing here, too. Absolutely. On one side of the coin, you have the pharmaceutical industry, which will sell you products that are either outright placebo or actually cause harm. And they'll say that it's all good, and act like it's like the, it's like miracle solution. And if you have any concern about it, you must be a science denier, rather than just someone who's skeptical of a massive multi-billion-dollar corporation. So on one hand, you have that. On the other hand, you have people who are like, essential oils! Just take a little bit of sage, just put it on... Oh, that's not the character, I mean... the freaking essence or whatever. Put that on, just stabbed a little bit of that on there. Oh, look at that, your cancer went away! And it's like, obviously... you have people who are like, I have the healing gem crystals, which is actually a $1 plastic rock. And because I have the healing gem crystal, I cannot be killed. I have superpowers, basically. And it's like, okay. And then that's kind of like a belief, actually. There's people who like religiously believe that, like actually, like that works. If that's you, I'm sorry. You're free to believe whatever, but like don't hurt yourself, I'm just saying. It's a lot. There's a lot of horrible like healthcare stuff here and health stuff. But then there's also a lot of places that give you some pretty great care if you know where to look. So it's just kind of weird. I really am absolutely perplexed by that. Maybe if I unlock the last thing, it'll like show up or something. People use health conspiracies as arguments against basic human rights sometimes, but they use those arguments to prove a stance that they already have, not to mention that they're nonsensical arguments. Wait, let me think about what you're saying, sorry. So they use those arguments against human rights, but then they use those arguments to prove a stance that they already have, right, not to mention that they're nonsensical arguments. Yeah, a lot of times people will just argue something just to prove what they already believed. I think that's actually just basic human nature. Like the way that our minds actually work is not that we find information and then we come to a conclusion based on the information. It's actually that we come to a conclusion, and then we find, oh, it might be down here, sorry, and then we find information to back up that conclusion that we already came to. Like apparently that's actually how our brains work. And it's kind of terrifying actually when you think about it. Because you like to think that like, no, I don't do that, but it's like, I guess we all do. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, I don't know. Here we go. There we go. Okay. It took forever. Did I not go to this? I guess I didn't. So...
One more. I gotta hurry up.
Did I see this before?
Sonic.
Eggman. I guess I must have gone there without getting that
You're
vault
not
key?
fast enough, so I found it for you.
Or a Chaos Emerald, rather. Wait, how did I do that?
Go ahead and beat that giant.
I think I saw this cutscene too.
Don't you dare lose it.
Thanks, Eggman!
Now why would I want to disappoint you?
Water. Wait, am I going to a boss now? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I know what... Oh, frick. Oh. Oh, yes. This is the final... No, please... No! Right. That makes sense. Oh, I don't want to fight. Oh, no. Oh, I'm screwed. Wait. No. Oh no. Okay, here we go again. Oh, you guys are probably telling me this the whole time. Is there no way to get out of this other than the autosave? When was the autosave? Was that before this, you think? Or did it save right now? Maybe it saved... Oh, I can't load. Okay, but I can't load, but I can go back to the title screen. Do you think the autosave is from before... It's from 2 minutes ago? Okay! Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. Sorry. Okay, yeah, that's what happened. That makes more sense. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. I think we're okay. Okay, so I lost like 2 minutes of progress, but I don't have to fight the freaking final boss again. Oh my gosh. Great. Oh yeah, it's a mod that changes the title screen image. I think it looks wonderful. Oops. Okay. Alright, so note to self, don't go for that, or at least not until after everything else, I guess. I don't know if it matters. Alright. Table flip. Yeah, that was... Sorry. Oh, also, let's save, like, manually, because I don't want that to happen again. I'm in battle mode, I guess. Okay. Well, I'll save when I can. How about now? Save. Cool. 30 hours. Okay, let me read some of the older messages too. Dang, that could be true. It makes a lot of sense. Thanks. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. It just seems like that. Because it's really genuinely hard to find useful information. And it's really easy to find a lot of nonsense. Like, it isn't just being overprotective, it's like outright misleading information. I don't know. I'm trying to think, there was an example that I encountered recently, oh my gosh, that I encountered recently that was, think, actually a really good example of that, but I can't remember what it was now. It was something that was like, if you're a medical professional, then you know that this thing definitively means something that's not a big deal. Right? Like it's not a question of like, oh, it's like, no, it absolutely means this. But what I was finding when I was looking it up was information that was like, oh, it means you have cancer, right? And it wasn't a thing that's like, you might have cancer, it was like, you don't. But I can't remember what it was. It was genuinely something like that. And that's what made me really think like, I don't know. Because you might notice it's always the same, it's like usually the same few websites, right? That come up. But that's just in general, though, because Google has become horrible. You can't find anything. Like, I'm not even just talking about, like, political things or, like, anything that would make sense to censor, I guess. I'm talking about, like, I will look up, like, C++, how to whatever, and it's something that that everyone does. Everybody does this. It's like a very common C++ thing, and I just forgot how to do it because I'm a Dumbo brain. And I look it up, and I'm expecting to get an answer in like 2 seconds flat, because that's what I always would have gotten. Like, all of my life, you know, I used Google to learn things, and you'd get a result in 2 seconds flat, and it was always helpful. But now I look things up, and you get nothing. You know? You get, like, just garbage. It's like completely unusable. It's like not even related to the question that you asked. And it's like why, right? Like, I think it's twofold. Well, maybe even threefold. Like, the reason that Google is so bad now. I think one of the reasons is actually, like, censorship, right? It's like political censorship. But that's just one of the reasons. I don't think that's the case for a lot of why Google's bad. I just think that's one reason that contributes to it. Especially in foreign, like, countries, like, I mean, you think, like, China has, like, unrestricted Google access? They do not. I can tell you. But, you know, we like to think that in, like, the USA we have unrestricted access, but I don't know. I'm not gonna freaking say it because I'm on YouTube right now, and every word that you say on a live stream on YouTube is run through an AI because they do automatic closed captioning for all the videos on YouTube, right? And also that means that they know what you're saying in all the videos and can get you in trouble for saying certain words, which is scary. But there was a story about, and I don't even think it was a big issue, but it was interesting to see how it happened. There was a story that was pretty prominent that was very censored. To the point where I actually remember this. I saw people saying you couldn't post about the story, and I said, that's not true, come on, there's no way. And so I actually freaking went to Twitter in like an alt account that I had, that I don't use for anything. I just tried it. And I tried to post a tweet with this link in it. And I screenshotted it. It's on my old phone though, which is dead, and it's a pain to charge. So you gotta trust me on this. But I screenshotted this because I was genuinely dumbfounded and I couldn't believe that this actually happened. I tried to post this tweet, and it literally gave me a message that said, "Sorry, you are not allowed to share this link." That literally happened. And I was like, oh my god. What do you mean I'm not allowed to post this link? It wasn't anything that broke the terms of service. It was a news article about a political figure. It was like, okay, you know, so yeah, there is some censorship that happens. To say it doesn't happen is wrong. Like, it's blatantly untrue. It happens. But I don't think that everything is censored, you know? Obviously not. I think the USA is more lenient about a lot of that stuff than other countries are. It's only certain stories that will get covered up, right? most things you can actually read about. Anyway, but the other thing that's bad about, the other thing that makes Google bad is advertisers, right? So this isn't like a nefarious thing, this is just like a thing that happens. So Google's run by, primarily their money comes from, their revenue comes from advertisements, right? Advertisers, unfortunately have a lot of influence over the site because of that, right? And so they oftentimes will want Google to promote certain things and demote other things, right? And it's not just political things, it's like things in general. It's like for example, if you look up, I don't know, what's a good example of this? Like information about how to fix a car. You might find that you're more likely to get links to a automobile place that you can get it repaired at for a fee than you are to get links about information of what you actually search for, right? Even if, you know, like, because the advertisers, the automobile place is paying Google for ads, and so Google's like, hey, why don't we just help them out a little bit, you know? Because it's in their best interest to keep their advertisers, right? I don't know, like, I think that's part of it. Oh, wow, that's really high up. It's just, advertisers have a huge influence on it, and they definitely result in, like, some censorship of things. Okay, but then the well, then that also contributes to another part of it. So, like, there's a lot of websites that are also advertisers, right? And so you'll notice that a lot of times when you search for things, it's like the same couple of sites that come up. It's not like a lot of different websites, it's like the same couple of sites. Like almost all programming questions, it's like Stack Overflow, right? I don't know, what's a good example of what I'm talking about even? You look up medical stuff, it's like WebMD, you know? You look up any like political topic or any news at all, and you get like the same couple of, like, you get like Washington Post and CNN and New York Times, and pretty much you get those. And they also throw in Fox News so that they don't look like they're biased, which is funny because they are extremely biased. But anyway, just in the opposite direction. But none of those are good news sources. Like, hot take. I've seen some good journalism from some of them sometimes, actually. And when I say good, I want to clarify, I don't mean journalism that I agree with, like, oh, I agree with that opinion, so it's good. I don't, no. What I want isn't for news to be manipulated so that I like what I'm reading. What I want is for it to be the truth, right? Even if it makes me uncomfortable, or I don't like it, or I don't believe it. I want it to be truthful. That's what I want, right? And a lot of times, it's just not true. Like, they'll literally, like, did I tell you about this? I must have told you guys about this. This one's something that I find hilarious. There was this Washington Post article I saw years ago. I'm positive I talked about this multiple times. But basically, they literally said in the article, they reported this as fact, that there was this person who was hacking into the Pentagon, right? There was an article that was like, someone's hacked the Pentagon, and they put a little, like, the headline was like big bold letters, you know, like the Pentagon has been hacked or whatever, and it was like this big thing. And then you look at the bottom, the very bottom of the article in tiny print, and it's like, update. Okay, so the Pentagon wasn't actually hacked. What happened apparently was some guy was using Linux on his laptop several miles away from the Pentagon on a bench in a park. And some reporter saw that and thought, oh my gosh, terminal text? They're a few miles from the Pentagon? They must be hacking the Pentagon! And they reported that as a fact, without verifying it. And then instead of taking the article down, or changing the headline, or making a serious effort to, like, correct the blatantly false story that they just shared, they just put that little update in the bottom, which no one is going to read, because everyone's going to read the headline, right? And it's like, this is good journalism we got right here. Ooh. real good stuff. You know, it's like freaking terrible. You don't get like quality news sources, and there are a lot of them. You just don't find them on Google. Like, actually, it's really hard to find anything other than what I listed. Pretty much. Well, there's a few exceptions, but it pretty much comes down to that, and it's really, like, unbelievable that it's gotten that bad. I don't know, you find a lot... Like, you remember forums? You remember those? Good luck finding forums on Google. It's not that there aren't forums anymore, it's that Google doesn't show them to you. Because it wants you to see social media. Because that's where the money is. Of course, they prioritize their own interest more than anything else, right? So, like, you know, if you look for a video on something, if there's a really helpful video result on Vimeo, or, I don't know, Odyssey, or, what the frick else is there? You know, like, some website where it's, like, embedded, or anywhere. It doesn't really matter. What they're going to show you first and foremost, obviously, is what comes up when you search for that on YouTube, right? Because Google owns YouTube. So they would rather you use YouTube. So they're going to promote their own site above any other site. Fair enough, right? But, like, that's another example of that. So there's a lot of bias in the Google search. And it's kind of a problem because where else are you going to go? Because Google's wildly popular. I mean, saying Google it, you know, it's like a verb, right? It's become what people say when they mean I'm going to look it up. You just say I'm going to Google it, right? I still say that even though I don't use Google anymore, primarily. I still say Google it because I'm just so used to that, and everyone knows what I mean anyway. But yeah, it's become like synonymous with search.
Yo, so did
And,
cyberspace actually interact with my brain?
Oh,
It was
geez.
designed to catalog neural networks.
So yes, it
among
did.
other things.
Wow.
So yes.
Alright, hear me out. Do you think all those locations I visited were pulled from my memories?
That is plausible. It imported the data of your memories and applied it to your surroundings, so you could comprehend them.
Comprehend them? Dang.
That gave me the edge I needed to escape each time. I was covering familiar ground. Go me.
Yeah, but so what I was gonna say was so like the thing with Google is that because it's easy, so it's hard to compete with Google is what I was trying to say, right? But then the other part of the problem is that even if you can compete with Google, well, okay, sorry, actually there's another dimension to that. It's hard to compete with Google, and it's like really hard, right? Because they're an extremely massive company, and everyone uses it already. But then also because they have a massive database that's taken genuinely decades at this point to get to where it is today. And so if you're going to compete from scratch, you don't have any database, right? So so Google's got 20 years on you or whatever. I think it was 1998 is when it first became a thing. So even longer than that. They've got over 20 years, right? And you've got zero. You've got, you know, you're just starting it from nothing. And so good luck, right? So it's really hard to compete with Google. But then the other part of the issue is that because of that, if you want to compete with them, a lot of times what you'll notice that competitor search engines will actually do is they will just pay Google money for permission to... Oh, whoops. My Android thought I was talking to it because of that. Sorry. They pay the money in order to get permission to use the Google search database, right? And then instead of making their own database and spending 20 years doing that, they just use the Google one, right? And so like DuckDuckGo uses Bing and Google, I believe, as for its database. I don't know. I think there's not many competitors, but pretty much all of them, if you look into it, you'll find out are actually using some combination of the Bing and Google databases, right? Like that's what they use. So yeah, we could probably do this tonight if I hurry up. So what I'm getting at, the huge issue with that, other than the fact that they're dependent on them, which is an issue, right? What if Google were to die out somehow, right? I mean, we don't even think of that as being a possibility right now, but it's possible, you know? I mean, freaking Yahoo used to be the #1 search engine. It's not anymore, right? Google's had some big failures before, like Google Plus. You know, they've lost a lot of money on that, and YouTube is an amazing resource. I think it's actually a good thing for society, even with some of its many flaws, which I do not feel that way about social media, like other social media at least, but I do about about YouTube, because there's so much like educational content on there, and there's so much like entertaining stuff. There's different, like, you know, you can hear people's actual voice and opinions on things. Like, it really feels like it's actually a place where, like, people post things and information is shared, and it's a good resource. It really is. It's not just full of vapid, meaningless arguments like Twitter. But anyway, why bring that up? YouTube is amazing, actually, but it has a lot of problems, obviously. And wow, nice. Silver Hammer. And one of its many issues is that they have it's really expensive, right? To actually run a site like YouTube. And so, dang. Sorry. Oops. I guess I could have actually hit A there. And it's becoming more expensive by the year because the amount of storage space that they require goes up every year, right? And so it's not like, you know, and they have to keep all the old videos and then also add all the new videos. And it's expensive. It's like a really, really expensive thing. And so, you know, even as big as Google is, it's like, can they keep running YouTube forever? I don't know. Can their whole company keep going forever? I don't know. Right? Maybe there'll be a point where they have to shut down. And so you have to consider that if all of the internet relies on like one company, that might not be a good idea. Right? Like maybe we should have a backup, you know? We don't really have a good backup for a lot of these things, and that's concerning to me. But anyway, so a lot of these search engines are using Google, and so, you know, so they're still reliant upon them, even though they are competitors, which is a very interesting situation that they're in. Because Google can easily be like, hey, listen, I don't like you, I don't like how you're doing this, so I'm going to tell you this. You have to change your search results or whatever, the way you do things, to please me. Or else I'm going to not allow you to use our database anymore, which you need in order to keep the site going, right? They can do that, and then the search engine doesn't really have much of a choice, right? So that's another problem. But I would say the biggest problem of all is that if Google decides they want to censor something in their database or remove it or whatever, for any reason, then it's gone in all the search engines, right? None of them have it because they all use that database. And so you'll notice that if you search for things in other search engines, the results feel kind of the same. Or actually sometimes a heck of a lot worse. And that's part of the reason why. Because they use the same database except without your personal information attached to it, which makes the results even worse. So I would think a real solution would be that you would have to have your own database, but that's a 20-year project to compete with Google properly. So it's really just insane to even attempt something like that. So there are a few sites that are trying that, but I don't. Who knows what'll happen with it. Brave Search is actually one of them. They are trying to make their own database. Last I heard, at least. And there's a few others I think that are trying to make their own. But it's like such a long ways away from where Google is. And so most of the time with those search engines they will fall back to Google, right? So they'll try to use their database, but they'll fall back to using Google's database if they can't find anything really in theirs. And unfortunately, like 90% of the freaking time, that's the case. So they have to so it's basically just Google with a couple of extra results. And it's not great. Anyway. Most parents I know do leave their children on iPads and tablets, even some of my aunts and uncles in Pakistan. Thinking about the time I posted my address in Roblox as an 8-year-old, I got censored and I kept trying to find my way around it. Oh my gosh. That's the thing kids do when you let them roam free. Rad, hope you reach your future ambitions. Don't let River of Sorrows wash you away from your goals. Keep on swimming to the light. Have a nice day. Stay safe and enjoy life. Thank you so much. That's really nice. I wish the same for you. If you're that garbage at tutorials, I don't know how you're a game journalist. Yeah. You're talking about Cuphead. Guns are cool. Kids, give your kids guns. Okay, let me catch up. I scroll back up again. New hypothesis drop, or was that in response to? So we're inside instead. Took the kids to the movies today to watch a Disney cartoon called Strange World. Within 10 minutes, my 10-year-old son said, "Dad, I have no desire to watch this movie. Can we leave?" Based? No, I'm kidding. I think people... Does that movie have... I think that movie has like a gay couple in it and people got offended about it. But what I heard is just that it's just not a good movie. So like that's what I'm saying. They always do that. Disney always does that. Ticks me off. They'll make a garbage movie that they put $0 into that nobody would ever watch because it's a garbage movie. Oh, thanks everyone for taking care of the bots. I appreciate it. They make a garbage freaking movie. And then they're like, oh, no one's gonna watch this. Let's stir up some controversy. And then they like put something in it that shouldn't be controversial because it's just normal, but will be because there's always somebody out there who's offended by everything. And so then you get like 5 people on Twitter who are like, I am offended because this movie has this thing in it that I did not want to see. And then you have 800,000 people who see those 5 people's posts and go, oh my gosh, there are so many hateful people in this world. This is the worst. Can you believe this? And they all start talking about the movie. And so the movie's now trending on Twitter when it wouldn't have otherwise because nobody would have talked about this stupid freaking movie, right? And so they make $1 billion. That's that's what it is. And it happens every time, and it bothers me that people seem to fall for it every time. It's like, guys, Disney's trying to get you to argue about this so that because it's publicity, right? That's why they put this in the movie. It's not because they actually care. Don't fall for it. Like, I watched Lightyear. I didn't watch it in theaters, I did watch it though. I heard people say it was bad, but I watched it anyway, because I was like, well, let's see. I had no expectations. So everyone freaked out on Twitter because, what was it? I think there was like I think there's a lesbian couple that kisses in one scene, and so you had all these like super crazy, hateful people who were like, oh my gosh, the kids can't see this! And I was just like, let's watch Lightyear. I want to see Buzz go to space. And I watched it and it was a garbage movie. And the scene that everyone was freaking out about was 2 seconds long. It was like... and it was completely like... I can't even understand how anyone could possibly be offended by something like that. Like, I really don't. But of course someone was. So, you know, it was really just... If I'm being honest with you, I don't think many people were offended by it. I think Disney, stirred it up. It made it seem like it was this big problem, because you've got to go to the theaters and watch Lightyear to defend people's rights or something. It's like, no, actually, you don't need to do that. There are plenty of other ways you can defend rights that don't involve paying money to watch a terrible movie that benefits Disney. Just saying. They keep doing it. I don't know. Lightyear isn't bad. Oh. I'm sorry, Taz. I'm glad you liked it. My opinion on it was that it wasn't that good. Okay, so I think people... I can see how someone... Okay. So I watched the VHS movie. What was it called? It was like Adventures of Buzz Lightyear or something. And it was like a cartoon... They had like a Disney Channel TV cartoon show. That had Buzz Lightyear in it. And then they made a movie based off of that. And I watched that when I was a kid. And I thought that movie was awesome. I still like it a lot. I think it's great. It's so freaking good. Like the way that, I don't know, the way they animate everyone, the way they have like Zurg and everything, it's so good. But, so I watched that, and then I watched Lightyear, and the way I felt about it was that Lightyear was like almost like a reboot of that movie, because it was like the same thing. Except everything was like lower quality, in my opinion, than in the cartoon one, like the 2D one, right? Because they had the same type of thing of like, he's on an adventure in space, he's trying to save his, you know, the same cool premise that the original had. But then they like changed it up in all these ways, and it's like the characters are like old lady who's a criminal. That's her personality. She's the criminal, and she's actually the best, I think, out of all of them. Guy who is a what is it? He's not a coward. He's something else. He doesn't finish anything. That's right. I think he doesn't commit to anything. Something like that. That's his entire character. We have girl who dreams of going to space, but is terrified of space. And we have robotic cat. And that's the cast. And then, of course, Buzz Lightyear, who is not voiced by Tim Allen anymore, but instead is voiced by some other guy. And it was just kind of like, I'm not feeling this cast. I don't know. And there was this one scene that freaking went on forever. I don't remember what it was, but there was some joke that they had where it was like, it was, I think he was like, I don't even remember. He was like trying to ask this like robot for directions or something, and the robot was like taking it literally, and so it wasn't giving him the answer that he actually wanted, and so he had to be like, no, I mean this, and then the robot would take it literally again. No, I mean this, and then it would happen again. No, I mean this, and it was like, okay, that's kind of funny the first time. It went on for like 15 minutes.
I know it felt different at the time.
Maybe it wasn't actually 15 minutes. I swear, it felt like 15 minutes of the same thing. And like you could see, you could predict the punchline every time, but it just kept going, and it was like, please.
Well, there you go, I guess.
What would this world look like if the ancients had
It was
survived?
like, please go to the next
Under
scene.
different circumstances, I would enjoy running the simulation.
I don't know, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone who cares. I don't know how to explain this in a way that isn't spoiler, you know, esque. But there's like a scene later in the movie where they have a twist, and it is a really weird twist. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Spoiler warning. Okay, here we go. Freaking Zurg is actually Buzz, but from the future. And you're watching that, and you're like, what the frick? And it's like, okay, I see what they were going for, right? It's like, okay, it's like deep, I guess. Right? It's like he became the very thing he sought to destroy. Okay, that's actually a neat idea, right? But the way they do it is, like, really odd. And it begs a lot of questions that, I don't know, they don't really get answered. Like, I don't know, you end up bringing in, like, time travel, like, and multiple dimension, like, quantum theory type of stuff into this. Where now you're like, wait a minute, so that's Buzz in the future, but then Buzz in the present is changing his path, and he's not becoming that way, so then wouldn't that mean that the future would change? But no, but it's still the same future, so okay, and, you know, you're not supposed to think about it, but it's like, it was a weird twist, I don't know. I don't know, it wasn't, maybe I'm being too harsh on it. It's not garbage. I can see why people would like it, but it just, I don't know, I wasn't expecting much, but I went into it just kind of expecting, like, well, maybe it'll just be kind of fun, right? Like, maybe it'll just be like, we fly around in space and we have a good time, and what I kind of felt when I watched it was like, it just felt really slow, and, like, I don't know, like, it was trying to be something really cool, but it just never really got to be that. I don't know. I feel like the people who produced it wanted to make something cool. And there were some moments that were cool. But yeah, but on the whole, I don't know, I didn't like it very much. Yeah, sorry, just spoils over. It's not amazing, but you like 7 out of 10 good. Alright, I can see that. Alright, well, compared to like a lot of Disney's movies, it's nowadays, it's certainly a lot better than a lot of them. That's true. Okay, but I hope we can all agree at least that the live-action remakes are terrible, right? Like a lot of them at least, right? I saw, I remember the first thing that they did that was like kind of like that was, I think it was Maleficent. Was that like 2015 or something? They had the bright idea of like, okay, so hear us out. So what if, in Sleeping Beauty, this character named Maleficent, who is basically supposed to be the freaking like Satan, what if we made it so that she's actually just misunderstood? And, you know, she just really went through a rough time in her life. And, you know, and that's why she wants to murder this innocent child. And laughs maniacally while she does it. It's because she just is misunderstood. And it's like a really weird premise. I don't really understand. But okay, but it's interesting. And at the time it was like new. It was like, okay, they've never really done anything like that too much before. Alright, let's give it a shot, see how it goes out. So I can at least respect it for being something original, but yeah, I didn't think it was that good. I didn't think it was a good movie. But I felt like it was at least a movie. It was trying to be something, and it was interesting, and it was like, okay, that was an interesting experiment, let's not do that again, right? But it like did well, I think. Or like, decently at least. And I think they realized at that point, wait a minute, hang on a second, why did this do so well? Oh, it's because people remembered Sleeping Beauty from their childhood and they thought it was cool to see it in a new perspective. Wait a second. So you're telling me that we can just take all these old freaking movies and we can just do it in a new, slightly new way, and people will pay money to see it again? Why would we try to write a good movie when we could just do that? And so of course they had to try it, and they made a live-action remake of Cinderella. And I mean, I'm not really into Cinderella, but it's a very popular well, okay, I'm not okay, hear me out. It's not that I think it's a good movie, it's just it was never my favorite Disney movie. I always liked like the 90s ones, right? like Aladdin and like The Lion King and like Beauty and the Beast, right? Like to me, that's where it's at. Cinderella, I always thought was a really good like story, but it had some kind. There's actually a few issues I have with it. On the whole, I think it's good, but like it has some. How did I become a movie critic? Sorry. The main issue for me is like some of the pacing's weird and stuff. Like they just cut away to like talk about the mice for a long time, and they just show the mice, and it's like it has nothing to do with what's going on. It's just, you know, funny mice, and it's like, okay, it was a different time. It's like I get it, right? Part of the joy of it being an animated movie was that you could have, you know, talking mice, and so okay, they just want to like play with that, and also it's like meant for general audiences, and the actual main story is actually kind of dark, right? I mean, it's based on a tale that's really dark, but you know, even the Disney version is kind of like sad, for a while at least. And so, alright, you know, so they want to try to lighten up the mood and make it so that like kids can watch it and not feel sad or bored or whatever. Okay, I get it. But they spend a long time on the mice. It's really like, you could cut all this out and it wouldn't change anything, you know. So there's that. And the other thing is like the prince, right? Doesn't have like any personality. Like, you know, he's just like a guy. And he doesn't really have, you know, I don't know that it's really a big problem actually, because he doesn't necessarily have to, because for the sake of the story, the only purpose that he really serves for the plot is that he is basically her way out of there, right? And so he doesn't necessarily have to have personality, but it would have probably been a lot better if he did, because you could like understand more like, you know, what she was really feeling and everything. But they don't really give him much of anything. Or his father, the king, right? And so I don't know, it's kind of just like, they feel like they're really important characters in the plot, but they don't really feel like characters. They almost kind of feel like, I don't know, like cutouts or something. Anyway, there's a lot of little issues like that, I think, but it's a good, obviously great movie overall. It's freaking Cinderella. It's like a classic. But then anyway, the point is, they made like a live-action remake of it, and actually, I think surprisingly, it's not bad. I think they actually there are some changes they made that I think are like worse, but actually, I think most of the changes were actually, honestly, maybe for the better. Because they actually did, like, take the, those only things that I kind of had an issue with in the cartoon, they kind of, like, got rid of that. You know? Like, they gave the prince personality, and the king. And they, without removing time from Cinderella or anyone else, they did remove time from the mice, but they didn't get rid of them completely, they just made them more of a side thing. And I don't know, they like added new stuff that like felt fitting, and like, yeah, that actually makes sense. I thought it was actually pretty good. Like, surprisingly, I was like, yeah, this is neat. And I think that was the first real like live action remake they did. So it actually was, it's weird because I think they were off to a good start with that one. But then every other one that I can think of that Disney has attempted since then has been just like, oh my gosh. I would actually say increasingly bad. Like, they've gotten worse each time. And I don't think that's just because I've gotten more tired of it. I think they've actually been getting worse. Because they just don't freaking care anymore at all. Like, I think with Cinderella they tried. With some of the later ones, they're just like, I don't know, who cares? And it's gotten awful. I watched the remake of Aladdin, and I couldn't. I freaking couldn't. I was like, you can't. It was not good. I'm sorry, I think there's probably people who like that, and that's fine. Wait, what? Wait, was there an invisible wall there? Why? You know, like, Jafar? you know, the like villain of Aladdin who's like ridiculously evil by design. He's a great freaking villain, right? Well, in the live-action version, they basically just made him a guy. And he's not threatening in the slightest. It's like actually really laughable, how non-threatening he is. I remember I watched it with Mule, and the entire time I was calling him Uncle Jafar. Because that's how I felt about him. It was like, ah, good old Uncle Jafar. Yeah, you know, sometimes that guy, he gets a little... we invite him over to Thanksgiving dinner every year, and sometimes he has some kind of crazy opinions, but, you know, that's just how he is, you know. He's not a threat at all. He's just like a freaking... It's really funny, actually. Like, so I enjoyed watching it because of that, but it was... my gosh, it was terrible. Actually, also, Will Smith as the genie was not bad. Like, he's fine. You're not gonna replace Robin Williams. Like, I don't think anyone can. Right? He was just such a talented actor. He was just so perfect for that role, you know? So you're not gonna freaking replace Robin Williams, but... like, alright, but he did his own thing with it, and I think he did the best job he could have done, right? Like, I really do think he gave it his all, and he made something that's pretty good on its own. I wouldn't put it above Robin Williams, though, right? But then, like, everyone else, I'm sorry, but just like, my gosh, it's just like, what have you done to all the characters? They are just not themselves. Jafar is not threatening at all anymore. Aladdin has no personality because you robbed him of all of it. They tried to make like a feminist message with Jasmine, which is bizarre because Jasmine was one of the most empowered female characters in Disney movies. My dude, she had a tiger as a pet. She could freaking destroy you. Like that. And she was not just, like, swept off her feet by Aladdin. She, you know... she liked, him as the peasant boy, right? When he was, like, Prince Ali, she, like, didn't like that. At all. She very much had her own, like, opinions and thoughts and, like, ability to do whatever she wanted to do. And so it's like, what... She was very much empowered, so like, why do you need to make, like, out of all the characters to do that to, why Jasmine? They gave her this stupid freaking song where she sings about how she's like, nothing can stop me or something, and, you know, because I'm empowered, and it's like, cool. And then in the next scene, immediately, like 5 seconds after, she gets kidnapped by Jafar. And it's like, oh my gosh. Like, no one even thought about it. No one thought that maybe that was going to, like, take away from the message or something. Nah. That'll be fine. It's really... it's really something. And that's not even the worst one, in my opinion. Does anyone... what's the worst Disney live-action remake? Or... you know what I mean, like, because I feel like The Lion King counts too, even though it's not really live action, right? The worst of those category of movies, whatever you want to call them. I'm actually genuinely curious what people's opinions are of that. I liked all the Toy Story references because that was my first obsession. I was very annoying about the references. Yeah, I saw some of them in the movie. I thought that was cool, actually. I feel like Lightyear had passion put into it. I just felt like it didn't work out. Star Command? Yeah, Star Command. That was awesome. I was obsessed with that when I was a kid. Like, actually, I watched that movie so many times. I loved it. It's so good. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not. I'm biased. I think it's good. I really like 2D cartoons, though, right? Yeah, the movie was, it was dubbed over. It was the first 3 episodes of the show. Oh, was it really? I didn't know that. Dubbed over with the Toy Story guy instead of Patrick. Yeah. So the show had Patrick Warburton in it, which is the voice of, I think, Kronk from Emperor's New Groove, and that was Buzz Lightyear. But in the movie, they decided to go big budget mode, and they paid Tim Allen, which is the normal voice of Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story, to dub over the movie. And so there's actually 2 cuts of the movie. There's one that aired on Disney Channel that actually has Patrick Warburton voicing Buzz, and then there's another one that's Tim Allen. And that's the one that I watched, because we didn't have Disney Channel when I was a kid. We still don't, but we don't really need it. It's kind of dead anyway. Here's the difference between you and I. You didn't watch Star Command, so nothing basic opinion. Yeah, that's actually kind of what I was gonna say. Like, I think a big part of the reason that I was like felt like it was so bad is because I was comparing it to Star Command the whole time, because I could tell the movie was very much like based on that. But it just felt like it felt like a remake of it, actually. But like they changed so many things, and it was just like, why? So if I didn't compare it to Star Command, then I probably would have liked it a lot more. I feel like the only reason Disney even has in it is because they're forced into a situation where they're forced to keep it in there. I'm not sure what you're talking about, actually. Sorry. You mean like they don't... Okay, like what you're saying is they only put those situations in the movies because they like feel like they have to or whatever, not because they actually care. Because I mean, I think I would agree with that, actually, because any attempt of doing something that they actually care about has... So like the Owl House, right? So I started watching the Owl House not too long ago, and dude, it's a good show. It's really good. It's the best thing I've seen from Disney in a long time. It's freaking great, actually. Like, I don't know. I'm hesitant to call anything on par with Gravity Falls, because Gravity Falls is an amazing show. But honestly, it feels, from what I've seen of it so far, which is not a huge amount, but I saw most of the first season. I still have to watch the rest. I would say it's actually pretty much on par with Gravity Falls. Now that could go down, it could go south at any point, right? Steven Universe has taught me that. You know, so I don't know if it gets bad later or something, but from what I've heard and seen and everything, I think it's just good. Like, it actually looks like it's a really good show. I'm really liking it a lot. The characters are great, and it's animated. It's actually 2D. Wow. Disney keeps trying to kill off 2D for some reason, but it's like so good. Why would you kill it off? I don't know, it's like got great writing, it's like funny, but it also is like interesting. Like, I actually care about what's gonna happen next. And it's just so good. I don't know, I really like it. But they have it's funny to say this because I feel like it's kind of, I feel like some people might consider this a spoiler, but it's not a spoiler. I think almost everyone knows this about this show, and I'm not going to even say who it is, okay? But there are 2 characters in the show that have like a lesbian type of relationship. It might not, I mean, I think one of them is like probably bi, but for sure. But anyway, you know, you get what I'm talking about. And so it's like fine. It's like, let me rephrase that. Okay, it's like, it doesn't feel like it was something that like anyone could possibly have any issue with, no matter how hateful they are, because it's freaking like done so well. It feels very natural with the characters and everything. It doesn't feel like something that was just thrown in there to say we care, right? It's like, actually you can tell the writers genuinely wanted to do this, and they did it well. But Disney decided to cancel the show. Just out of nowhere. The show was doing great financially, like it actually was doing very well. And they just decided to cancel it. And why did they cancel it? Why do you think? Well, the official reason they gave for why they canceled it was because it didn't fit their current image or something like that. And I'm just gonna be real with you, what does that mean other than that they were like, oh, we don't know if we want to show this type of relationship. It's like, nah, dude. Screw that. Like, that's a great show, right? This is really bugged. And it's actually a good example of representation, right? Like, it genuinely is. Because it isn't, like... It isn't forced, it isn't pandering, it's a natural relationship that happens. And it's like, yes, we need more of that in shows, and less of this, like, pandering stuff that Disney often does. But no, we're gonna cancel it. It's actually really upsetting. Did they undo that? I think I saw someone saying that they're, like, reconsidering it or something a while ago. I freaking hope so. I hope they don't cancel that show. It's such a good show. Mulan? Yeah, I was gonna say that's the worst, I think. I told you about that, right? I must have. That is the only one that I refuse to watch, actually, because I think that's the only movie ever that I refuse to watch on a moral basis. Like, I'm serious. I feel morally wrong watching that movie. Because knowing the circumstances it was created in. Because they apparently filmed the dang thing a block away from a freaking concentration camp. Knowingly. And thanked the government that funded the movie's production, who, by the way, is the same government that was doing that, right? It's like, oh my gosh. Like, they just outright are in, like, full support of... literally, like, a mini genocide going on in China. They're just in full support of that. And, it's freaking sickening. Like, I don't think it should be that political of a statement to say that. Like, I don't know, it's just maybe it's literally stealing people from their homes and forcefully, well, I don't know if I can even say it because of YouTube, like sterilizing them, right? Like against their will. That's like actually going on. Maybe doing that is bad. Just saying. And maybe you shouldn't support people who do that? Nah. Oh, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the director of the project was asked if they like how they felt about that or if they knew about it, and their official response was, yes, it's very unfortunate. It's like, oh, that's one of the worst responses they could have possibly given. Like, my gosh, it's so bad. So, yeah, I mean, I just feel bad watching it on a moral... Because, like, you're gonna be watching this movie knowing it was literally filmed a block away from this. Well, maybe not a block, like, within a like, a walking distance. So it's like, dude, I don't want to freaking support anything like that. I don't know, I guess I wouldn't feel bad watching it if I pirated it or something. But I just don't even want to watch it, because I've seen reviews of it, and it looks terrible. They got rid of everything that people liked about Mulan, and they added all this nonsense, and it's just like, this is awful. Like, they got rid of all the songs, you know, freaking Make a Man Out of You. The best... probably one of the best parts of Mulan, right? I think we can all agree. That song slaps. Yeah, just get rid of that. Yeah, we don't need that. And I think the reason they gave was because they wanted this story to be like, they didn't want to offend the Chinese viewers of the movie, because they wanted this movie to like be based on the actual like Mulan tale or whatever. And they were like, oh, the songs are unrealistic and it's disrespectful, but it's like, no, it's not. And fun fact, apparently Chinese viewers didn't like the remake anyway. I hear they were not legally allowed to criticize the fricking movie, and some people still did. That's how bad it was. So it didn't do well. Well, it did financially, of course it did. But critically, it was terrible. Lion King at least had a couple good actors. Yeah, I mean, and also it was just basically the same script of The Lion King. So, at least the plot wasn't ruined. Oh, also, hey, Hyper, how you doing? Sorry, if you're still here. If you ever watched a Disney live-action remake ever, good! Based. Mulan was garbage, my mom still liked it, yeah. They shoved a witch into Mulan as a feminist message, even though that's what the whole movie is about. Yeah, it's so bad. Yeah, the whole thing is a message. It was already a message. But no, let's like force in this awkward... Yeah, because what they had to do... Well, also the other thing was, she has a, she has like a romantic relationship with the, in the original, right? With, the guy, I forget his name. But, the guy who's like the military leader or whatever, right? She basically likes him, and, it's not until the end of the movie when, well, okay, well, I guess I'm jumping ahead of myself. Basically, they removed that completely in the live-action remake, and the official reason they gave was that they were concerned that, like, people are going to... Like, there's a power dynamic that's bad here, right? Because he's the leader of the military, and, you know, so he has this, like, power over her. But it's freaking stupid, because in the original movie... First of all, I mean, where do I begin? He was not forcing himself onto her in any capacity. In fact, it was pretty much like... I don't think he even said anything that even implied that he liked her until the end of the movie, when he finds out, well, first of all, that she's a girl, but second of all, after she saves all of China, and the freaking Emperor bows down and, like, rewards her with, like, you know, this is a cool song, by the way. It's, like, reminding me of, like, I don't know, kind of Rush with the samples. Anyway. He freaking, like, the Emperor bows, or dictator, or whatever, and rewards her with something. I don't remember. And, which is really funny, by the way, apparently, like, actual Chinese culture is like, that would never happen. The Emperor would never bow. But, whatever, it's a good movie, I like it. The original, that is. For the freaking, like, Emperor of China, like, dictator, whatever, bows to Mulan, is when he's like, oh, by the way, I like you. Right? And so, if we're talking power dynamic, it's actually, if anything, the other way, right? Because she is now freaking, like, has been given the status by the Emperor of China that even the military leader doesn't have, right? So he's, like, below her, if anything. And that's when he first says he likes her, and she liked him before then. So it was all her. She was in control of it the whole time. It wasn't like that. So it's really bizarre to me that they were like, oh, we need to cut that. That's inappropriate. It's like, no, it isn't. Nobody had a problem with it. Ask anybody. But they felt like they had to cut that completely. And so it removes yet another aspect of Mulan's character, because there's a lot that get removed in the movie. But it removes another part of her that makes her feel like an actual human being, right? Because she doesn't have any emotions anymore, like at all. It's like, I must be strong as the wind. You know, this very one note, like... In the original movie, she's someone that you can relate to. And she's a good role model. Because she decides to, she's like awkward and clumsy and such, but she decides that she's going to put aside all of her fears and everything in order to do this incredibly risky thing in order to help save, it's Kickstarter because it's to help save her dad. Because he has to go to the military, or well, you know what I mean. And she's like afraid he's gonna get killed because he's too old to do this. And so she goes in his place, disguised as a man, right? Because only the men could serve in the military is the thing. And that's the whole plot of the movie, right? She puts all of her fear aside and does, like, what seems to be the impossible for the sake of helping somebody else, right? That's a good character trait. That's a good thing to teach kids. But the freaking remake, it's ruined, you know? If I remember correctly, I don't think she even goes... I didn't watch it, I only saw, like, reviews, so I'm probably getting this really fuzzy. I think they changed that. I think she doesn't go... Like, I think they changed it because they were like, oh, we don't want her to go because of something, because of a man. We don't want her to go to help a guy because that's not empowerment. No, real empowerment would be that you just, I don't know, have no soul. Yeah, that sounds right. So I think she just goes because she just freaking wants to. Or something like that. It's really garbage. Can I watch the Tangled show? That was peak? I've heard it's good. I want to figure out why Mad Anims always seem to play at 30 FPS in the game regardless. It's annoying to look at. UV Anims rather, because I got you saying Mad Anims because it's... Oh, gotcha. I don't know. That's, maybe the game's just hard-coded to do that. You're talking about the ship. Nice. Yeah, listen. It's a good ship. It actually is. They pull it off really well. And there's not many examples of that in media. Like, modern media, I should say. So, it's like, why would you cancel that show? What's wrong with you? But I mean, that's just one aspect of it. The whole show is great. You got Alex Hirsch in there again as like a bunch of different characters. He voices Hootie the Owl. How can you go wrong with that? You have freaking Alex Hirsch, creator of Gravity Falls, going, I'm Hootie! Hoot! How can you go wrong with that? You know what I mean? Like, actually, it's like it's actually such a fun show. But no, we'll just cancel it, because I don't know. Money or something. I need to focus for a second here. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I can still make it. What is it? One? Oh my gosh. I think there's probably a way to skip that entire thing, right? Okay, are we sleeping? Goodbye. Alright. Later, Autumn. Thanks for some bye. We support this, but not... Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? It's so corrupt. We don't trust our audience to actually research what they watch, so we'll knowingly do this, while canceling a show for having a lesbian couple in it. We're a great company. No, I know, right? That's the thing. Well, the other thing is, like, in, like, Lightyear, for example, they have, like, a scene where they, like, where two like women kiss, right? And they put that in there simply because, you know, people would talk about it, right? But okay, at least it's in there, right? Well, in China and other re-releases worldwide... Sorry, my PC froze for a second there. Where that type of thing is considered to be offensive, rather than sticking by their morals and saying, we're going to keep this in the movie, they just cut it out. So that scene is actually not in the worldwide releases, it's only in, like, some releases. So what I'm trying to say with that is, like, I hope you understand where I'm coming from here. Disney doesn't actually care, right? They're not doing this for the sake of making, like, a moral statement. They're doing it because it'll generate hype on Twitter, right? If people talk about this and controversy, woo. And then people will go see our stupid freaking movies. Because why would we make a good movie when we could just do that? Also, sorry, I'm not trying to rail on Lightyear so hard. I'm actually more railing on their other movies. That's just one example that they've done that in. Hey, okay, nice. Well, there was the whole Little Mermaid thing, but I don't know if I want to get into that. It's actually really a shame, that one, because the actress is doing a fine job from what I can tell. Like, she's not doing anything wrong. It's not her freaking fault. And there's nothing wrong at all, obviously, with wanting to do a different take on a movie. But, like, the problem... I think the reason that people reacted like that to it is because they just felt like it wasn't genuine. It doesn't feel like it's like, oh, they actually care, and that's why they're doing this. It feels like they're trying to get you to argue on Twitter. Right? And it worked, because boy did people argue. You forgot about it? Yeah, that's the thing. Because here's how I feel about it, right? I'm just gonna be honest. That's fine, right? But like, why don't you just... Here's what I want them to do. Here's what I've been saying for years. Make a new movie, right? Like, have your representation, please, in a new movie. You remember Princess and the Frog? That movie is freaking great. It's actually really good. Like, the animation of it, it's like, it's the first time they did 2D animation in a long time for like a movie, right? Because around that time it was like going all as like CG. But they made a freaking 2D animated movie again, the old-fashioned way, and it's really good. It, you know, they still have it. And then they just never did anything like that again. I think it didn't do as well in the box office as they were hoping or something. It did fine. It just wasn't like a massive success, you know, which is what they were wanting. But what I'm saying is, like, I just want to say, like, with the problem of representation, I agree that there isn't enough representation in movies, and it's a problem. And so I think we should do something about it. That something is this. Make new movies and make new characters in the movies that are good representations, right? That's the solution. That's all you have to do. It's really easy. Everybody would like it. If it's a good movie, people are gonna watch it. It's gonna be a success. It's all you have to freaking do. But no. Why would we do that? Instead, we're gonna take our old movies and we're just gonna, like, make a change for the sake of getting people to talk about it, right? Like, that's how it felt to me. It's like, okay. But it's not wrong. Why would it be wrong? Like, some people were saying that and I was like, that's not true. It's actually, I think she's gonna do a great job. So it's just one of those things that was like, another one of those stupid arguments, like, you can't have any nuance or anything, right? I felt like they did it not because they cared, but because they wanted to make money, and that rubbed me the wrong way. But at the same time, I thought it was fine. Right? And what I really want from them is to make more movies with new characters in them. Also, there's actually a lot of cultures that they've never, like, represented. Well, like, properly. Which is kind of surprising, considering how massive Disney is and how long they've been around and how starved they are for ideas. It's like, maybe you should, I don't know, do that? No, we're gonna remake all our old movies again, but worse. Here you go. It's like, what are you doing? I don't know, it's upsetting. They're kind of trying to do that now with Pixar, to their credit. I don't know, like Encanto and Luca and does Soul count? I don't know. Which actually I appreciated. I liked those movies. I really enjoyed all of those. Some more of that, please. Hey, if you like Doll House, I think you'll also like Little Witch Academia if you haven't watched it. Oh, I did watch it. It's really good. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, actually, there were a lot of times while I was watching Owl House that I was like, this is like Little Witch Academia! You know what else I freaking watched? I watched High Guardian Spice. Yeah. I watched it while I was sick. Well, Mule and I were both sick with the same thing. And so I was like, do you want to watch High Guardian Spice? She was like, sure, I can't feel my face. And we watched that. You know what? I don't know if it was just because we were desperate to watch something to distract ourselves from the sickness or what. I don't think it was actually as bad as people said. I think it was overblown somewhat, but at the same time also not. It's kind of weird, actually. It was weirdly likable. Like, it was fun to watch. I don't know why. I mean, we were really, you know, having fun, like, making fun of it, you know, so that's probably part of why. But it genuinely was, like, a very enjoyable experience, and I would watch it again. But was it quality? No. No, it was not. At all. The writing is... There are a few... There's, like, one episode where it's actually really good. There's like this one episode that's, it's not even like the first or the last or anything, it's just like, I don't remember which one it is, but it's like towards the end, I think, but like not quite there. And like all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a minute, hang on. Oh, they have something here. Yeah, okay, alright, this is okay. And then it just falls flat on its face. And you're like, okay. But like, I don't know, the big thing is like, I don't know, the dialogue is really cringy. Throughout the whole show, and it's really like, oh my gosh, can I knock it out of here? Okay, there we go. It was written by this this lady who is like a huge like a stereotype kind of. She's like a feminist who's like a very like radical feminist. You know what I mean? Not just like, you know. Like, she's someone who actually is really, like, you know, like... I believe she actually tweeted "Kill all men." I think she literally tweeted that. And, you know, still got a job, even though, like, if a guy were to tweet the opposite, they would never be hired by anyone, ever. Deservedly, but... Anyway. She tweeted something like that and still got hired and wrote this show, and so you can tell, you know, going into it what the writing's gonna be like, and sure enough, it absolutely is. There's a lot of things that are just like, what the frick is that? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get too into it, but there's like this character that they put in there just for the sake of making like a message. And it doesn't feel natural at all. Like, the Owl House does this in a very, very natural way, and it's great. High Guardian Spice is the opposite of that. It's very forced, and it doesn't feel like, oh, they actually cared. It feels like we have to signal to the audience that we actually care, and it's like really weird. It's done in a really poor way. I don't know. They literally have like a 5-minute scene, I think, where this character is just explaining, like, to one of the main characters, like, their gender, right? And the character is like, oh, wow, whoa, whoa, oh my gosh, that's so cool, whoa. And it's like, I don't want to sound like mean, but they live in a world full of magic. Like magic. Like they can transform into fish at any point. And wouldn't this be normal in a world like that? Like completely like everyday, like, oh yeah. It's like not something that would be surprising. So it's kind of weird that like the character reacts like that. It doesn't feel natural. It feels very like, see audience, we see you, we know. And it's like, okay. And it goes on for like 5 minutes and the whole time you're kind of like, I get it. I don't know, there's a lot of things like that. They have a lot of characters that just don't really get developed. Either. There's this one who basically doesn't even like do anything. I think the entire time they have like a crush on this other character who's like a main character, and they don't like say anything about it. And then I think towards the end they kind of try to say something, and I don't think it goes anywhere. And then that's it. That's their entire character. And they're like treated like a main character, but it's like they don't really act like it. It's really, I don't freaking know. And I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff that happens, and it just goes freaking nowhere, and it's just it's like, what is this? There's also this some of the most unnatural sounding dialogue I've ever heard in my life. But it's like so bad that it's good, because it's actually like laughable. Okay, I was holding parry, but here we go. Like there's this one scene that you have to see if you haven't seen it yet. Like seriously, it's really funny. Where okay, let me try to remember it. There's this guy who, oh my gosh, really? Okay. Who, throughout the entire episode, one of the main characters has like a crush on. But then of course, because it's written by this lady, she decides she wants to make a message that all men are bad. And so, this guy, of course, is a jerk. And I don't even remember what it is, but wait, what? What? Do I have to like recreate that? Hang on. I don't know what order to do this in. I guess that was it. Okay. I'm gonna save. I don't remember this. Yeah, what the frick? Wait, you didn't do this? Not a real 100%. The heck is this? Yeah, so they, there's this dialogue where, like, the guy, says something like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna screw it up. I'm sorry, I don't remember it. It's so beautifully badly written that you like have to see this, but I can't remember what the name of the video is. But he basically says something like, I don't remember what he says. He says something kind of stuck up, and she goes like, she says something that's supposed to be cool, but the way she delivers it is so not cool that it's just hilarious. It's something like, well, we were going to talk to you, but, well, yeah. And it's like, wait, I think she's supposed to sound like confident or something, like she's blowing him off, but like she actually sounds like she's incredibly awkward. And then he says in response, I always knew you were stuck up. And you're like, what? Stuck up? What do you mean? What are you talking about? She wasn't being stuck up. I don't know what that was, but not that. And then this guy comes out of nowhere and he says, wow, son, we need to have a word. And it's like, wait, is this his dad? Wait, why is... What he said wasn't that bad, he just said you're stuck up, but I guess we need to have a word. It's like terrible, it's like so funny. I can't do it justice. But there's a lot, it's really bad dialogue. And then there's this character named Slime Boy, who's worth watching the show for just himself. Like, he's genuinely worth the whole thing. Because I don't know what the frick happened, but his voice actor is like... Oh, hey, I hope you guys were talking about a thing, and I was gonna do this thing, and I was like, hey, yeah, it's like that, yeah. And now all the characters are like professionally voiced. Wow, Slime Boy, that's very interesting. So, what do you think we should do about this problem? Yeah, I was thinking of names for like something fun, but I was talking to my dog, and it was really cool, and it was like, you know, he said that. Very interesting. It's like really bad, but it's really funny. Every time the Slime Boy shows up, we cheered. We were like, Slime Boy! He's the best character. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's actually like fun to watch. It really is, but I can't say it's good at all. It's like not good quality. The other thing that's really awful about it is, okay, so the animation, right? So I heard a lot of people criticize the this looks freaking awesome. I love this. Sorry. I heard people criticize the animation, and I didn't think it looked that bad. I mean, it's budget, but I thought it looked fine. I was like, I think the art style looks good enough. I think the characters are animated pretty well. Like, it's fine. It really is not bad animation at all. But what is bad is sometimes, I mean, it is cheap, right? And sometimes it really shows that it's cheap, because sometimes the characters will have like weird proportions or something for one frame, and it's like, ooh, you know, that looks really off-putting. But what's really funny is sometimes they just make blatant art errors, and it's like, how did that even... Like, the backgrounds are actually, a lot of them apparently are like clip art, they just like took from the freaking internet, I guess. One person found this like tree that they used, and it was just like clip art. So the backgrounds are really off-putting because the characters are like drawn for the show, but a lot of the backgrounds are not, and so the art style clashes, right, between the characters and the backgrounds a lot of times, and it looks really bad in some scenes. Sometimes the backgrounds are not positioned properly, so like something that's supposed to look like it's at a certain angle or whatever looks like a different angle entirely because they're taking two unrelated images and trying to blend them into one, and it just, you know, it doesn't look right. That was a great level, by the way. Let's go this one. But my favorite of all is that sometimes they just outright make mistakes. Like, I think there's like a scene where a character is floating, you know, like blatantly floating. And there's like a scene where they don't have like a mouth or something. And there's all sorts of errors that are quite fun to notice. Yeah. I don't remember any of the songs from the show at all. Like, it has like an opening and an ending, if I remember correctly. But I don't recall them at all. So, you know, it's not really memorable music. I think it's fine, it's just not memorable. And, you know, I don't know, it's just really very, like... I don't actually think that, like, a 4 out of 10 would be an unfairly low rating for it. So it's not good, but at the same time, people were acting like it was the worst thing they'd ever seen, and that there was nothing redeemable about it whatsoever, and I wouldn't say that's true, because it was actually very fun to watch. It was very enjoyable, and you actually do end up liking the characters and stuff, even though they have like no personality. Just because, I don't know, the designs are actually pretty good, and the voice actors are, for some reason, kind of charming, like especially like Slime Boy, right? But all of them are kind of like, you can tell that they were trying, you know? They're not doing anything wrong, it's not their fault. And they try to put some personality into the characters even though they have nothing to work with. And it kind of shows. You can imagine that if the show just had good writing, that it would actually be really fun. Even despite the animation errors and anything else, it would actually be a pretty good show if it just had good writing. But the writing is not very good. There's so many things that just aren't explained to, like, I don't even remember. It's been a while since I watched it, but so I'm gonna get the specifics wrong. But, like, it's like a, you know, like, this girl and she's here and they're going to a magic school and it's like, why? It's like, I don't know, she wants to. Okay. And then, you know, you're thinking they're gonna explain all the rules of magic and all that. And they're gonna have like a big adventure that they go on and it's gonna end up like resulting in a certain way or whatever. But not really. She kind of just goes to school and then meets some friends and then they kind of do things and then the show kind of ends. And you don't, there's not really like an antagonist that I remember anyway. I think they actually ended it like, I might be wrong about this. I seem to remember them actually ending it with a cliffhanger. I think they like thought they were gonna get a season 2. And they like end it with like a cliffhanger. And it's like, oh wait, maybe some plot's gonna happen. No, that's the end of the show. And it's really unfortunate, but there's no way it's getting a season 2. I don't think. I mean, I'd be very surprised if it did. Maybe it was enough of a success though from how many people watched it ironically. I don't know. One of the big problems is its tone. I'll shut up about it, but one more thing. Like it just doesn't really know what it's trying to be or who it's trying to appeal to. Because, okay, so like I'm just gonna be real here. They try to do like the magical schoolgirl thing, right? But they don't seem to have any idea of who the target audience is, because it doesn't feel like it's for girls. But it also doesn't feel like it's for boys. It feels very much like it's just kind of like not sure who it's for. Well, I think maybe it was trying to go for girls, but then the issue with that is that Crunchyroll's main demographic is definitely like boys, right? And like young adults. But it's like, you know, a large portion of their viewer base is men. Surprise. Because guys like anime, who would have guessed? So it's like a Crunchyroll original thing, but they're like trying to appeal to like a different audience than their site's demographic. I don't know, it'd be like if Netflix decided to totally focus on... What's the opposite of Netflix? Okay, maybe that was a bad example. I don't know. Some streaming service decides to make a, you know, exclusive shows and all of them are about cooking, but the streaming service has no relation to cooking whatsoever. So it's just kind of off-putting, right? It's like Disney Plus cooking, another cooking show, another one, and you're like, what? Why are you making so many cooking shows? The frick is that? Is that in the game? I heard something like crying. I'm like, what the frick? Oh, you know what that might be? That's either in the game, or there's actually a cat that walks around our neighborhood, and it likes to show up at like 3 in the morning. I'm not joking. It actually shows up at... You get hunted by a cat at 3 a.m. And it'll like meow. And it sounds like a crying child, and it's freaking terrifying. If you don't know what it is. But I've heard it so many times now I know what it is. It's just a cat. I've seen it before. Like, sometimes it comes by in the morning too. I don't know why it keeps coming by. I don't know if it's like finding food to eat or something. Maybe that's where the birds have gone. I'm just kidding. Hey yo? I don't know what that was in response to. His mic is covered in slime. Oh, you meant the original level. Gotcha. Yeah, Blue Core, that's hilarious. Yeah, like genuinely. I don't know what the frick happened, but he's so accidentally charming. It's not because of the character at all, it's because of the mic, right? Like the voice actor. I guess I did this one. It really is hard sometimes to tell. Oh, okay. Sure. I'm gonna try to actually like finish this because I think, yeah, well, yeah, we can. Well, I'm gonna do it tonight. I don't freaking care. I did want to stop by now already, but yeah, we're going for this. I don't want to have to make another thumbnail. You know, I've run out. I've run out of thumbnail ideas. It's over. Sonic Lost World, grind rail level. Amazing Bulk is 50% stock footage. That movie is still peak fiction. See, that's, you don't need a huge budget. You just need passion. You just need vision. Yeah, it's funny when I'm talking about all these movies and things, I think that people kind of maybe think that it's like, oh, you know, you have high standards. And I don't know, maybe I do. But honestly, I don't feel like my standards are that freaking high. Because if something is just freaking stupid or poorly made, but it's fun, then like I'm cool with that. You know? In fact, I actually really enjoy things that are like that, generally. My problem is that most of the freaking movies that and TV shows that I watch are just not fun. You know? They're like supposed to be fun, but then they're just kind of boring. I don't know. And it bugs me a lot because I think another thing that gets me a lot is that I'm really interested in writing a lot, right? And I've done a lot of like writing stuff. And so, you know, I care actually a lot about the writing of something. And listen, I don't need it to be peak fiction or whatever. I don't care. It can be stupid, but like I want it to either be fun or have like something interesting that provides, you know what I mean, in some capacity. And it's unfortunate to me how many things I watch that just don't. Like there's so many movies that really are just like, this is the hero, they goof around for a bit, and then the villain shows up. Oh no, all hope is lost. But then, with the help of their friends, they save the day. The end. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of boils down to that. And it's like, alright, that's fine as long as you do something fun or interesting with it to make it not just the same thing every single time. But so many movies don't. It's just like, nope, no, we're just doing that again. Same exact thing I've seen 8,000 times. And it's just like, I don't know. I just don't find it very enjoyable if you're not going to do anything different with it. Like, you can have a simple plot, that's fine. I don't need a twist or anything. I think simple plots are usually the best plots, actually. Just try to make it fun, at least. Give me a character that's funny or interesting or has a cool voice or something. And, like, do an idea that's kind of neat. Or something. No, we're just gonna tell that same story again, but worse. Oh, okay. No, we're just gonna have a bunch of characters just kind of goof off, and that's the movie. Okay. I don't know. Let me get up there. I wonder how many times I've said that throughout this playthrough. Okay, we're gonna freaking speedrun this. Well, I guess I'm going down this way anyway. Yeah. Oops, no, go back. This jump is terrible. Gets the job done. Okay, where now? There's one here. Okay. It's like a balloon. Bruh. I love that Sonic can just run up to something and just go kick, and you know it's done. I don't think I'm even gonna need to use those 999 coins, like, 'cause there's so many like seeds of defense and whatever, and power everywhere that it's just like I don't even know if. Oh, wait. Are there 2 of them here? Looks like there's 2 of them. I have a genius idea. What if you put the amazing bulk on a tiny corner of the stream? Genius idea. I mean, I'm sure it's probably fine copyright-wise because it's a bootleg movie, who cares? But I don't know, right? I don't know if I want to risk it. Because on the off chance that someone tries to claim that, you know. Oh, it's been almost 7 hours. I need to stop. Alright, let's finish this up. Before my friends wake up and criticize me for being awake. Okay. Free Birds? Yeah, I haven't seen Free Birds. I want to watch it. That might be good. Yeah, but I think I've become a bit cynical, I guess, because, you know, I know that these are, like, kids' movies, and so, you know, people think in terms of, like, it's a kids' movie, whatever, but I guess I don't like that mentality, right? Because, you know, I don't think you should not care just because it's a kids' movie. I think some of my favorite movies of all time are kids' movies. Like, I love Aladdin, you know? I think that's an incredible movie. I don't know. Like, I don't get the argument of, like, it doesn't matter. Because I would think if anything, kids movies would matter, because that's when you're, like, developing who you are as a person. So you maybe want something that isn't just dumb, mindless garbage, you know? You want something that has, like, a message or whatever, right? Like, I don't know, I'm just saying. I'm not opposed to dumb, mindless garbage at all. But, like, I'm just saying, if anything, it seems like the argument should be the opposite. But for some reason, a lot of people think, oh, it's a kids movie, it's fine if it's bad. I don't know. But so, yeah, right? So, like, with that in mind, so I don't know, I watched Spies in Disguise. I think that was the last Blue Sky movie before Disney bought them and shut them down, which is so sad. And the way I felt about it was that I liked it, but I didn't think it was that great. And I feel bad saying that because I can tell that everyone involved put a lot of effort into it, but I felt really like the writing was kind of not that, I don't know. I'm not expecting a cinematic masterpiece or anything from writing in a kids movie. It's just like, you have this idea of like Will Smith as a spy who's like a master, and he gets transformed into like a bird, and it's like, this is actually really funny and interesting, and it's new. Wow, right? And you're like hooked and you're invested in it, and it actually is like seeming like it's gonna be really good. And then it just kind of, for a while it is really good, and then it just kind of is like, alright, well, he's a bird now. And then most of the movie is just kind of, he's a bird now, and we're trying to stop the bad guy, I guess. And then, okay, and I don't know, it just feels very like, maybe there was another, I guess that's what the movie is, I guess that's the point of it, but it kind of feels very, to me, like, they had a really good premise, and it could have been, like, something amazing, but what we got was, alright, it was good, And there are scenes of it I really, really like, but it actually makes me kind of frustrated because it's like, this could have been so much better, so that with very few changes made to it, right? Because like the scenes where he's like the spy and he's like driving around in the car and everything, those are freaking awesome. Those are so well made. It's like so good looking, and you can tell so much passion went into it, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is great. And then it's just kind of like, I need a bird now, and you're like, well, I don't know, maybe. I know that's the point of the movie, but did you have to do that? I was kind of feeling the Will Smith spy movie, but alright, I guess it's a bird movie. I guess it's Blue Sky's thing. They make bird movies. You noticed that? Because they did like Ice Age, right? But then after that, it's like what? Like they did like Rio. They probably did. Did they do Freebirds? It's got bird in the title, so probably. That it was okay. Some movies don't really need a twist. Yeah, I feel like that too, actually. Like unironically, I was kind of like, I'm not feeling the bird thing. At first it was like, oh, this is kind of funny, and then it's like, well, you know, I think I would have rather this been a movie where, like, okay, the thing that's the most interesting about it is the fact that he has to work with this kid, right? Because he's like this amazing super spy that's like super talented, and now he's like forced to work with this random kid. And so that's the part that's like interesting about it thematically or whatever. It's like, oh, right, okay, he has to like do something he's not normally like comfortable with because of his predicament that he's in, right? Okay, neat. But they could have done that without him being a bird. Like, I feel like there's some way, or at least not for the majority of the movie.
Once the ancients landed on this world, they cultivated the islands to be their new home. This place in particular was meant for prayer and reflection.
Bro,
They hoped
religion in my Sonic game?
When they learned
They already
the
had that
enemy
in past
followed
games.
them here, they prepared to defend this world. The walls, cannons, towers, all for a desperate last stand.
That explains all the stuff I've seen on the run. I wondered if they were preparing for a fight.
Now I know.
Now I know.
This is where the ancients would gather to simply be together,
Dang.
to cherish those who were left. That is why they recorded everything. Their history,
I'm actually
their
feeling this with the
aspirations,
rain and the
their
atmosphere.
hopes, their dreams,
Hopes
so
and
they would
dreams.
never be truly gone.
That's like peaceful. Oh, look at that. I got 2 achievements. Areno's Island Expert and Expert Historian. Cool. How many more... why am I doing this? I said I wasn't even going for the Cocos. It doesn't matter. How many more achievements do I have to get? Hold up. Let me pull up Steam real fast. Let's see. My gosh, the Steam UI really needs a redesign. I can't find anything half the time. Okay, here we go. I think these are the only ones I haven't unlocked yet. Okay, Areno's Island Explorer. Wait, didn't I just get that one? Or was it... I'm Areno's Island Expert, I think. Yes, okay, so I need to get that one. Completed all challenges on Areno's Island and fully filled the map. Oh, there's one I haven't done yet, I guess. I need to raise my power level to max, my defense level, and my ring level. Wait, did I not raise my ring level to max? Oh, I guess not. I guess I gotta raise all 3 of those. I gotta defeat all guardian types, because there's still the one ghost on this island that I gotta find. And repair all the portals on Arena's Island, so I think I'm about to do that one. Unless there was one other one that I missed. I guess maybe there's another cyberspace level that I haven't gotten yet. So gotta fight Ghost. Apparently, where's Ghost at on the map? This stream is where the insane people would gather to simply be together. You're right. Oh, frick, I'm on a board. Ah! Oh no, it controls, like, not the best. Sonic, turn around. Oh. Oh. ghost is a statue. Oh. Zion has 9 levels? It does? Oh. Wait, I think I want to not jump. This is an original level again? Wow. Cool. I think this is really cool. I think it would be great if the board controls were better. Maybe I'll get used to them now. Oh, so that does hurt me every time. Okay. That's freaking awesome that they actually have ramps that get rid of the ramp on it. Oh my gosh. Ramps that get rid of the board. Wow. Yo, I'm feeling the music too. This feels like a Sonic game. Well, not the platforming part I'm not a big fan of, but yeah, that's okay. Oh, whoa. Ha, cool. Yeah, like that's Sonic style. The way he gets on the board and everything. That's freaking, there he is. It's my boy. Oh, I missed that one. Okay. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Can I get that one? Yeah. Alright, well, we still gotta get the other. They didn't put in the city escape level? Yeah! Why didn't they use the board there? Oh, 120 rings. I didn't watch the Atom Project. No, I haven't seen that. When you said Atom, though, it reminded me. I saw the Addams Family, the, like, movie. The, like, CG movie. Whoa. I don't know, it wasn't that bad. And it wasn't good. It was enjoyable to watch. It was fun. But it was very, like, generic 3D movie. And it felt really low budget, like shockingly low budget. I was like, oh my gosh, when did this movie come out? I think it was 2019? It felt like 2008, maybe? Not even that, I think it actually felt more like 2002 or something. It was like, oh no. Oh, sorry, my PC died again. For a minute there. There we go. I thought it was funny how missable that was. Do you mean the Red Ring or the movie? So you can do tricks, that's cool. This world is where the original levels gather to simply be together. Okay, so I didn't get 120 rings. Okay, let's do that too. I also love the soundtrack for the series, and it was definitely better than Cars 2. So talking about Addams Family? Hit the red? No. The rainbow ring. Okay. So wait, 120 rings? Oh boy. It's gonna be a bit difficult, huh? Well, not really. I just have to prioritize that. Okay. The music kind of is that loop for a while. Okay, here we go. Here's where you lose it all. Can you light dash? No, you can't light dash on the board. I think I tried that already multiple times. So that would be too easy. This one's actually hard to get 120 rings on. Is that the whole level? Oh no. Ooh. Oh, the Cars miniseries. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Cars TV show. It has K-Cars in it. Awesome. No, I haven't seen it. I watched the Cars shorts a long time ago. I watched some of those. I watched them. Oh. I don't know how you're supposed to get enough air to go for that. You grew up with Cars? Yeah, I grew up, well, I kind of did. I really liked it for a while. as a kid. Because I had, like, I don't know, I had, like, some of the merch, you know? I had a Lightning McQueen that I used for years. Oh, sorry. PC keeps freezing. I don't actually know, when it skips like that, I don't know what the stream sees. On my end, it actually freezes for like 15 seconds completely, like everything freezes. And then it continues like nothing ever happened. It's really bizarre. We're talking about cars on the road, I see. I owned 2 additional cars, getting a weird stationary bike game. A Lightning McQueen car that I could drive. Yo, that's cool! Oh yeah, I had one that said like Kerchow, and his mouth would move. He had like a rubber mouth that would actually like open and close. I thought it was really cool. I don't think I have that one anymore. I actually sold a lot of my toys several years ago to like buy this PC. Yeah. Which felt bad at the time, but I don't think it was a bad decision, right? Because I've made so many, you know, so many memories and learned so many things with this. And now it's freaking old. I need to get a new one, but see, hey, 2013. It's been lasted a while. Oops. Sonic, hit the ramp. There we go. The like anti-gravity stuff is really interesting when they play with it. Hit the thing. There we go. It's really janky though, so I see why they don't play with it often. Okay, I think just walk on this one? No. Oh no. Okay. Yes. And then here, just walk. There we go. Okay. We're almost done. Right? Yeah, we got some up there, but we're almost freaking done. Alright. Let's end this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm already doing that thing where I'm like reflecting on what I said in the stream and I'm like, oh man. This is the stream where Rad got cringe and political. I hope that wasn't like horrible to watch. And that people aren't like, I don't know about that one, Rad. I mean, I'm not saying you have to agree with me, I'm just like, I just hope that no one's like weirded out. Oh! No, see, I wanna... Oh, you really can't go into the grind rail like upside down? That's disappointing. 0 out of 10 game. For sure. Do you think... I'm sorry to even bring this up, but I'm just thinking out loud. Do you think Gangrams are gonna play this? And how do you think it'll go? If they do. Because I'm honestly surprised. I would have expected by now that they would have at least said something about it. Like, yeah, we're gonna play that. But I haven't heard anything. I mean, I don't really watch, I haven't watched them in a long time. So I don't know. I'm just morbidly curious, right? Because I know the internet's not gonna, you know, Sonic fans on Twitter are not gonna be too happy about it if he does. But I legit wonder if they will or not, and what he'll say. Because I get the feeling it would go something like this. Be like, oh man, new Sonic game came out, it's awful, we gotta play it. Like, that'll be his opinion, right? And then Dan will be like, oh, it's not, how do you know it's awful? And he's like, trust me. And then the whole time Aaron will be like, look at how janky it is. And it'll be a weird situation because he won't be wrong about that. But also, you know, game's fun, shut up. Right? It's like, that's how people are gonna feel. Stop harping on my boy every time he makes a new game. So that'll be interesting. I hope they play this. They liked Forces. That's true, they did like Forces. Of all games. Oh, I can't climb up that? Even though it has the climbable material. Okay. Oh, this is not how I'm supposed to do this. But it might work. Probably will work. Oh, okay. Maybe it is how I was supposed. No, no, it's not. I don't know. I don't know how I was supposed to do that. Okay. There's 2 here, and there's a lot over here. So let's go. What's the portal gear that I'm? Oh, it's got to be over here. Okay, so I can't fast travel to that yet. Oh, I actually can't fast travel to any of that. Okay, let's do this one. Aaron's gonna like the super fights. Actually, yeah. I actually think he would. He'll probably forget all the combat moves and be stuck on that for like multiple episodes, but well, I don't know, maybe just like 1 episode. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a bridge, right, okay. I was like, frick. How do you get over there again? Wait, so I've got full... So you actually have to do this to get infinite boost? I thought the blue rush or whatever was also gave you infinite boost. That's fascinating. It's a bear. See it? Time to run on a bridge. Did you ever talk about Sonic 2 the movie? Yeah, a while when it released. It just makes you faster? Oh, I see. Thanks, I appreciate it. Cool. I don't like what they did to my Radfordhound. Too political. Back in my day, Rad would just make bad jokes. How do you get up there? Oh. Alright. Did I talk about Sonic 2 spoilers yet? I don't actually remember. I don't think I did. Well, I think maybe I did in a way that didn't spoil it. Well, we accidentally talked about it during one of the streams we did, didn't we? Yeah, the the credits thing got was accidentally said on that Sonic Central stream that I did with Taz and Autumn, I believe. So I mean, in that regard, we did. Yeah, Autumn felt really bad about it. And I felt bad too, because I knew it was an accident, but I was like, oh no. I was like, there's gonna be people who freaking... I think I tried to put a spoiler warning in the chat and I didn't do it fast enough. It was like, oh. Epic failure. But oh well. I apologize if anyone got spoiled because of that. I'm usually really careful with that stuff. How the frick? We got the Corona DLC put up on Internet Archive? Oh, let's go! Yeah, I should probably try that out before I stop tonight. Just briefly. Let's get the last memory token stuff. Is this right? Yeah, this looks like it's taking me in the right direction. Okay, we got some more Sonic runners. Alright. Only a few more. It's just in this corner, right? And then in the center, yeah. Alright, so there's like one more cyberspace level, I think. That I haven't done. I think it's just one. We're about to find out. I don't know. You can't, like, it's really silly that you can't climb up that mountain, you know? Like, come on, like, that's not too steep for Sonic. He's run up much more wall-like structures before. And also, you can just do it anyway if you try. Okay, where's that one at? Could be anywhere. Could be down there? Yeah, okay. Can you hear the sleep deprivation setting in? That one is from there. Alright. The funny part is I think I would have been done like 2 hours ago if I hadn't spent so much time talking about nonsense. But oh well, it wouldn't be a rad stream if I didn't waste crazy amount of time to talk about things that I'll just regret later. Alright, but how do you get up there, though? Hang on. No, go back. That wasn't part of the plan. What's the intended way to get up there? Maybe that? Where do these take me? Okay, but why would the camera do that? Unless I wasn't supposed to go this way. Yeah, I'm not supposed to do it like that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. There. So how is it supposed to... Look at this. I don't know. Cool. Speed Simulator? Yeah, I talked about it in that, I think. It's been 7 months, I feel like you could say whatever now. That's probably true. I know there's always going to be someone who's like, but I haven't seen it yet. And I don't want to spoil them. Well, I mean, honestly, the real thing is that I just don't know what else I want to say about it. It's been a while since I watched it now. There's a lot of things I liked about it. I mean, it still isn't really... like what I don't know how to put it. It's not really what I like would have wanted from a Sonic movie. If I could like have free range of like how I wanted to make it. But for what it is, I think it's really good. I enjoyed it more than the first one. And I think they're going in the right direction with it. Because I think what people wanted was, you know, obviously it was like, okay, well, you know, the humans are good and all, you know, they were handled well in the first movie, all things considered, but it was like, we're not really here for the humans, right? You know, we're here for the Sonic characters, right? And so the fact that they're like kind of embracing that and saying, okay, here you go, here's Sonic, right? And here's Knuckles, actually, and here's everyone else, is like good. That's a really good step in the right direction, and I hope they keep going that way. Is there water here? Do you hear that? Or is it just supposed to be mud? I think it's supposed to be muddy grass. Anyway. So I feel like that's a great thing. And I'm very interested as to what they'll do with the third movie, because, okay, so I guess spoilers, if you haven't seen the second one, still. So this is the thing we accidentally spoiled. So, okay, big spoiler, right? During the credits of the second movie, you know, they tease a character, right? And they tease there's a Shadow. And it's really, like, interesting, right, that they teased Shadow, because the way they did it really strongly implies that the next movie is going to be kind of like based around the SA2 story, right? Where it's like you've got Gunn, whatever, Maria and the Ark and all that, and so that's very fascinating, because that is actually more the direction I would have wanted a Sonic movie to eventually go. If it was going to be based on the game's canon at all, I think like that's the one to base it off of. So it's very interesting to me that it seems like that's where they're going with it. Oh, I got a Render's Island expert. Cool. Okay, there's a few more, and there's the other cyberspace one I haven't done yet. So okay, we'll do that too while we're here. So we're getting done in like maybe like 30 minutes. Anyway, so I find that really fascinating. Now, I don't think it's gonna be. I honestly don't know what to expect from it, and I'm a little like, unsure. Because I don't think they're going to try to make it like the same story. I think they're going to try to change it up, right? But how much will they change it up, right? What parts will they change? And I don't know, right? I'm honestly a little worried about it. I don't know why, because the first two I thought they handled well, but now that they're trying to go into that territory, I'm like, well, because I think a lot of adventure fans are kind of more like, well, I guess I'll just say it, I think kind of a little picky about some things. And the SA2 story is something that means a lot to them. And so, you know, and me as well, I'm an adventure fan too, in a lot of ways. What the frick? What? Right, okay. Just go up to the top of that. Yeah, sure. That's cool, actually. I really like that. Oh, there's this. Okay, there's one. Let's do that first. And so if you like mess up part of the story in anyone's eyes, I think that's something that is not gonna go over well. So you have to be pretty careful, pretty freaking careful. Like, I'm just gonna be real with you. If I was writing Sonic Movie 3, I would be terrified. Because you really have to think about a lot. I got a random Island Memories just now. You know, if you like mess up anything, it's like kind of, you know, people are not going to be too happy about that. But at the same time, you need to change things, because if you just keep it the same, it's not gonna. I think the first two Sonic movies tonally were not really the same as like Adventure, right? They were more lighthearted, I think, than like Adventure 2 would be, for sure. And so there's the question of like, how are you going to adapt that to? Oh, look at that. That's really cool. They're like aware that you can actually like move left and right with the piece, and they're like playing into that. This is cool. This is a custom level. It feels like it. Oops. This one's really fun. So you have to be really careful about how you write it because you want the adventure fans to enjoy it, of course. But you also want random moviegoers who have never played an adventure game before to not feel alienated, right? And I think if you're like Sonic Movie 1, Sonic Movie 2, and then all of a sudden there's like a girl named Maria, and there's an arc, and there's an entire race of alien beings, and there's Project Shadow, the ultimate life form, and there's freaking a gun, the military. Well, that already was a thing, I guess, in the other movies. They said that already. And you do all that just out of nowhere. I think you're gonna have some like casual moviegoers, especially, who are gonna be like, what the frick is this? And they're gonna be kind of put off by it, maybe? I don't know. It depends on, maybe not. That was a great place for me to fail. So you have to be careful about how you write that. And I kind of feel like they're maybe setting themselves up for failure a little bit by trying to do that after they've already done the other two movies. I don't know, but maybe not. Maybe it'll work out really well. I'm hopeful it will, and of course I'm going to go into it with an open mind. I'm not expecting it to be, you know, the same as Sonic Adventure 2, right? I'm expecting it to be different. I don't know, I have trouble picturing Maria being a character in the Sonic movie. I don't know, did they say they were going to do that? Because honestly, I kind of get the feeling they won't. Which is maybe for the better. Because, I don't know, you're going to have like a freaking like general movie audience come see my movie about a blue hedgehog. Also, here's a child, we're going to shoot her. Watch. Isn't that great? Isn't that, you guys like the movie? I feel like they're going to be like, they've said nothing. Dang. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're gonna cut Maria. But maybe not. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll brave it and be like, no. We have to include that. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it would be a good idea to include that. But at the same time, if you cut Maria, adventure fans are going to be mad, I think. Why? Maybe not. But I get the feeling a lot of people are going to be like, you cut Maria. You cut Shadow's entire purpose. What is wrong with you? How could you do that? You know. And it's like, we did it because we didn't want the random 5-year-olds in the theater watching this child get shot in the head. When they're just trying to watch a funny movie about hedgehogs. Right? I don't know. It's an interesting challenge for sure. If they pull it off, I'll be very impressed. And they might. I mean, they pulled off the first two. And I didn't think the first movie, you know, after seeing the design, I was like, no. But no, it was fine. They totally saved it. And the second movie, I think, took everything that was good about the first one and made it better. And got rid of a lot of stuff that made it not as good. There is like, I certainly have some problems with the second movie. I actually watched it again with, well, okay, Pink Girl, I guess. You know who I'm talking about, my yeah, that sister, right? Because she hadn't seen it yet. And you know what, I'm gonna be honest, it was still good. I didn't like it as much as I did when I first saw it. Because I had more time to like kind of process it, and I was like, yeah, there's some scenes in there that are kind of like the whole thing where they like dance in the bar is kind of like very generic, and it kind of goes on a long time. And they have the whole thing with the wedding scene, which is like actually really funny and everything, but it kind of goes on for too long too. And I don't know, there's some things that are like, that wasn't that good. But then there's some parts that are really great, and it's like, oh, I really like this. Like when they're, like, I don't know, Knuckles' characterization is great. All the scenes where the characters are just like running and just doing stuff, it's like really fun. That's really well done. The whole thing where he's going down the avalanche or whatever, it's like really well done. You know, it's really fun. It's like what I would want from a Sonic movie, actually. It's like scenes like that. And I felt like, I don't remember her name, but you know who I'm talking about. The lady who gets married. She is hilarious. She does a great job in her role. She really does like give it her all, and she's very likable. Like I don't know, the actress. And it's honestly a scene that I feel like in concept almost is like kind of a bad idea, because it's like a Sonic movie. People are there to see Sonic the Hedgehog and everything, and okay, we're gonna put in a wedding, right? And it's like, what are you doing, right? Like the kids are gonna fall asleep, you know. And it does go on too long, but it's not bad. It's not that, you know, it's not that bad to watch, and it's actually pretty funny for a while because of her. She saves it. She delivers her lines so well and everything, and it's just like, it's actually really enjoyable. Oh yeah. Even though it seems like an idea that was destined to fail almost, you know what I mean? So yeah, and then of course Agent Stone. He's great. I actually want him in the games. Like genuinely, I think he'd be good in the games. Well, but you'd have to get you'd have to be like, I don't know how his CG design would look though, right? But having him as like his like chemistry with Eggman is like so good. It's so well done. He's so likable. I don't know. Finally, gay Eggman is real. Like, actually, the funniest part about it to me is how natural they made that character feel. It doesn't feel like anything is like... Because it's like a, you know, Eggman is like a character that's been a thing for a long time, right? And you know, Agent Stone is like a new guy. Right? And so you would think that a scene like that, with a new character and Eggman, would be weird. It would be kind of like, where did this come from? Right? But it isn't. It's completely natural. It's like, yeah, that sounds right. And it actually adds this dynamic to their character that's really great. I was actually legitimately like excited when he showed up. He's like, "Doctor, I've been waiting for you," and I was like, "Yes." So there's a lot of things I really like about it, but yeah, also some things that I'm like, well, I don't know, that's a little rough or whatever. And so I think they, oh, okay, I did it again. I still think they have something really good going for them, but yeah, need to be really careful about how you write, especially from here on out, because now we've established we're going with adventure stuff, and it's like, oh, hang on. Cool, right? Freaking cool, but be careful. You mess that up, you will upset some people. So, hopefully they don't do that. And I'll give it a shot when it comes out. What is it again, next year? Or the year after, I don't remember. Also, wasn't it supposed to be a trilogy? I'm assuming... Will they make a fourth one, you think? Probably, right? If the third one does well. I would assume they would make a fourth one. Because why not? But that's actually very interesting, though. If you decide to make a fourth movie, where do you go after SA2? Because you don't want to do Shadow, you don't want to freaking go there. And you don't want to do 06, right? So, and Heroes doesn't really have much of a story. I don't know. I mean, it does. But I don't know, I feel like it's not really something you want to adapt into a movie. It kind of boils down to Sonic Heroes, you stop the bad guy, the end. Also Shadow's back. That's like the one thing that's like important in the plot. Right? So you could include that in there, but you need to have like an actual script. So what next? Do you think they'll just write their own thing? Sonic Adventure 3. Hey guys, we know that Sonic Adventure 3 doesn't exist, but if it did exist, this would probably be the story. I mean, that would actually be really interesting, and I'd like to see what they do with that. Of course, that's assuming that this movie's good, and that there is a fourth one. Oh, sixth movie? Yeah, it's December 2024. Ah, okay. I screamed when I saw the announcement. Dang. You said the word gay more in the past 24 hours than you have in the past year. That's probably true. James Marsden is signed up for 6 movies, I think. Are you? Oh my goodness, 6 movies. Whoa. Well, I don't know. Does that mean that they'll? That doesn't necessarily mean they'll actually do 6, though, right? It's just that he can do up to 6, right? I don't really know how that works, to be honest with you. Hey, Speedster Blur, how you doing? We also have the Knuckles spin-off series coming to Paramount Plus. That's right. Did it already happen? I don't remember. Is there like a switch active or something? This pulley is not coming down. There's also that. Could I just... Oh, I can, but I have to... Oh, wait a minute. What the frick is this? Spring. Okay. Is that all of them? No, there's a few more, right? Just these two. Oh, and this one too. This freaking... Okay. Sonic 2 made 400 million in a pandemic. Jeez. That's quite a lot. We're gonna have to go fishing too, it looks like. But we can do this, we got time. Where am I going? Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't want to fight. Oh yeah, where's Ghost, by the way? You said it was in a statue? That's not the statue. It's marked with the Guardian thing. Oh, okay, I'll look at it on the map, I guess. It's probably up. Yeah, it's way up there. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Wow, this is really peak content, Rad. I don't think you're gonna get better than this. You're almost as good as whatever that late night talk show host I was talking about earlier was. Like, way earlier. Ooh. Okay. And, now... It's marked with the Guardian thing. Okay, so let me look at that. So, you mean like this? Hang on. Guardian, yeah. So... Does red indicate one that I've already fought? Or just... No, it just means a Guardian, right? So, Wesif, I'm sorry to ask this. Which one is the ghost? Do you know off the top of your head, or nah? Frontiers would make for a good movie? Oh, yeah. True. Oh, yeah, maybe they could tie that in. Because it kind of does the, it kind of ties in with adventure a little bit. It's near the top right. It's almost blue if you fought it. Ah. Oh. Well, I did fight most of these. I don't know why. I guess they reset when I came back to the island. Yeah, blue means something. I've seen blue before. Okay, so it's one of these, I guess. Thanks, that's helpful. So, guess over here. Why not? Okay, so let's see. So there's this one. Oh yeah, actually that might be it. Okay, cool. So you just silent this? Oh. Maybe? Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I haven't fought this one for sure. It's Ghost Spider Freeze! Okay, whoa, so I don't know what I'm doing, but let's figure this out. Oh boy. Oh, he's taking my rings! No! Do I have to silence it? Okay, this one requires you to think out the box, I guess. What do I do? Alright, hit the statue. Yeah. Oh, that was like that classic Sonic Monster sound effect. Oh, okay, so you just go to the statues. Okay. Is this right? Still wanna go? Ah! Just go up there. I got so many rings, this is not really a problem. This music kind of slaps. Oh man. Oops. Oh no. It's kind of stressful. Even though I'm losing very few rings, it feels like I'm losing a lot. Okay, so this is the third statue. Got it. Oops. Where now? Well, that's quite a far ways, quite a far distance. You, I guess you don't get rings during this. Okay, wait, no, yes you do. Wait, where'd he go? No, don't despawn. I'm fighting you. Oh, it's up there. No! Wait, did it freaking despawn? Oh, dude, that's lame. Why'd it do that? I didn't get that far away from it. Oh, that's freaking lame. Alright, try it again. What? Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea why that happened. Is this Guardian thing? Yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot. Okay, so now I know what to do. It's like well animated too, right? Like it actually looks really nice. I don't remember. This is a pretty funny like layout that they made for this. It's cool. Ah! Oh no. Okay, go back up. Ah, get up, Sonic, get up. Oh my gosh, no. Ah! Get back, no! Sonic, please, not right now, dude. Yeah, she's really shooting at me more than I remember it happening last time. There we go, jeez. Wait for the second cutscene where he attaches to the state before moving? Oh. Wait, there's a second cutscene? I guess not if I move first. Yeah, this seems good. I like it a lot. I've got so many rings I don't have to worry about it. If I boost, I might like fall off this thing. And this thing directly attacked you? Yeah, I didn't either. Finding out new things every day. Oh, there we go. There's some cutscene. Yeah, this song slaps. Ah, oh no. Hi, Guardian, you have to understand, I'm in kind of an awkward position right now. Don't despawn again, right? Okay. I lost a lot of rings from that. Is that the last one? Yeah, I think so. Oh, look at that. She's in there, like, that's identified. I think that's the one for getting all the Guardians. Hi, Guardian Spice. Where'd it fall? Here it is. Alright. What else is left? Let's get all the rings and then find out. Well, we gotta level up all the way, but other than that, yeah, just these two, right? Yeah, it looks like it's just those two. Okay, let's fast travel over here. Or try. Okay. And I'm gonna check the achievements again. Oh, so I guess I did get the one for restoring all the portals. I didn't see that. Okay. Raise power level to max, raise defense level to max, raise ring level to max. So it's just the levels, that's it. You can grab those two, but don't interact with the emerald. Yeah, thanks, because if I do that, it'll trigger the final boss. I learned that the hard way. I forget what this does. I did this before. I think the spring takes you to a different place or something? Okay. So, where are these two, I wonder? Are they underground, maybe? Okay. Let's save. Just in case. No, I don't want to be in 2D. Alright, so it's there. It's probably under it. Oh no. Sure. Whenever the game does that, it's always a treat. Like, for real. Okay, how do you go underground here again? I forget. There's like a place we can go underground. I want to go to the underground. I want to talk to Papyrus. There we go. Okay, hang on though. I don't want to get a Chaos Emerald. That's right. So I got this already, but okay, I remember now. So just don't interact with the Chaos Emerald. How is the fall? Nice reference. Okay, don't get the emerald. Where's my little... Oh. Wait, it's a completely different way. Where the frick is that at? Yeah. It's this direction. Oh, I see it. This area looks so cool. I don't remember what that does. Oh, I guess... Okay, so hit that spring. There we go. Okay. There it is. All the memory tokens. In the entire game. That took 33 hours. Whew. And I said it was going to end in about 30 minutes. We're almost there. The only thing left to do, there's 3 achievements. All of them are just raising up. I got to raise my power level to max, I got to raise my defense, and I got to raise my ring level. If I look at my stats right now, ring is at 89 out of 99, defense is at 82 instead of 89, and attack is at 87 instead of 99. So just do Big's fishing. Right? Just do Big's fishing. And we will just instantly get that. You're insane for doing this, by the way. Just want to let you know. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know. I know I'm insane. Like, actually, I know that the vast majority of people would not freaking do this. But whatever, right? What streams are after Frontiers? I don't know. Good question. I mean, I guess I want to do a modded playthrough at some point. Maybe I should go back and actually 100% Forces, but I don't know if anyone cares to see that. Because I apparently never did that. I don't know where I would... I mean... I think this game has a lot of problems, but it is really fun. I do like SA2, so I would probably put it above this a little bit. But, there's a lot of things I really like about Frontiers. I think it's a really good step in the right direction. I stopped in the middle of episode Shadow. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Again, I don't know if I forgot. I was gonna check if I had my if I still had the save for Forces. I don't know if I actually deleted that save or not. Oh my gosh, it's so many. You get so many things. I love everything about SA2. I don't like half of this game. I'm trying to think. It's so huge. Hammerhead Shark. I mean, I think there's things I like and dislike in both games. But I will say I feel like SA2 feels a lot more finished, right? But this game is trying to be really ambitious. So it's understandable. And they've never done anything like this before. You know everything about Frontiers, I don't like half of SA2. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, those are both fair opinions. SA2 is one of those games where I really like it, but I also completely understand why people would not like it. Because I've talked about this a lot before, but it's like a game that's literally like... It's almost like divisive by its nature. Because it's trying to do all these different playstyles at once. That are pretty... not super different from each other, but like pretty different, right? Because Sonic's all about going fast, you know, and then like Tails is about shooting things, and Knuckles is about treasure hunting, and it's like kind of three different ways of thinking that are kind of similar. But I can see the argument that that shouldn't all be in one game, and you shouldn't be required to do it. When I first played SA2, I actually didn't like it very much. For that reason, because I was like, I don't want to freaking search for these emerald pieces. This stinks, you know. But the more I played it, the more I was like, you know, I like this. I think the main thing is that when you learn how the like mechanics of it work, which the game does not teach you, you know, and when you like memorize where a lot of the pieces can be hidden at and stuff, it becomes a lot more like, it feels more like a fun challenge and less of like a unfair thing you're forced to do. Okay, hang on guys, you don't need to yell. Forces does not control better than SA2. Wait, what are you talking about? Forces controls better than SA2? No, I won't agree with that. I'm sorry. No, Forces is like really bad movement. You can't even turn in Forces when you're boosting. Well, sorry, you can when you're boosting, you can't when you're running. And as the Avatar, you can't turn when you're running at all. In SA2, you have a lot of control of your character. It's not as clean as SA1 in some ways. Like, it's a little more... I don't know what the word is. I want to say stiff, but not even really that. It's kind of more, like, sensitive than SA1. Like, if you tap left or right on the stick at all, he kind of moves a lot, which is not ideal. For me, at least. But that's really the only thing I have a problem with. Even the spin dash, I was like, I think I preferred the SA1 one where you can spam it. But then, you know what? I think the SA2 one makes more sense. Because it's more about momentum, right? Because, like, if you go down a slope, you gain speed, and if you go up a slope, you lose speed. And so it should probably play into that, instead of just being, like, hit the X button really fast, right? That's kind of how I feel about it now. You can barely spin jump in SA2 unlike SA1. What do you mean, just like jumping? You mean like spin dash and then jump? It is easier in SA1, but I do it in SA2 all the time. So I'm not really sure what you mean by that, I'm sorry. In Crazy Gadget, there's a really cool skip where, towards the end of the level, there's like these two paths. There's like a top path and a bottom path, and it's in the section that right before the like door that leads outside to the anti-gravity section. You know what I'm talking about? And if you're on like the, I think it's the bottom. I don't remember if it's the top or the bottom path. One of those paths, you can spin dash jump from there, and like land at the very top of at the end, and it's really cool. It just saves like a second, but it feels really nice. But like I usually do that in that level, so that's like an example of like a spin dash jump. And I never have any problems doing that. It's just X and A. Okay, wait a minute. You guys are arguing about a lot. For the record, you know, I SA2 has flaws too, but I just like it. I don't know. But I feel like that about this game too, right? It has flaws, but I like it. SA1 is not easier, and then Wessa says it's objectively easier than SA2. You're talking vanilla. Let's see. Well, I do feel like SA2 gets harder. But SA1 has a lot of... So I like SA1. I feel like a lot of its difficulty, though, kind of comes from the fact that it's kind of janky, though, right? Like, SA2 is janky, too. But SA1's really janky. Especially, like, Skydeck, right? My gosh. And, I don't know. Big's Fishing, right? Which is like, when you know how it works, you can beat his whole campaign in like 15 minutes. But the game doesn't really explain that well how it works. There's a few things it doesn't like tell you. And there's times where it'll just not, like you'll like catch Froggy, you'll like hook Froggy and you try to pull him in. And then for some reason at the last second, it'll just stop. And you're like, what? Shouldn't that have counted? Like, why did I not catch? I don't know. And you just have to do it again. And this time it works. And so, you know, it's kind of, so there's like difficulty in like that regard, but it's not really difficulty. It's kind of just like glitchiness, you know? That's kind of how I feel about it. Although it does get kind of hard sometimes. I don't know. I'm gonna admit this. I don't know why I'm like this. The final boss of Sonic's story in SA1, I tend to like die a lot. I don't know why. Because it's not hard, right? But for some reason, a lot of times when he goes through that final attack, he's like, watch out, he's still up to something, right? I know it's coming, I know what I have to do, and I time it and everything, but sometimes I just spin dash out of the way and it's not enough and I die still anyway. And I'm like, okay. It always ticks me off because I have to do the whole fight again. Which stinks, because it's like, I don't know, it's like a 4-minute fight, isn't it? It's like 2 to 4 minutes, I don't remember. I only like Sonic and Shadow stages in SO2. The rest of the game is mid, and I hate doing new playthroughs too. So that's a very popular opinion, actually. That's how it really seems like that. Like there's two opinions with SA2. It's either that you like all of it, or that you like Sonic and Shadow and hate the rest. And I think those are both valid. I totally get why. It's the weird part to me is that I was on that side of the fence where I thought Sonic and Shadow was good, but I didn't like the rest. And then over the years, I somehow came over to this side. I don't know how that happened. I don't know, I just kept playing it and I was like, wait, I like all of this. But I'll be first to admit that it's really flawed, right? And like, I totally understand people not liking it, because it's like... Why are we suddenly having to stop everything to go search for some Master Emerald pieces with a system that the game doesn't explain to you at all? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Is that fun? I don't... It's only fun to me because I know how it works, right? And I've done it a lot of times. Okay, I think I'm gonna...
Would you like to try?
But I can't say it's good design.
Borrow a rod.
Okay, I think I want to trade. So what am I getting? So, hang on a second. So I need to get power level, defense level, and ring level to max. So for rings, I need the Cocos. For power and defense, I need these. So let's just go for that. And let's get a ton of these. Oh, we have a lot. Okay, so we're all good. I don't know how many I need for an upgrade. I guess I should just buy, I mean, I don't know. That's a really annoying sound. Let's mute that for a bit. Oh! Oh no, okay, it's up. How many do I need? Like, each one of these isn't worth one upgrade, right? It's like I need several of them to get one. I don't actually remember. It's been a while. Well, what am I talking about? It's been a while since the game told me that. All right, I think let's just try that. And if I need more, we'll go back. We unmute the audio. There we go. I'd rather start a new playthrough in Forces than SA2. Alright, fair enough, I can see that. Well, because in Forces, I mean, you just kind of have to hold X. But in SA2, it's asking a lot of you. I'm gonna be honest too, right? I think for what it is for a lot of people, and I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, is that SA2 is, like, difficult. And difficulty is one of those things that's kind of weird because there's players who really like difficulty, and then there's players who really don't, right? And if you're a player who doesn't like difficulty, then SA2 is really not fun, because there's going to be a lot of moments where, you know, you die and you got to do the level again, and it's like, because you just kind of mistapped a little bit, like you moved a little bit incorrectly or something, and it's like really kind of finicky and stuff. And so I totally understand why that would be really frustrating and not fun. And so I can see how you would prefer just like holding X in Forces, right? Because you're not, you know, having to replay the same level again and again and all that nonsense in a game that feels unfair. I'm the type of player that that likes a challenge unless I feel that it's really unfair. I gotta sneeze. Hang on. Maybe I do? Maybe I don't. Alright, doesn't seem like it. Maybe it'll come back. Anyway. Is this the... Yeah, this is the one for the ring capacity. Oops, no. Yeah, but I mean, you do you, right? It's one of those things, it's like... The Sonic fanbase has like really divided opinions, but part of the reason for that, of course, is because, wait, what's that about? I shouldn't have skipped through that. This is like a one-time thing. Even I have forgotten who I once was. All I know is my desire to keep Coco safe and regret for once having failed them. Sorry to ask you even more, my duty. Can you bring more? No, what? I've done all I can. Okay. Well, I got the achievement. So let's go to the other, I completely forgot how to speak there for a second. Let's go to him. Okay, so how many of these? I just got an achievement. What else may I do for you? Okay, so I still need, like 4 defense seeds. Okay. 06 is... Okay, here we go.
Hey, Sonic. Welcome back.
People like you defend 06 and then wonder why they get bad games like Forces. Okay, so I wouldn't... So I'm in the middle on this. I wouldn't say 06 is a great game, by any means, actually. But I also wouldn't say that, that it's a terrible game. What it is it's a very ambitious project that Sonic Team took on, that because of how much they're rushed, ended up as a buggy, unfinished mess. But it still has traces of good ideas in it, even in the final product. There's a lot of things where you're like, okay, I see what they were thinking with this, and that's actually pretty creative and fun. It's just implemented so poorly, because they didn't freaking finish it, right? Like, I actually really like the level design a lot, in, like, Sonic stages, for instance. I think it's really solid. And, I don't know, I like a lot of the music is stellar. Of course it is, it's a Sonic game. It's one of my favorite Sonic soundtracks ever, actually. And so for that reason alone, I enjoy the game a lot more, because I can bop my head to the soundtrack the whole time. The glitches are everywhere and really abundant, and you know, it's a buggy game. But a lot of the glitches are not annoying to me at all, because they don't get in the way of the gameplay for me, generally. Like, I very rarely actually have the game, like, unfairly kill me or whatever, and even when it happens, it's usually pretty funny, because it, like, throws you off, you know, in some extreme fashion. Like, usually the bugs that occur are just kind of like, I don't know, it just looks stupid or something, like Sonic will jitter or whatever, or something won't work correctly for a second, but it's fine. You can just walk around it, you know, or whatever. And so I find the glitches in that game are actually usually pretty fun. Then again, I like glitches usually in video games. I like to play with glitches, so I find enjoyment in that as well. I'm not going to say it's good, it isn't at all, but it's just not a thing that makes the game less fun for me. Whereas I can see how it would be a thing that would make it less fun for other people. Especially if it's unfairly killing you and all that. I mean, I don't know, I really like Silver as a character. I think he's a cool character, and I wish they would have done more stuff with him. Like, I would totally play a Silver the Hedgehog game that's just totally him. If they actually made it, like, finished and polished, you know what I mean? I like the idea of his power and everything a lot, and his design and what they were trying to do with his character. It's just in the final, it doesn't really pan out how they wanted it, you know? It ends up being pretty repetitive, where you just kind of pick up boxes and throw them at enemies, repeat. And it's kind of like, okay, you could have done a lot of really cool stuff with them, but you just didn't have time, right? But I appreciate the idea. You know, I appreciate what they were going for with it. Shadow is, actually maybe my least favorite character to play with in 06, because, I don't know, he's just like Sonic, but without any of the gems, which are fun to use, and he's like slow with the combat. They just put all these enemies with big health bars everywhere, and you gotta just spam the A button a whole bunch, and there's not much you can really do about it. And it's like fine, I still don't think it's like really unfun to play, but it is really like my least favorite part of the game, I think, unfortunately. But I guess the way I feel about it is that, yeah, it's definitely what I would call a bad game, but I feel like it's a fun game, at least for me personally. It's a game that I actually enjoy playing, despite its many flaws. Because I don't know, I see the ambition, I see the ideas, and I can kind of imagine what they would have been like, and I appreciate the effort put into it. There are Sonic games where it feels like they didn't put any effort into it, right? And I would much rather take a game that feels like it's bad because they put too much effort into it, over a game that feels like it's bad because they put not enough effort into it, right? and I guess that's kind of how I feel about 06. I think I would rather play it over Forces. That doesn't mean I think it's a better game than Forces. It's kind of weird, right? I feel like Forces is more quality in a lot of ways. You know, I mean, it's obviously, right, it doesn't have crazy bugs all over the place, though it does still have its fair share of bugs. But it's nowhere near as much as 06. 06 is legendary for how many bugs it has. And I mean, the load times of 06 are freaking terrible. That's just horrible. There's no excuse for that. And Forces doesn't have any problem like that, right? So it's a lot better in terms of that, like the programming and everything. But it's just not fun to me. Like, I don't know. It's like fun the first time you play it, I guess. But when you come back to it, it's just kind of like, in Sonic's levels you hold X, and in the Avatar's levels you hold RT. And that's basically, that's the majority of the freaking game. Like, actually. The only part where I really feel like I'm truly playing it is in the Classic Sonic levels, but then Classic Sonic's implementation in that game is really bad. Where it actually feels really buggy and unfinished to me. His physics are just so broken, you know? There's no constant momentum whatsoever, but like, that's not even the real problem. It's just that, I don't know, it's just not fun to play. Like, a lot of things just don't work like they're supposed to. You're supposed to be able to like run up a slope and then hit a spring at the top of the slope. But you can't do it because he doesn't run up the slope half the time, you know? And they put in that like auto-scroll section in Iron Fortress, I think it's called. That part's just terrible. It's like, why would you put this in this? Like, it's not the first time auto-scrollers have been in a Sonic game, you know? But it's one of the most prominent examples of it, and it's just really not fun at all. And it's such a shame because I feel like they tried. I feel like there were a lot of good ideas in Forces too. But I guess what I'm saying is, somehow I feel like 06 can... I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. In terms of, like... I think most people would like feel that Forces is a better game, right? And I don't know that I even disagree with that. I just feel like I would rather play 06. Despite all of its problems. At least there's something... I'll feel something when I play 06, right? Maybe it's even anger. But I don't feel much anything when I play Forces. I played P06, it was okay experience. I haven't played the newest like build of it. I played an old build of it a long time ago. I had a lot of issues with its controls actually. I couldn't get used to it. Like it wasn't quite unplayable, but it was actually pretty close for me. So I hear that they've changed the controls and physics a lot in newer builds, and so I have yet to try the newer builds. Maybe I hope it's like, you know, oh, okay, I guess it's all of them. I hope it's like significantly improved. Because I haven't heard anyone else really complain about it for a while now, so I feel like they probably did fix it. I hope. I feel like Dark Souls difficulty in Sonic stage can ruin the flow of the stage. It depends for me on what exactly you mean. Because there's like fair difficulty and then there's like unfair difficulty, right? 99. Oh, that's it. There we go, max. Okay. Wait. Oh! Want us through history when this is over. Tempting, but no. Oh, that's Sonic, I guess. Life moves on with or without us. We find our own ways to endure. And perhaps I've lingered too long in the past. Elder Coco has looked after our kind while I've slept here, wandering the digital dream. We had our time. Now it is your world, protected and safe as we would have. Take care, Sonic. I'm tired and return to the dream. Let me rest. And that's how I feel too. Alright. We 100%ed the massive Sonic game. I'm really insane. I don't feel like many people have bothered to do this. Well, or if they do, their definition of 100% is probably different than mine. But yeah, we got all of the freaking memory tokens and all of the islands, all the achievements, which meant leveling up the character all the way, fighting all the bosses, getting up all the... I guess, I mean, there's other things you could still do, but I don't think... Personally, I think this is good. I consider this an 100% run. Because... The other things to really do are like, I don't know, things that I don't think really matter much. Like there's, here in the skill tree menu, it says I have 704 skill points. I don't know, maybe you can get that up to like a max or something. Oh boy, it doesn't do anything, it's just for the sake of doing it. So I mean, I don't really feel like I want to do that. And the other thing you could do is, there's still like cocoa to collect, I think. You could collect all of them, but considering... Yeah, there's not really even a way to tell. They're not like on the map. It says how many you have, but most of those are from Big's Fishing, so... And I have no use for them anymore anyway, so I'm not gonna do any of that. I think this is fine. I don't think most people would even have counted getting all the memory tokens. Maybe they would have. I don't know. But yeah, this is pretty cool. I gotta say. Yeah, okay, so you're just like anti-difficulty. That's fair. That's a legit debate in video games. Like, there's a lot of people who argue... Well, because... So there's people who argue that video games are meant to be challenging, and there's people who argue that video games are meant to be fun. Right? And those are two legit arguments that people have. I personally feel like it's kind of... I think I'm going to try to play with Coronet real fast, by the way. And then I'm going to end the stream. I personally feel it's kind of a mixture of both. Because to me, I think the point of a video game is to have fun, but I also personally feel like playing, like the challenge is what makes it fun a lot of the time, right? Because if the game just played itself, right? Like if you just sat there and Sonic just ran and did everything, you know, and you didn't have to press any button at all, like he literally just, the entire game is just like a movie, you just watch it, that wouldn't be fun. Right? At least it wouldn't for me. Because I'd be like, what? Why am I having to sit here watch Sonic slowly run around the loop and stuff? You know, I don't want to do that. Like, what's fun to me is like when you're playing it yourself, right? And the thing that makes it fun to me isn't the fact that I'm like pressing one button and then the game does the rest. It's that I kind of want to feel like I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Like, at any point I could mess up and fall off the loop and die or something. But... I'm doing it, here he goes, look how cool it looks. Like, so that's kind of the fun of it to me. And then that's kind of like a challenge, right? It's not, but at the same time, I think it's really easy to screw that up, because if you, like, make the, if you make the, game too challenging, right? Then it becomes frustrating to play. Because, well, particularly for me at least, if it feels unfairly challenging. Because if I feel like the game is hard, but it's fair, like it's like, oh, they're making me do all these button presses really fast, well, that's crazy, alright, let's do it, then it doesn't really bother me. And I actually enjoy a challenge like that. But when the game is like, press the A button in less than a millisecond. Go! Oh, you messed up! Oh, too bad! It's like... And it keeps doing that again and again and again, and gives you no... You know, I don't know, I'm just picking an example. That would be like unfair challenge to me, right? Where it's like, well, wait a minute, how am I supposed to react to that? That's like, what could I have done even as a player to have avoided that, right? That's where I feel like it's like not fun. I don't know, like a great example of that to me is like Sonic and the Secret Rings, because that's a game where it's like tilt controls, and the game expects you to do these challenges that are really difficult, and in order to accomplish that, you have to have movement that's like nearly perfect. It has to be really, really precise. And so they're asking you to do this precise movement, but you're controlling your character with a freaking Wiimote. You know, and it's like an inaccurate thing. And so it kind of clashes, right? It doesn't feel fair or fun at all, right? Because it's like you're just trying to do the objectives the game wants you to do, but then the game's like, whoops, looks like Sonic veered randomly to the right at 500 miles an hour and died. Sorry about that. And you're like, I didn't tilt right, you know. So that's an example of one that doesn't feel fair to me. I 100% of that game anyway, though, because I'm a psychopath or something. I don't know. But that was painful. But actually, it wasn't that painful. It was kind of fun in a weird way, because it was bad. It was really bad. But there was something. The fact that I was streaming it made it weirdly entertaining. Because I got to just kind of rip on the game the whole time, which I enjoyed doing. I'm not gonna lie. Because the game's bad. It's not. It was terrible. It's like, look at this crap. Look at what they're expecting. Look what they're expecting you to do. You know, and it's just one thing after another. But it's kind of entertaining in a way. It was like, they really want me to do that. Remember party mode? Remember how I had to do party mode for like 4 episodes? Like 4 streams I had to do for party mode. Maybe it wasn't that many. It was several streams, and each one was like long. They were several hours long. Ridiculous. Let's see. Let's not forget Sonic's for kids. Kids don't need easier games. Kids have more time. If anything, it makes more sense for kids to have harder games. Kids get more frustrated. I never did. This is just, I don't know. I don't think any of you are wrong. I think this is just one of those timeless debates. There are people who just want the challenge, and there's people who just want the fun. And I think those are both valid perspectives. But like, to someone who wants the, I don't know, I guess to someone who wants the fun, Forces is actually not that bad, right? Or is it? Because I don't know, like, because what makes it fun, right? That's actually something that I have to ask, because I'm kind of weirdly in the middle, but I do tend to lean more towards the challenge side of things, I guess. So I kind of want to understand, right? Like, what do you think makes a game fun? What, like, makes it entertaining? Because for me, I would say it's just the right amount of challenge. So it's like, I want the game to test me, but I don't want it to do so in a way that I think is really extreme or unfair. Like, I don't want the game to be like, sorry, in order to beat the game, you're going to have to play this boss that lasts for 30 minutes, and you're going to have to press all these buttons rapid fire the whole time, and if you mess up at any point, you're going to have to redo the entire 30-minute boss from the beginning, right? Screw that. I don't want to do that. It's not even really because it's hard, it's just because it's like a waste of my time, right? Because making me redo the entire massive thing again and again and again and again is just not fun, right? And I don't feel like I'm being challenged with that. I feel like I'm being punished. Like, the game's like, no, you've been bad. Sit here and beat this thing. It's like, I don't want to do that. I don't know. So I don't enjoy that in games, but when it's like a challenge that I think feels fair, like, okay, you've got this parry attack, but you have to, like, they could have made it so you had to, like, time it, but instead they made it so you just hold it down. I think timing it would have been fine. Although I see why they did it the way they did. I don't know. I thought Frontier's challenge was pretty good, actually. I enjoyed it. It was hard, which I actually liked, but it wasn't so hard that I felt like it was unfair. IGN struggled on colors. Ooh. Yeah, I remember yeah, in their review of Sonic Colors, they said that there's some parts that are really fun, and there's other parts that'll have you throwing your Wiimote at the TV or something like that. And I find that really humorous because like Colors is like not a hard game at all. I don't know. I've played Colors like a billion times though, so what do I know, right? Maybe I really did find it really difficult when I played it as a kid and I don't remember. But I mean, I like Colors because of the challenges that I make myself do with it though. Like I challenge myself like how quickly can I beat this level? Or can I get all the S ranks? Can I get all the red rings? What's the most efficient route to get all the red rings in the stage, right? Does it make more sense to go to this planet first or this one, right? What wits do I get? And, you know, how does that affect the gameplay? You know, and I like think all this stuff out. I'm like, I don't know. I even like the freaking Yellow Spring levels, even though I'll be first to admit that it's bad game design, in a lot of ways, because I like the challenge of it. Because if you air dash past the Yellow Spring, then it catches up to you, but it does so slowly, right? So it's still way faster than if you didn't do that, because it's still trying to go faster than the really slow movement it normally has. But it's not so fast it's going to like instantly teleport to you. It like actually has to catch up, and if you go too fast you will fall because the spring won't catch up in time. So there's a balance where it's like, wait a minute, I can go faster than I'm supposed to, but also not too fast. And so I have to think about when to time this and when to use it, and in coordination with the level design. And it's actually kind of fun when you like think it out like that, because it's like, okay, dash here, jump here, hit that, dash here, jump here, you know. And you kind of have to like do that to try to get the best time. It's kind of neat in that way. But I don't know. Alice Spring Colors using Wisp, it's so fun. Yeah, it is. I agree. I never found Colors difficult. I didn't either. But it's still fun to me. What Sonic level do you think is hard? Are you asking me or Wasif? I guess I can just answer. That is a good question. What's a Sonic level I think is hard? I know there definitely are some, I just can't think off the top of my head. Well, like, there's stuff from, like, I mean, Secret Rings has a lot of missions that are freaking ridiculously hard, but I don't know if I can name one off the top of my head. There's, like, a lot that are really hard, but it's unfair. It's not like... If the game actually had controls that were similar to like the adventure games or whatever, and you had like a joystick to play it with, it would actually be fun, I think. Like even if they kept most of the challenges exactly the same, because you could actually do them then, right? But because you play with a Wiimote, it's freaking terrible. Very few are difficult. Oh, some of the Unleashed DLC levels, yes. Yeah, that's very true. Those are freaking challenging. And actually, they're a little unfair. Some of them. Well, some of them are very unfair, I'm gonna be real. Like, okay, I like the ones that are like, I don't know, what, like Rooftop Run Act 2-2, I think is what it is. Where you have to, like, I don't know. It's just a challenging level, but it doesn't feel unfair. It's just like, you have to get good at it, right? You have to practice a few times. You're gonna mess up the first few times you play it, but it doesn't feel like it's like, oh, this game is ridiculous. It's like, oh, I didn't hit the button in time. Okay, I see what I have to do. It feels fair, and I like that level, even though it's really challenging and kind of broken. But an example of one that I don't like from the Unleashed DLC is like, I forget what it is. I think it's Rooftop Run Act 1, 2, or something like that. It's just Rooftop Run Act 1, but they add a bunch of freaking bombs to it. And like a bunch of, they like remove some springs that you're used to being there with your muscle memory. And they change up the quick time, you know what I mean? Quick time events. They change up the button prompts, so that's a different button, just so that it throws you off if you try to hit the same buttons. And it's like, that's not fair. That's just, if you boost in that level, you're just going to bump into a bunch of bombs, right? And it's just like ridiculous. It's like, what am I supposed to do here? Just not boost? But then how do you get the S rank? It's like, this isn't fun. And I mean, you can do it. You just have to keep trying and trying and trying, and hopefully you get lucky enough to not hit the bombs. But it's it's not fun. That one's the level I think is unfairly difficult. I never found any to be unfair. I think some of it's unfair. I mean, at least borderline unfair. Like, I feel like the ones where they just put bombs everywhere, it's not really fair, because what are you supposed to do? Like, if the game expects you to, like, not boost for 80% of the level, then it's like, I don't know, that's not really... Because the point of the gameplay is that I'm boosting. So it's weird to me that they would design the level like that. There's no way you could possibly freaking react to some of that stuff in time. Like, they really just throw it at you, and it's like, okay. They're purposely unfair? Yeah, I feel like that too, actually. But it's okay because it's DLC, it's not like a main stage. True, it's a good point. It's optional. Yeah, you don't have to do any of it. It's not okay for levels to be unfair. What? Well, I don't know. If that's the whole point of it, I can see that. You know the Sonic Generations unfair level mods, right? Because the whole point of those mods is that the levels are unfair now, right? And it's supposed to give you a really extreme challenge that's like ridiculous, right? I don't know. It's kind of fun to play every now and then something like that and just kind of see like, okay, boys, here we go. I'm gonna, get in a call and be like, hey guys, I'm gonna play the unfair mod. It's like, oh boy. And then, of course, hilarity is going to ensue because it's an unfair mod. So, I mean, I don't know. I can see the kind of weird appeal of, like, playing something that's purposely, like, frustrating. So I don't know if I think it's necessarily always a bad thing. Like, if you're trying to make something purposely unfair, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's the point. But to put it in a game that's otherwise fair and not designed around that and force you to do it is not okay, right? Because it's like, all right, one more level and then I can beat the game, and then they give you an unfair level, and it's like, no. No, stop. I just want to get to the end. Apato's Act 2 DLC's present? Yeah, I actually agree with that. It's Apato's Act 2-2. They have a lot of freaking bombs they just put everywhere, and it's like, what is this? The rest of the Apato's DLC is fantastic. It's really good. Act 1, 2, and Act 4. Apato's Act 4 is fantastic. I love that stage, because it's hard, it's brutal, but it's not unfair. You just need to get really good at it. It takes a lot of time to, like, memorize it, right? And know exactly what buttons you need to hit, in what order you need to hit them in, what timing you need to hit, you know? But when you get it, it feels so good. You're like, dude, I did it. Look how cool that looks. It's like so much stuff happening so fast, and it feels awesome. And you get the S rank, and you're like, heck yeah. It's such a satisfying stage to beat. It's like so good. But I think what I would count as like unfair is like, I don't know. Like, you're designing a hallway, and the point is that you just run down the hallway, and then they just add a bunch of bombs in the middle of the hallway, and it's like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just hug the wall completely throughout this whole thing and hope and pray my hitbox doesn't happen to hit it? Or am I supposed to, like, jump over each individual bomb and hope, again, that my hitbox doesn't hit the bomb directly in front of me or behind me, or that I don't misjump a little bit? Or what the frick am I supposed to do about this? Like, it's just bombs. It's not really fair. Like, you kind of just have to get hit at some point and just, okay, and just keep boosting, and hopefully your invincibility frames get you out of there. And okay, now we're at a part of the level where I can actually play it. Cool. And then a bomb shows up again. When you're moving at 5,000 miles an hour, it just shows up and bam, you bump into it. And it's like, okay, what was I supposed to do there? Like, Most hard games are hard if it's like a padding. Yeah. That's probably true, actually. Lost World 3DS, I never played it. I hear it's terrible. It's a lot of fun. Okay, you can do some cool skips. It's great. Even the snowball level. It's probably fun if you know the skips and you're really good at it, and horribly unfun otherwise. Most of the Unleashed DLC stages are just bombs placed everywhere. Yeah, it's true. It's sad. There's even that one in Dragon Road that's... I'm trying to find the current DLC, by the way. Sorry, I don't know where the link... I think I might just end it here, to be honest with you, because... I don't know. I'm honestly getting pretty freaking tired. And I beat 100% of the games, so, you know. But, if I can get a link to it, like, real fast, maybe I can try it for a few minutes, but I think I'm just going to end here. Oh, you have a link? Okay, cool. Give me a second. Thanks, Taz. I appreciate it. Cool, cool stuff. I'm glad it's on the Internet Archive. That's cool. So, is this like a mod you just plug in? Let's find out, I guess. Yeah, it's a mod. Okay. Cool stuff. Oh, we got another Hedge Mod Manager release. Cool stuff. You can also try Monster Hunter DLC? Yeah, I think I want to try it at some point. Dude, I don't know. I think what I want to do, to be honest, is I kind of want to just... I'm honestly really tired. I think I want to do another stream where I do another playthrough of the game or something. And in that playthrough, I want to do the DLC, the current one. I want to do the Monster Hunter one, and I want to do other mods too. I think I'm just going to do that if that's alright with you all. But thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you all next time. Take care.